Hello and welcome to Adobe Live. I'm Sarah Coleman and this is
Rourke Heath.
And today is my hosting debut. Normally sat there behind the machinery doing the artwork, but today I'm delighted to be hosting with Rourke.
Yeah, super excited. This is actually a bucket list thing for me, so I'm very excited to be here.
Excellent. You look excited.
I am very excited.
So tell me first of all, and everyone else, who is Rourke Heath? What does Rourke Heath do?
So what I do is I create educational content on Instagram, specifically for Photoshop tutorials. So I set myself the goal this year of basically creating a new video every single day for this year. And I am so far up to date. And I basically just create educational Photoshop content for anybody who would like to enjoy it. And I've managed to succeed in posting every day, and I'm super stoked to be able to share with you how we can basically improve your Instagram thumbnails and basically how we can start making your page look as flashy as possible.
So I can testify to that. Rourke was beavering away, finishing. Have you finished today's upload, today's post?
Today's post went out this morning, 9 a.m. Normally we get them out.
So he's on it. So I can testify that he was working until the 11th hour. Moments before we came into the stream, he's working. So.
Yes, yeah. It's an around-the-clock job. But I've got loads of really awesome skills that I'm excited to share with you today, especially about Instagram thumbnails, how we can optimize them for your niche, whatever niche it may be. So there's loads of things to kind of dive into.
Yeah, and I'm interested in this one as well because I do a lot of Instagramming. I love Instagram. I think of all the platforms, it's the one that's kind of, that and Tumblr has clung on. You know, there's been choppy waters for other platforms.
True.
But
True.
Instagram's still, for me, a lovely place to be. But thumbnails, I always think, I spent ages deciding what it's going to look like.
Yes.
It's going to stay on the grid, so
yes.
I'm keen to see what's
Well, the way that I think about Instagram thumbnails, and I'm ready to dive into this now, is that basically your Instagram thumbnails is, the way I kind of see it is like it's your shop front. So when you walk through a shop and you look through the window, it's what people see when they arrive at your shop/page. And it's super important to have something that stands out, because if you can have a clean, professional looking presence, then you're also going to be attracting the right kind of customers. So having like a nice organized scheduled feed is super important. So I'm kind of like dive into what the psychology of what a good thumbnail is, and kind of where my background is and why I've kind of come to these conclusions over posting every single day this year. So I started making content a long time ago, about 5 years ago on YouTube, and I used to create these widescreen thumbnails. And you have a lot more space to play with a widescreen thumbnail as opposed to Instagram, where you're kind of constrained, as you can see here inside this box, for example. So when you go to the Reels tab, you can see here that you're working in this portrait framing as opposed to horizontal, which is what YouTube thumbnails are kind of specifically designed for. So, but what you have to remember when you're creating your Instagram thumbnail is that there's only a square that's going to be taken from that vertical format to play with.
I spent ages getting that square right. In fact, I was doing it just before we came in.
Yeah.
I spent longer, I think, deciding which square crop is going to go on the grid, because it stays on the grid from that reel. So and is it correct that people will only scroll, is it 5 rows down on Instagram on average?
I haven't heard that before, but it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, when I'm, stalking other people's Instagrams, I'm definitely kind of scrolling for about 5 seconds before.
And we were stalking each other this morning, obviously, as we get to know.
We were. But yeah, so I'm going to dive into, I've got 3 thumbnail designs that I kind of want to go over today, and we're going to walk through how you can basically create a great thumbnail and what makes a good thumbnail. So what I'm going to point out originally is that in this thumbnail here, a video that I posted yesterday, you can see that we've got 2 words. Now, 2 words is normally about the maximum that you want to have on your thumbnail. If you've got a sentence written within this miniature square block, 1, it's difficult to see. And 2, you really need to be summarizing what your video is about within 2 words. That way you can look at it, you can visually see what it's about within seconds.
Okay.
So that's what we try and aim for. As you can see here, we've got gold effects, AI videos, and glow effects. So I'm going to walk you through now in Photoshop how we can start to create our own thumbnail.
Okay, let's dive in.
So let's dive in. So all thumbnails are vertical, right? Which means that we're going to have a width of 1080 pixels and a height of 1920. And that is the aspect ratio that we want for our thumbnail. So let's start by creating a glow thumbnail in Photoshop. So the first thing here, I've grabbed this off of Adobe stock, and this is just a photo of a wizard. Let's say my video is about how you can create a glow effect in Photoshop. Well, the first thing that we need to do is we need to repurpose this image so it fits within our frame.
Yes, because right now that is a catastrophic fit for your format.
Yes, and we don't want any of this dead space. So what we're going to do is we're going to just hold shift and make selections with the rectangular selection tool.
So are you purposefully including a little bit of the image there?
I love that question because yes, so you could alternatively just hold Control and click the layer and it will make a selection of your layer.
Okay.
And then you could invert your selection. So now it's only selecting these dead spaces and use generative fill. But there's going to be a slight difference between the two because if you allow the selection to have a few pixels inside the image, it gives it more information to read so it can create a better generation for you. So this has already created something that we can work with. This is actually quite nice.
That's great actually. And there's a little, is that an island appeared in the bottom there?
Yeah, a little island in the water. And there's a couple of different variations with some rocks here in the foreground. I quite like this one. I quite like the different colors here. So let's dive in and start with this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to merge this together. So it's just one layer. Now we can start to play around with this. So we've got our image here that we've now...
the generated bit is always created on a separate layer.
Correct.
And you don't choose that, that's automatic.
Yeah. And then you get 3 options to pick from. And then I always merge it together. And now we've got an image that we can now start to use for our Instagram thumbnail. So the first thing that I always do is I always want to add depth to my thumbnail because you could have an image like this, but it's quite 2D and it's quite flat. So how can we add depth? And the way that you do that is by adding in text and then adding in depth to that text and then maybe adding in something that's related to your niche. And then you've got a perfect thumbnail. It's that simple. It's a simple recipe.
I should be making notes.
It's all right. We'll make notes eventually. But so what I love to do is I love to use the object selection tool. So the object selection tool, if you change the mode to lasso, it basically allows you to have free flowing selections like this that you can simply draw around like so.
That's quite a loose sketch round as well. That's
you don't have to be specific with it. And now it will make a selection around the object for us. And I'm going to put that on a new layer by pressing Control J on the keyboard. And that has now separated this guy onto a brand new layer for us. So if we wanted to add in text behind this guy, we can now sandwich it in between and it's going to look like the text is behind our subject. And this is something that I use in all of my thumbnails. You'll notice that you'll see that I've got Adobe Express here and I've got the Express behind my head. I haven't done it in this one, but in all of my recent videos, there's always a little bit of depth. Maybe it's just poking out just behind the thumbnail. And that's something that I really like to do to try and create a bit of depth in the image. So let's get some text slapped in here. And for the text, I love this font. I always like to have the same font.
And what is this golden font that we're
So this font is called Poppins and it comes in a lot of different font weights. So I like to go with extra bold because it's punchy, it's very visible, it's very clear. And I always start with white when I'm making my text.
What's the letter A like on that? Because sometimes an infant A, you know, the one without the...
lowercase.
Lowercase A.
Lowercase A.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Yes, very, very legible. Universally legible.
Yeah, it's such a great font to design with and I really, really enjoy using it. So let's say we wanted to have 2 words because that is the magic number for an Instagram thumbnail. So we're going to have the first word, which is going to be glow, right? Now we want to have another word. So I'm going to duplicate this. So we've now got 2 layers here. Now this is our second word. We can change this to be whatever we like. So I'm going to have effect, glow effect, right? Now we need to add in some depth here because right now this is kind of a bit too clunky, a bit too close together. So we can start to work with the kind of spacing to get something that we're happy with. Now I'm pretty happy with something like this, so it's just poking out the side. But one of the most important things to remember, as we were saying earlier, is that we're only going to get a square.
Yeah.
So not all of this is going to be shown in the Instagram thumbnail. And this is where I see a lot of people
Are you
making
already
mistakes.
thinking about that square as you're putting
Always.
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you. This is really like you can set a visual like way of seeing what the square is going to be by using the square tool. And under the width here, you can change this to 180 pixels by 180 pixels.
That's a good
because
idea.
that is what Instagram uses when you upload just a regular photo. It takes 1080 by 1080. And now I'm just going to change the color of this to be like a nice yellow. So it's nice and bright and we can see what we're working with here. And then we can just reduce the opacity. Now we know exactly what our Instagram...
It's like having a target area, isn't it, that you're working towards.
And also, this now shows us all of the space that we've got to play with. Now, I think it's really important with Instagram thumbnails that you make sure that you have a lot of padding around around the side. So you can see here I've left a bit of padding around the side here, and also around the top we've got a bit of padding as well. So if it's right up against the corner like this, to me it looks a bit too confined. It looks like it's kind of fighting for space.
It's either a purposeful bleed off the edge or it's got some nice space around it. You can't have it in between, really, can you?
Exactly, Sarah, yeah. So this is already coming together quite nicely, and now once you've kind of got the framing right and you've got the text how you want it, you can now start to play around with like some of the cosmetic parts. So let's say we wanted to change the color of some of our text to match the background of our environment, then we can, let's say we take a color sample of something like this, just to add in a bit of difference into our thumbnail here. And then we can add in some glow effects. Now,
yes, let's. I want to see the glow happening.
So there's lots of ways that you can add in glow effects in Photoshop. One of them might be an outer glow under the effects panel at the bottom here. And we can just pop that in like so. And you can see, if I just crank this up here, it's basically adding in like a background glow to the background of the text. But what if we wanted to add a glow to the front of the text?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can see that glow is increasing as you move the slider up and down. I quite like the drama of that, although it does interfere a little bit with legibility.
Yeah. So I want to add a glow to the front of it. Now, there's one way to do it, which is if you didn't have a plugin or anything, then you could simply duplicate this. So I've just pressed Ctrl-J to duplicate this layer. So you can see here I've got another copy of it. Now, if we go and change the blending mode of this text layer to linear dodge add, then it's going to basically...
linear dodge.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It makes things brighter, makes it look more glowy. And
Tim will testify I'm a fan of layer blending options.
Oh, blending options change the game in Photoshop. Yeah. So now we can go to filter, blur, and we can add in a Gaussian blur. Right?
Beautiful.
So now once we've added in this blur, you can see that we've now, with this linear dodge add blending mode, we've now added in this really nice satisfying glow effect, and we can change the radius of the glow, and that will basically give us more of a nice, like a radial glow. So that's really cool, and that's one way that we can add a glow effect. But I've also got this awesome Photoshop plugin that creates amazing glow effects for you, which is really cool. And it's this plugin here called Enrique. And basically, if you...
Where do we get it, by the way? How do you obtain this
It's
plugin?
just one that I found online. I just searched Enrique Glow plugin. And basically, if you just adjust the threshold, you can basically dictate how strong the glow is. And you can also use masks, quite like you have in Photoshop with layer masks.
Okay.
You could take a color sample. Let's say we wanted to take a color sample of this. Now we can see all of the areas that are now going to affect this glow effect. You can hit the tick button to update the mask, and now it's created this really cool glow effect on top of our thumbnail.
And we have all these settings for sort of granular changes.
Of course, so you can change the opacity right here within this Photoshop plugin, which is really cool. And you can also colorize it. So if you click this colorize button,
marvelous.
then you can pretty much adjust anything that you like, and it's super cool.
I think I could lose a good 2 days a week at work just to this plugin.
100%.
Probably.
Since I found it, I've been using it non-stop, and it's changed the game, especially when you're trying to create a thumbnail that's visually appealing. For some reason, the human eye loves a glow effect.
We do, don't we? Do you think that goes back to the cavemen and the fire? It means warmth, home, heat,
so clever.
Food.
That's so clever. I never thought about it like that.
You heard it here first.
Yeah, that's very clever. I like that. So if we save this is now saved onto a completely separate layer. So if I hide all of our layers, you can see, let me hide the background as well. You can see we've got this glow here, and we can actually adjust the opacity of this as and when we'd like, so that we can basically just adjust the amount of glow that we've got in our thumbnail as well. So that's really cool, and this is something that I use in, like I said, all of my thumbnails recently. So that's a really cool way to add in a nice glow effect. Now, the other thing that I suggest with thumbnails is to add in something that relates to your niche. So let's say your page was about makeup, for example, and I would add in, let's say you're talking about a certain makeup brand, then maybe you can add in the logo of the brand that you're talking about in the video, something that relates to your niche, so that when the audience sees this thumbnail, they know exactly what they're getting. You're setting them up for an expectation for the video.
So it's like immediate non-verbal communication.
Exactly.
You don't need any words.
Exactly.
It's just two.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in the Photoshop logo because my page is entirely dedicated to Photoshop, and this is how you can create a glow effect within Photoshop. So we can now just adjust the size of this, and I'm going to make it kind of peeking out from the side here, just behind our wizard like so. And then we can go ahead
and... A raunchy angle there as well.
Raunchy angle, absolutely, absolutely. And we can also add in a really cool glow effect on top of this. And if you don't have a plugin and you want to do it just a free way, then you could basically add in a brand new layer. And with the brush tool, let's pick a nice soft brush here. We can adjust the size of our brush.
You chose there.
Yeah, so this is just under the default brushes that we've got in the general brush tab. We can adjust the size of our brush and then take a color sample here and just start to kind of paint over the top. And again, we're going to change the blending mode of this to linear dodge add. So we can kind of see here, and then we can go to filter,
pump it up a bit,
blur,
nice,
Gaussian blur, and then you can see that we get a nice kind of subtle glow effect.
So on the chat, we've got Penny Doodles. Hi, Penny.
Hi, Penny.
Penny Doodles saying flame good, glow good.
Oh, so God, we all love a good...
You're winning over glow fans.
We do love a good glow, all right? So here's one glow, and then I'm going to use Enrique again to give us a nice kind of glow for this Photoshop logo. So let's say we started a new glow. We can use the eyedropper tool again and just take a color sample. But we can see it's kind of taken in quite a few other colors that are similar. So we can just erase that, and we can just start to remove all of that. And so we only want it to be affecting the Photoshop logo here. Update the mask, and now we can just drag the threshold up, and we'll get a nice, awesome glow.
Lovely.
It's just gorgeous.
Regarding the mechanics of Enrique, every glow that it creates for you, is that automatically on a separate layer?
Yeah. So once you click the save button, it's now saved on a completely brand new layer here.
Okay.
So we've got this glow, which is the glow that we made earlier, and you've also got this glow, which is for our Photoshop logo.
Really nice.
So that looks gorgeous. Now, it does. Now, when we've got our visual kind of spacing here so we can see what we're working with. This is looking really good, but let's say we wanted to blend this in a little bit more. Maybe we wanted to add some smoke in there, make him look like the wizard is kind of within some smoke or some clouds, and we can do that as well.
A star or a dust, when you see
stars or like some
particles,
like these little particles that are coming off,
sparks or something.
Yeah, I mean, if I knew that, I would have had it prepared in a nice brush.
No worries.
But I have come prepared with a smoke brush that we can add in. So let's add in some smoke and kind of blend this all together. So we're going to add in a new layer again here. Now the brush tool is one of my favorite tools in Photoshop because you can customize any brush to your liking. And I use Adobe Generative Firefly to generate all of my Photoshop brushes. So I've generated a cloud brush here straight off of Adobe Generative Firefly. And let's say we took a color sample of this dark kind of misty cloud in the background. I'm going to drag this layer behind our wizard, and then I can pop in a cloud in the background, and you can see that we've now got some clouds kind of in the background, and it looks like he's now up in the sky, which is quite cool. And then we can add in some smoke as well on a new layer that is above our wizard, and we can use a smoke brush for that. So let's pick a random smoke brush here, and now we can just adjust the angle of this. And we can
What shortcuts are you using there for rotation?
So rotation is just the arrow keys. When you've got the brush tool selected, you can just use the arrow keys on your keyboard and just hold it down, and it'll just do a really nice job for you of just rotating your brush.
And viewers can't see this, but Rourke has a spectacularly, simultaneously very futuristic and old school ergonomic keyboard.
Oh, yeah.
So it's...
Got to protect your hands.
Yes. And we have a comment here on the chat. Hi, Rourke. This is from somebody called Ampliar. Do you know that name ring to you?
No.
Ampliar says, hi, Rourke. It's amazing to see you do your magic live. You're a true hero for your community.
Oh, that warms
my heart. Take that one home with you.
That actually warms my heart. Thank you so much.
So this next smoke effect is for you.
Yes, yeah.
Ampliar.
Yeah, so you can see here with just a single click, we can kind of add in a bit of smoke that's kind of blending him in together here. You can even have a smaller brush if you wanted to just make this effect much more subtle, and you can kind of just blend him in to the side down here, right? So now we've got this thumbnail, and we're going to check our visual identifier here again. And this is really good. I'm now really happy with this. I would take this very much as a YouTube thumbnail. And that is, in essence, how we've basically just taken an image and developed it into a thumbnail that's visually appealing, striking, and tells you exactly what is going on in the video.
It looks marvellous.
Thank you. So next steps is I'm going to show you one of the most essential skills when it comes to making thumbnails is being able to remove someone from the background of whatever photo you've got them in and putting them into a new background.
Okay.
So to do that, let's go on to our next thumbnail here.
This is the closest we get to teleporting, isn't it? Taking someone from this place and putting them in that place.
Pretty much.
Without having to queue for security and planes.
Pretty much. And it's an essential skill. Like this is genuinely like I have made so many tutorials on this and people go absolutely crazy for it. But let's say we needed to remove this guy from the background, right? Well, you could just use the remove background button, but what that's going to do is it's going to leave a few edges around the edge where you can kind of see this pink around the edge, and it maybe
It's not bad though, is it?
It's not bad, but you can see
missing a bit of hand.
It's missing a bit of hand.
Yeah.
Some of the hairs get removed as well, and we want to keep all of these details. Okay. So how do we keep all of these details? Well, there's a little secret in Photoshop that you can use when you're removing someone from a background and putting them into a new one to remove them perfectly. So this is what I do. So let's start from scratch here. So what I like to do is I like to use the lasso tool, and this again allows you to make free-flowing selections. So we're going to make a free-flowing selection just like so around the edge. And this is super loose. It doesn't have to be like right around the edge. I'm just going to make a selection all the way around and up. Okay. And we can go to select and go down to select and mask. And from here, you can see it's now cut out the excess that we don't need, but we have still got this pink border. So if you select this drop down here, it opens up this option to have cloud detailed results. Now, if we select this and press select subject, it's now going to do an even more detailed background removal than the previous one.
So can we zoom in on what was happening with the hand earlier? What's happening now?
So the hand is still there, but we can add this back in post. So I'm going to show you with the layer masks how we can add this back in. But you can see the before and the after, right? And then we also have the option to refine hair. Now, if we select this, you can see it's kind of, I'm going to go back and forth. It's refined the hair, giving us more detail that we can play with here. So that's really cool. And now another thing that you can do is press decontaminate colors. And if you have a look here, you can see this kind of, there's still like a pinky radius coming around the outside. And that's perfectly normal because the photo was taken with the pink background. But if we press decontaminate colors, you can see around the edges here, it's now fixed that and it's now made it just brown. So if we now output this to a new layer with layer mask, press OK, we've now basically removed him quite nicely, but there's still a few steps to go. So you mentioned about the hand. We can use the brush tool again with a hard brush here. And I'm just going to bring this hand back. So with white selected as the foreground color down here, you can add things back into your mask, like so.
Oh, this is like surgery.
It is. You can pretty much add and remove things. So we can add that hand back in like so. And then we can also use black. So you can have black selected as a foreground color if you wanted to remove things, right? So you can,
interesting.
You can play around with this and you can add things and remove things super easily. But what's really cool is we can kind of go into X-ray mode here. If we hold Alt on the keyboard and click on top of this layer mask, it's going to bring up all of these details. And you can see the kind of details that we've got on the beard hair, his hair up here. And we want to bring back some of these details that we might have lost. Because if we have a look here, we've got the decontaminate colors option selected, which has basically made this all brown and kind of murky, which we don't want. But we want to bring back some of these hair details. You can see it started to do it on the sides down here as well. It's kind of lost that color, but I'm going to show you how you can bring that back into the hair. So if we wanted to bring that back, we can hold Alt and bring up this X-ray mode thing that I like to call it, and change the blending mode of your brush to overlay. Now with this, if you have your foreground as black, you'll see when I start to paint, it removes these areas, but it's not removing it entirely. It's kind of just making these like bold selections, and it's kind of highlighting the hair a little bit.
It's kind of making a judgment with every click that you make. You can see there's sort of micro decisions being made there by the program.
Yes. And if you adjust the flow of your brush at the top of the page here, you can get like much finer results. So you can kind of dab around the edges and it will basically remove some of the fluff that maybe might be left. So let's say...
So that's quite interesting because what you're adjusting there is the flow rather than I would be looking for a tolerance button on that.
Right. And the flow kind of acts as the tolerance button here that you can kind of just dab around the edges and then it will kind of make these hairs much finer in the background. But on the other hand, you can set your foreground color to white. And if you now start to paint, let's move our flow up a little bit. If you now start to paint, it's going to add these details back in, right? So now you can see, look, I'm dabbing here. It's brought back that hair that wasn't originally there.
The stray hair.
Yeah. So we're now adding in these hairs back. And this is, I want to reiterate, an essential skill for creating thumbnails. You really want to be able to get accurate selections of whoever we're taking a photo of and putting them into a new background, because you're not going to be able to sell the effect of them being in a new background if you've got a rubbish
There's
selection.
the giveaway, which anybody looking at a Photoshop tutorial is likely to spot, because we'll have the laser eyes of, oh, look, that's not quite.
Yes.
You know, we can pick these things out at 400 paces.
Yes.
So I like that what's going on here is, as you work, there is obviously a non-destructive memory. You're bringing things back, taking them out, bringing them back.
That's the fantastic thing about layer masks, is that it's all non-destructive. So you can go back and make these changes at any point in your workflow. So now this is going to look funny here. So now once we do this, it's brought back some of the details in the hair, but they're still, because of the coloring button that we clicked, it's basically brought back a solid brown color here. So we want these details that we've got in the hair here to be acting in the background as well. So if we wanted to do that, we can actually do this really cool trick where we add in a new layer, and now we're going to use the clone stamp tool.
Love a clone stamp.
Yes. So the clone stamp tool, if you change the sample here to current and below, now if you hold Alt on the keyboard, you can take a sample like so, just by holding Alt, and it'll take a sample. And now when you start to draw, it's basically just taking the sample from the layer that's below, which is this one down here. So with this layer, if we create a clipping mask by holding Alt on the keyboard and clicking here, now if we take a sample like so, you can now draw along here, and it's basically taking the details from here and applying it right on top. So let me show you in a bit more detail. So you see here, we've kind of got this like blotchy brown here. Let's take a clone here and just draw over the top. And now it's giving you that real hair texture that you can now put around the edges to give you that realistic hair that's going around the edge for you. So you
but
can
it's
see
only
like
putting
so.
it where there is hair already.
Yes, because we've got a clipping mask, it's basically only acting on this layer mask that we've got here.
Okay,
so
that's the key thing, isn't it?
Yeah, we're just taking the hair, painting over the edges, and now you've got this like perfect hair that's now being put on the edge. So you can basically just go all the way around the edge and just paint over the top, and it'll fill that kind of dense colour in for you with a really nice...
It's actually very subtle, because I don't work with photographs. This is fascinating for me to look at.
Yeah.
I think my instinct, if I was in a rush, my instinct here would be to just tidy up, just obliterate all that scruffy hair on the top. But then when you zoom out from that and try and put him in a background, he's gonna look slightly unnatural, isn't he?
Yeah.
Because everyone's got
a
few stray hairs, you know.
Exactly. And now you've accurately removed him from the background. So if we, obviously here we can see it's kind of, the colours have gone because of the decontaminate colours button that we picked, but you've now accurately removed him from the background, and you can now start designing a brand new thumbnail. So if we wanted to add like a light source behind him, then we could just use a nice white colour.
Are we doing more glowing?
There's no more glowing, but this is just like, if you wanted to, like a very typical YouTube thumbnail, you kind of add this light source behind someone, and then you can start designing from there. So that essentially is a really essential tool where you can take someone from one background and replace them. So what we're going to do now is we're going to start designing a real thumbnail that I might use on YouTube in the wide format, and then we're going to quickly repurpose that into vertical format so we can use it on Instagram.
Sounds challenging.
It is challenging.
From landscape
to portrait,
full portrait,
but we can do it. So there's going to be all sorts of really cool stuff that we're going to do in this one. So
just to point out that Tim has posted in the chat Sarah's old nemesis, the clipping mask, and he is not wrong. He's
not a fan?
wrong. I've always been scared of them.
Yeah,
which I understand comes squarely out of never fully understanding how they work. So
yeah,
I need to work on that.
Yeah, I mean, clipping masks are great. They're super powerful tools. So. Right, we're designing now in a wide portrait. So this is your YouTube thumbnails that you might see are basically they're 1080 pixels high and 1920 pixels wide. So it's the complete opposite of an Instagram thumbnail. But we're going to design very quickly here a YouTube thumbnail. So I'm going to use...
what's the source for this image?
Adobe stock, always. And we're going to use generative fill here to fill in this area. Again, leaving a little bit on the selection on the inside here, so it's got a bit of data.
Give it something to go on.
Yep. And then once it's generated, we're going to start adding someone in, and we're going to blend them into the environment. Cool.
It is like magic, isn't it?
Oh, it's just amazing. It's changed the game, truly changed the game. So I've selected, we've got 3 options to pick from. I've just selected this one here. I think this is quite nice. So I'm going to merge these 2 layers together, selecting both of these layers here and pressing Control E on the keyboard to merge these 2 together. Now we can add in our person. So we've got, again, from Adobe stock, we've got this gentleman here. Now, you could remove background, and when you do that, it's going to leave some white areas in here.
Just a slight halo here and
Just
there.
a slight halo. And you can also see right along the edge, there's a black kind of border, and we want to remove that. So I'm going to show you a tip to remove that too, because that is very common when you use the remove background tool. It might leave like a little border, and there's a really good tip to get rid of that. So I'm not going to use remove background for this. I'm actually going to use the object selection tool just because I find it to be much more accurate. So I'm going to go just gently around the edge here again. Have we got anyone in the chat who's asking anything?
We've got, well, Robert wants to know where he can see the schedule for Adobe Live, this particular broadcast. You want to see the schedule for that?
Lovely.
Amazing to see your magic, just general positivity, really.
That's very sweet.
I mean, you are motoring through a lot of stuff very quickly here, so I'm sure a lot of people will want to watch it back.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're diving into a masterclass here, and we've got this gentleman here that we've now removed using the object selection tool, and we've created a layer mask. So he is now nicely onto a completely brand new background here. So let's have a look. Here he is. That was before, and that was after.
Do you ever worry about, maybe not for thumbnails, but obviously the lighting on him is completely different from the lighting that falls on the forest, even the sort of artificially generated one. Do you... I mean, maybe that's another stream where you show us how you tackle
compositing is this whole
lighting.
Yeah, compositing is a whole art in itself, and it's something that requires a huge amount of practice. So yeah, it's definitely like it's something that I even struggle with till to this day, but you get better at it the more you practice and the more that you observe light in real life and the way it works on people. That is like what I found to be the best way to do it. And you can use adjustment layers to fix some of that up, and we'll do it a little bit in this tutorial. So I'm going to use the brush tool here, and we're going to have black selected as our foreground color because that allows us to remove areas with a nice flow back up at 100%. We can start to remove these areas. I don't know why that's not removing with the brush tool. It's because I've got overlay on. There we go. Change this back to normal. Now, when we start drawing in here, we can start removing the areas that we don't want. And we're just going to pretty much roughly go around the white areas, just removing any kind of obvious areas. And that's fine for now. But you can see, as I mentioned earlier, there's a little bit of white around the edge here, and you've also got this black outline around the inside of our character here and around the edge. Now, if you wanted to remove that, there's a really cool way to do that. And with your layer mask selected, you can go to Filter, Other, and click on Minimum. Now, what this does is it basically eats inside the layer mask 1 pixel radius around the entire thing. So you'll see...
you can choose how many pixels it will munch into.
So you'll notice if I slowly, just with the arrow key, start going up and up and up, you'll notice it's eating into it bit by bit by bit. Right? So if we go all the way back to 1, what that's done is we'll look at the before and after. You can see that's before and that's after.
Marvelous.
Yeah. So that is a really cool way to help sell the effect that you've now put this guy in and he's not a paper cutout. So
yes. So he does, at the moment he still looks a bit like one, but but doing that just takes that little halo away.
Yes. So we've now removed that halo, which is awesome. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make it look like he is inside the bushes. He's emerging from the bushes, and in order to do that, you can basically duplicate your background layer, so which is our foliage here, and put it on top. And then if you hold Alt on the keyboard and select the layer mask, it's going to create something called an inverted layer mask. And now with the brush tool, we can just paint on, and we can kind of blend him in. But we want to do it with a plant brush, so it looks like that there's leaves that are kind of blending him in. So I found this really awesome plant brush that I found, and it's completely free online.
So this was something you found outside of Photoshop. You went out.
Yeah, so I looked for a plant brush, and I found this one, and it's literally got grass brushes. Yeah. It's got grass detail brushes.
Distant grass.
Yeah, it's literally got everything: bushes, leaves, everything that you can think.
And you got that whole set in
whole set completely
download.
Free, and it's fantastic. So, yeah, you can basically now just rotate the brush with the arrow keys and just paint around, and it now starts to look like that he's almost behind these bushes here. And I'm going to just do that.
He's taken on something of a menacing look now. He's coming out.
He's kind of creeping out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're now going to just start to like slowly blend him in. And you can see when I click, each click, it's randomizing the brush for me. So it gives us this random element to the like brush that you're making, which is a really nice touch. And now, if we use this leaf brush, then we can...
like that one.
Yeah, this one's cool. So we can zoom in here, and you can see we've got some leaves that look in a similar shape. You can now just start clicking around, and if you've got any like rogue ones, you can just remove them. But you can just start clicking around, and now you've got like these leaves that are just kind of covering him a little bit from the front, and then we can do the same on the side here. Perhaps over the rope here and over his hand a little bit. Blend that in a bit more. And just a little bit on the sides.
So certainly at screen size, at the top, the kind of size this thumbnail would be viewed at.
Yeah.
It's completely believable as an image. Obviously, if we were putting that on a billboard,
course, that's such a good
you'd probably
point.
have another 90 hours work in lining all of that up.
Oh, yeah. But because this is a thumbnail, and what I love about thumbnails is that you can make them so quickly.
Yes.
Like, you can make them quickly because they're these tiny little images, especially on YouTube, for example. They're these tiny images that people, would have to really lean into to get a good look at. So you don't have to be super precise, which is why I love them, because you can generate them really quickly and you can just move on to the next one.
And of course, making the thumbnail that's not where you want the bulk of your time to go. You're making the content that the thumbnail is showing. So
for the average content creator who's making their own content, you've, as you said, you've made the video, you've then edited it, you've put it together, and then the last thing that you're thinking about is the thumbnail. But really, the first thing that you should be thinking about is the thumbnail, especially with YouTube, because that's what's going to be getting you the clicks. That's what people are going to be clicking on. And a lot of the big creators nowadays are thinking about the thumbnail first and the video follows after.
Really?
100%.
Well, that's really interesting.
Yeah, and if there's no good thumbnail for it, they won't make the video. I work with a lot of clients who I'll be designing a thumbnail for them, and if they aren't happy with it, they'll scrap the video and they'll go on to the next one.
Even though the video can be awesomely produced and exciting and full of...
Well, this is in the ideation phase. So when people are thinking about what video should I make, they'll come up with an idea. If it's a great idea, awesome. If they can't find a thumbnail that looks good, then they won't waste their time. A lot of the clients I work with, they won't waste their time. They'll just move on to the next one until there's a thumbnail that works for it. Or, yeah.
It's really interesting because it feels like an inversion of, where posting began. But again, that's another TED Talk we can do another time.
Absolutely. Yeah. So we've now started to kind of blend this guy in a little bit here. And I'm just going to quickly drag in this snake, for example. And the lighting is completely off for this, but we're going to fix that.
It is a snake.
Momentarily. Yeah. So we've got this like 3D snake here that you can see, and we're going to basically wrap it around his neck. So you can do this in Photoshop really easily. We're going to flip this guy horizontally here so that you can see we've kind of got a lot going on this side. So
we have. So and now we have a snake as well.
And now we've got a snake. Hey, look, we need to keep it interesting. So here we go. We've got our snake in place. I'm going to reduce the opacity of this here and then add in a layer mask so that we can start removing areas that we don't want to have. So we can see here, if we wanted to make this snake look like he is kind of wrapping around his neck, then this part of the body, first of all, would not be here. So we need to remove that.
So it's just old-fashioned erasing.
Oh, pretty much. Yeah, we're
so
basically
take the opacity down.
Yeah, we're just removing the areas that we don't want, and.
So you used a mask there to do that, whereas I might have made that layer, or have either made it a multiplier there, or taken down the opacity so I can see the guy behind. But you can also do it with masks.
Yep. So I've basically just changed the opacity here down here, taken it down so I can see what I'm working with, and then I'm just gonna dab around the edges and just remove the parts that I don't want.
Leave that scary mouth intact.
Leave the scary mouth intact. And there we go. We can tidy that up a little bit.
So we have a comment here, again from Ampliar, who says, I've been using Photoshop for almost 5 years now. I really can't believe how I haven't been using most of these tricks. Also, Rourke, I'm the guy helping with the reel recordings.
Oh my gosh, right, yeah.
That means
yes, yeah, no, absolutely. Yes, no, I'm very familiar. We work together. So I should really know who that is. Yeah, no, I really appreciate that, man. He's very good at designing himself, so yeah, he's fantastic.
I hope you're taking notes, Ampliar.
So what we can do now is we can use an awesome tool called the Puppet Warp tool. Have you ever used this?
Oh yes, I adore the Puppet Warp.
Yeah, it's super cool. So Puppet Warp...
I don't usually get the chance to use something like that in my work, so I mainly just use it to play with, but we're about to see.
Right, so you can use the Puppet Warp tool to kind of plot points on a person or a thing, and then you can... So let's say we kind of put on all of these like pivot points, and now you can start to move them in any direction. So let's say we wanted to move this so it's kind of bending down, and we can kind of completely change the shape of this snake and like where he's going. So let's say we wanted to bring this down like so. Cool. So now we've kind of done that, we can also bring back this area in here with the layer mask, and that's why I love working with layer masks. You can simply add and remove areas very easily, although that being said, it's not working now, so that's classic live fashion, isn't it?
Oh, and Daniel says, are we going to see some Puppet Warp action? Daniel, you've been rewarded for your patience.
So here we go. We've now used a bit of Puppet Warp, and we've now basically kind of coiled him around. But let's say we wanted to make his tail, again, blending into these leaves so it looks like he's kind of coming out of the leaves, then we can do that super easily as well. So we're going to duplicate our foliage layer again and bring this back to the very top. And we've already got a layer mask that we don't need, so we can remove that and press Alt on the layer mask to create an inverted layer mask again. And then we can use the brush tool with a grass brush or a different plant brush, and we can basically just start to paint around the edges here with white as our foreground color, and then we can kind of make him in the bushes like so. So now he's
had the end of his tail chopped off.
He has. Let's add it back, and there we go. We can.
I did quite like the whole tail.
Yeah, you like the whole tail?
Yeah, I did actually.
Okay. Well, now it's kind of peeking out from behind the bushes, so we've got a bit of both here.
Very big snake, isn't it?
It is a big snake. It's a big guy. So now let's add in a couple of adjustment layers on top of this. And we're almost done with this thumbnail now. So we're just going to add in a levels adjustment layer, and levels adjustment layers basically allow you to change the light and darkness of your photo. So you can adjust the lightest point of the image. And as you can see here, when I change this level, it's basically taking the brightest point and reducing it. Same here with the blacks, it's taking the darkest points and reducing it. So if we create a clipping mask, you can either click this button here or hold Alt on the keyboard and select in between the two layers. Now we've clipped it to the snake. So now when we start to adjust this, we can kind of make it a similar level of light.
It's a little bit more natural there, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit more natural. I'm not going to go into too much detail just for time today, but there you go. You've kind of now added in a snake. Cool. So now we can export this. So let's say we exported this.
Have you saved it?
I haven't.
Call me old-fashioned.
So let's say
there's a lot of work in that.
There is a lot of work in that, and we'll save it. We'll save it afterwards because you never know, I might end up using this. But so now we're going to bring this into a vertical format. So our vertical format is, of course, our 1080 by 1920. So now we've got this here, we've got our fantastic area to work with, we can bring in the thumbnail that we've just made. So here we go, we've got our thumbnail. Now we can make a selection, and we can repurpose this for Instagram really nicely by just simply selecting like so, hold Shift to add to our selection, and use Generative Fill to fill all that space in. And then we're going to repurpose an image that was originally for widescreen into your vertical format. And I can't stress this enough, for any niche, if you've got a great product photo that you might have, you can repurpose it into a fantastic Reels thumbnail.
So that's obviously that's done that brilliantly and seamlessly. The guy in the middle looks a little bit small.
Yeah, we're going to make him bigger.
Oh right, so you wouldn't take a crop of the image and then paste that into the portrait format?
You can do, but let's say we added in our visual square so we can see what we're working with here. This guy is going to be way too small for us to play with. So now that we've made this like big image, we can now zoom in if we wanted to, or we could zoom out and expand it even more. But in this case, our guy is a bit too small. So let's create this square again so we can see what we're working with our Instagram thumbnail. And now we can see that this guy is not taking up a huge amount of space. So we can just press Ctrl-T to make a selection of all of this. And we can now drag these up and make this guy much more prevalent in the middle of our thumbnail. But we also want to allow space above to add in text, to add in things that we might want to add in, maybe our logo. So let's say this was a YouTube channel dedicated to wilderness and you were doing a video about snakes, for example, and you wanted to showcase, maybe do an explanation video about a snake. So we can use the object selection tool and you can see it's already trying to make a selection of this guy here. So if I just click here, it will now make a selection around this fella. And then let's see if we can get the snake in as well. Let's just add that into our selection.
There's a bit of his leg left, which I hadn't realised.
Yeah,
it's highlighting
out the
a little
bottom.
bit of his leg. Yeah.
So now we've got the snake. It's done a really good job of identifying where we want to make that selection. So now we've got a fantastic selection of that. We've put that onto a brand new layer. So there's our man here, kind of creeping out. And we can now start to whack in some text. But I always encourage people when they're making thumbnails to get really creative with how you display text, because you could just display it by just typing it on, or you could add it in loads of different formats. When you step outside, you see text in all kinds of ways, on signs, on shop fronts, in all kinds of ways, on apps. There's loads of ways that you're seeing text, maybe even like buttons. Like, you can get really expressive with how you show text. And I try to do this on my Instagram thumbnails too. You'll see, like here, I'll have a button that says fix color. And this is an awesome AI feature in Photoshop that just basically fixes all the colors for you. So I highly encourage you to get creative with how you try to showcase your text. And you don't just have to slap it in, but
There should be a button, text slap.
Text slap.
If you're in a real rush, you can text slap or you can text whack.
Slap it in.
Yeah. Really like that font.
Yeah, no, this one's amazing. So here we go. So let's say we wanted to do a Snakes Explained video. So I'm just gonna chuck that in here. And we're gonna chuck it behind our subject. So he's now, the text has got a bit of depth. It's behind our subject here. You can even make it poke out a little bit, and we can always check our visual kind of identifier to see where this is coming in. And we can just increase the size of this. And now here is another really cool way that I like to display my text, and you can see it in this thumbnail up here. So let's have a look here. So this thumbnail with this kind of Tabasco sauce here, you can see we've got the word video that repeats itself and it kind of fades out really nicely. And I like to do this. So let's say we want to add in the word explained. And this is basically going to be a video about explaining what this snake does. So let's chuck in the word explained like so. Now, what I really like to do is we can duplicate this text layer. 1, 2, 3. So I've duplicated that 4 times. So we've got all of these layers here. You can see on the side. Let's make this a bit bigger. So you can see our text layers here. We've got the word explained duplicated 4 times. If I take the top layer here and we move this down, maybe around here, we can now make a selection of all 4 of these layers. And with the move tool selected, you can go in the 3 dots here and select distribute spacing, and it will equally space that out nicely for you.
I've never seen that before.
Such a helpful tool.
I did wonder where that was going for a minute.
Yeah,
but that's really
it's
good.
really handy. So like, I'll show you another example. Like if we move this all the way down here,
yeah,
make a selection of all your layers, go to the 3 dots and use distribute spacing.
So it's equidistant, and you don't, it's like leading, but you haven't got one text box with all the text in and you're changing the leading. It's separate text boxes.
Yep.
Interesting.
So that's really cool. And now we can group this together. So with all of our layers selected, you can press Ctrl G, and I now grouped this layer together. So you can see that in our layers tab here. We can also add layer masks to groups, and this will affect the entire group. So let's say we use the gradient tool, because we know, we've kind of covered this already, that if we use the brush tool and we have black selected as the foreground color, it's going to remove areas, right? But if we have a gradient, let's say we use the gradient, so we can select the gradient tool here with white to black. Now, if we use a gradient and we drag it down, it's going to nicely kind of fade that out for us.
And again, because you group them, it's treating it as one
unit. Kind of image. Yeah. But you can also like go in and make these changes. We haven't like condensed this into one layer. This is all changeable and editable at any point. So it's non-destructive.
Rather like that as it is.
Yeah. So this is really cool. And you can even just like adjust one of the colors to give yourself a bit more of like a,
Can we glow the snake?
Yeah.
Can we glow the word snake?
We're going to glow the word snake. So let's change this to, let's change the color of this. let's make it yellow. So I like that. And we can even chuck on, last thing before we start to schedule this in Express, we can add in a lens flare. So we could add in a lens flare wherever we like, for example, and we can just change the blending mode of this. So you can see here, I've just brought in this image of a lens flare, and this is a really nice touch for thumbnails too, that a lot of people kind of don't use. And I really like lens flares. They're just gorgeous, aren't they?
They're one of the oldest things available in Photoshop. I feel like they've been there for all of time.
Right.
Heavily underutilized.
100%, 100%. So we can, I've got a little white line here, so we can just remove that. So now let's say we wanted to add a glow into our text here. We can use our awesome plugin. We can just hit new, and we can now start creating this glow effect. So we're going to use the masks and take a color selection of the yellow here. So now it's updated the mask. We can adjust the threshold, lower that down a bit, even more. And now we've got a really cool glow on the word snake. Maybe we could increase the exposure. And now we've got some awesome glow. And we can also colorize this however we like and just hit save. So now we've got this orange glow. And that is so visually like striking. Like you've got some bold colors in there, you've got big text. And when you see it, you pretty much know what you're getting in for. Maybe you could add in something that relates to your niche, something, some logo that relates to your niche. But I'm happy with this.
Okay.
Now let's say we wanted to take all of this and we wanted to schedule this in Express. Sip of water before we get into this.
Yes, do. So this calendar is available inside Adobe Express, and
correct.
You use this in your
I do. So this is a great way to schedule your content. So on the scheduler here on the left-hand side in Adobe Express, you can schedule your social media work. And I used to use this as well at the old agency that I used to work at in London. So you can simply, let's say we wanted to upload something for tomorrow, then we can select a new post, right? And in here, we've got our caption that we want to have, but we can also select the channels that we want to upload to. So I've got connected my Instagram, my TikTok, so we can easily just upload straight to both of these platforms all within Express. And then we can select the reel option because this is going to be an Instagram reel. And then we can either drag and drop, which I'm going to do. Got a tickly throat now.
Oh no.
I know. Worst time for it.
Some sweeties here.
Yeah, maybe.
Sweetie.
Maybe that would be.
I'll unwrap you one.
Thank you. That's very kind of you, Sarah. So let's say we wanted to upload this glow tutorial. Right, so I'm going to upload that. And while that's loading up here, we can start writing a caption. So for my...
So this is the caption that appears below the text,
correct.
Below the image in Instagram and
correct.
In the body. Yeah, okay.
And I've got a really good tip that I want to share with you guys that will help you if you're a creator and you're looking to maybe work with more brands and things like that, then I've got... Lovely, thank you. I've got a great tip to help you get more brand deals, so stay tuned. So this, we're going to add in a caption. So let's say we want to have how to add a glow effect in Photoshop. Cool. So now we've got this basic caption. You can hit generate here, and Adobe Express has like a few features. We can lengthen this if we wanted this to be longer. You can select the lengthen button, and it's basically now going to give us like this really detailed...
That's super long.
Yeah, it's super long. But do you know why that's good? Is because Instagram, TikTok are SEO platforms. They're search engine optimized, and they take the words that you put in your description and they use that as information to show who we're going to show your video to. Especially when people are searching for like, if people were searching how to make a glow effect in Photoshop, all of these keywords is what some of the data that they're using to help match them with me.
So that's a good one to, that's good. A long form for Instagram.
Yeah, long is good. Also, another tip is that people fail to realize that if someone is watching your video and also reading the caption, you're getting longer view time on your videos, which means it's more likely to get promoted to more people.
That's great.
So if you have a caption that's this long and someone's reading the whole story, you're going to have a really long view duration on your video, and it's more likely to perform well. Yeah, all these little tips and tricks. But we need some hashtags in here. So let's say we inserted this, click the insert button, it goes straight in. We can generate and we can rewrite this. And what I love about the rewrite feature, it shortens it, but it also adds in, we can insert here, sorry, generate new caption.
Okay.
Generate new caption. gives you hashtags that you can use, which is really helpful. So I just copy and paste these. So I copy and then I'll add it into the one that we've just made. So I'll paste that in, and now we've got a really nice, like, useful hashtags that we can use for our post. So that's cool. And you can also have an option here when you schedule it for the first comment. So it will basically write in the first comment for you.
Yeah.
And for that, you can also improve your search engine optimization by writing in a few hashtags. So I might use hashtag Photoshop, hashtag glow,
hashtag tech slap, snake.
I almost had text spat. That's not what we want. Text slap, and maybe a hashtag tutorial.
So that's brilliant. I need to explore all of this because I could probably use the calendar at the minute. In the last couple of minutes of the stream, where are we going from here?
So we're pretty much here. We're just about to schedule this post. Before you schedule it, you can either publish it now, and you can even select the time, for example. So let's say we wanted to schedule this, my usual posting time, 9 o'clock in the morning. Then we can quickly just schedule that like so, 9 o'clock in the morning, which is on Saturday tomorrow. Hopefully everyone has a lovely weekend. And you can save this as a draft as well if you're not ready to post it yet, and you can get other people to come and have a look and maybe approve your post before you schedule it. But we want our thumbnail. And what I've done in this reel, the very last frame of this video is the thumbnail that I've made.
Okay.
So now when I click confirm here, it's going to take our thumbnail that we made earlier, and now you can use your thumbnail in your video. So this is now going to take our thumbnail.
So I saw a preview button at the bottom there. When we hit preview, what?
Yep.
Will that
so when
show
you hit
us?
the preview, this is like now going to show you pretty much like your video on Instagram and also in the TikTok.
Which you've preloaded into the system.
And then we can just hit schedule. And it is that simple. You can see it's all there ready to go. And that'll be posted tomorrow.
Astonishingly useful. When you're doing something like you're doing something daily at the moment, I'm doing something daily at the moment, and it's a lot. It's a lot. You know, it could be like a 1 minute video on the screen, but yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you, Rourke.
Yeah.
That was truly enlightening.
Glowing. Glowing.
Yeah, so we're going to have to watch that back.
Yeah, please. And thank you everyone for having me. This has been a dream come true. It was my goal this year to do an Adobe event, and I'm very, very grateful that I'm
snuck
able
it in
to be
just
here.
before the end of the year. You ticked that one off. And,
thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you again, Rourke. That was brilliant.
Thank you.
We'll be back. welcome back.
Hello. Bonjour. Hello, everyone. How are we doing?
I'm here with Hadrien, who is a senior Adobe Evangelist. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yeah, that's my title, indeed. So crazy. Hello, how are we doing all? Today we're gonna do Express. You've done Express a lot. Look, there's a nice presentation underneath. Fantastic, I love that. We're gonna do Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. I'm going to do a Christmas card. We're going to personalize a Christmas card. I mean, I'm going to tell you a tiny bit more about it because I got a nice slide for you ready. So let's go to my slides straight away.
Let's get on with it. Yeah,
let's go. Look at that. I make a lovely winter scene here. All that in Adobe Express. Yes, thank you. So I'm going to do a demo. So I'm Hadrien Châtelet. They're great. And I'm with Sarah Coleman _. Well, it's hidden, but you can find that on the demo. Oh, yeah, I love that. Thank you. Go back, Coleman _ Inky Mole. So following us if you want to. And I'm going to talk to you about the Express.
And what a view to start with. That beautiful view of the mountains there with the snow on it.
What? Say that again?
The beautiful view with the snow and the mountains.
It's nice.
Great start to
It's a very nice start, right? It's beginning of December. We love Christmas. All right. If you don't know me yet, I'm going to say a tiny bit more about myself. Yes, my name is Hadrien Châtelet. I am indeed a designer, a senior design evangelist and community advocate for Adobe. So you may have seen my face a bit. So I'm going to talk to you about Adobe Express. I wrote a book about branding. I'm very dyslexic, so I might going to do some mistake, but that's fine. We're all good and we're going to have a lot of fun doing Adobe Express stuff. And today we're gonna design a Christmas card. Yes, indeed. From A to Z with the back, everything. Then I'm gonna explain to you how you set that to print. Because yes, from Adobe Express, indeed, we can send straight away to a printer and it just magic. I love that. We're gonna do some animation because yes, print is amazing and it's not dead, yes, but we can do as well animated for social media and fun. And we're even gonna design a jumper with the design we do. So much stuff.
And Penny on the chat is saying, yay, Merry Christmas. So someone's in the spirit.
I love that. Merry Christmas indeed. Yeah, to that.
Hi, Penny.
All right, fantastic. Let's start. This is Adobe Express. We know where we are here. We're not lost. Great. And today I just want to start from an amazing picture I've done. I didn't take it. I would love to have taken it, but it's good. So before I go too fast, way too fast, look at here, just there, start with your own content. So that can be a picture, that can be an AI file, so Illustrator file, PSD files. It will open here. It's just fantastic. So I got this amazing mountain view. I'm sure you all love it. Look at those colors. I love it.
And where did you find this image?
Well, that is Adobe stock. I would have loved to take it myself.
We could have pretended and I would have believed you since the Alps are viewable from these windows.
Yeah, you can see I'm like a hiker. I spend hours and days to hike very far. No, I'm not. But I wish I am. I wish I was. All right. Let's press OK and now it's going to come in front of us. Obviously, life really good. So now we have this pop-up. Very interesting. We have an image on the left side. On the top here, we can choose the size we want it. So if it's original size, a square for Instagram, for example, 16 by 9 and 16 portrait, that's great. And look what just appeared underneath. Literally, the AI understood that it was a winter scene, so he have created some template for me if I wanted to do a poster, for example. But look at that. Patagonia, winter theme, winter hiking. I love that. They just give us some stuff.
There's some quite nice crops there as well, some quite intelligent crops.
I know.
I like this one here, travel around. Yeah.
Travel here, and they find, fun, they just see what you want. But you know what? We are all creative and designer, and I want to do everything from scratch. So, sorry AI, just leave you on the side. I'm going to do my way. All right, that's fun, no? All right, okay. So we're going for original aspect ratio just here. So click on that, and here we are. So we know here, I don't need to explain where we are. We are into Adobe Express. We just open the files. We start to have all our tools around it. The first thing we want to say is like, okay, we want a postcard. So let's make a postcard. I need to resize this image as a postcard, right? So, but you may don't know the size of a postcard, and frankly, we're in 2024. We don't need to learn all the size anymore. We just go there on the top left corner here, resize, and here's opening all the different sizes for social media, Instagram, and look, if I scroll all the way down, there's a lot. Definitely way too much.
Postcards are different sizes in different countries as well. So a postcard for me will be different from a Japanese postcard, for example. So
you are absolutely right, Sarah.
And I'm seeing a huge menu of proportions there.
That is not special for Japan or the country. I think it's just just UK one and US one. If we have any problem, you can always go to your printer. We'll talk about that later. Okay, I'm having picture and photo here. Oh, great. And we're gonna go simply postcard here. I click on that and then I'm like, okay, cool, that's good. It tells me even the sizes, 148 millimeter by 100 millimeters. Okay, cool. But I realize, and I don't know if you know that, but when we give a size, it's always the width and then the height. So that would mean that my postcard is landscape. And I would like a portrait one.
I would agree. I'm a fan of portrait.
Portrait will be nice, right? So you just have to remember, see, I didn't have to learn it. It's just 148 by 100. Just untick that, go back all the way to the top, and we're simply gonna do it ourselves. First of all, change the unit. We don't want pixel, we want millimeters. You see how I chose the drop-down menu here? Great. Millimeters, down. So this time, the width first, 100, and the height as well after 148 millimeters. Great. So now, before I click resize, I have to tell you something. I'm gonna do a bit of magic. You know the Adobe magic, we all know it. If you have noticed on the top here, we have this new feature, expand. That means I'm gonna ask, okay, I want to turn it. You can see now it's landscape. I'm gonna do portrait, but I want to create more sky. I don't want to just crop it. I want to extend this image. So that's why I let it tick and look at the magic. I click on resize now. I could have duplicate.
And look at the animation.
And
look at it.
First of all, it's very pretty.
That
you don't
magic
see
happening.
that, but I love colors. It's just magic happening. Look at that.
I
Look
could
at
just
that.
watch this for 5 minutes. Let's chill me out.
Hopefully, we won't do that for 5 minutes. And there you go. You have created. So give us 3 options. All nice, beautiful. Oh, this one is actually quite cool.
I really like that one. Yeah.
This one. I like the.
That's
clearness.
magical, but the bottom one's got drama.
Yeah. You said drama. Okay, we go for the drama. We all good on the chat. Drama it is. So when you're ready, you can generate more if you want to have more, but we love this one, so it's great. And we just go and say keep. Yes, I keep this one. Thank you.
Lucy says Raphael is into the magic.
I'm sure he's into the magic. Raphael, fantastic. So now we have, well, that's great. We have shut down, but don't worry, that can happen. We are coming back. My computer
this
just
is the point of life, isn't it? It's like, look, and all. It's everything.
Well, if that's just not magic, my computer just crashed and it came back right where we are. So you see, it's very stable, Adobe Express. Thank you very much for that. That saved a bit of time. Great. So we're back into that. We have our beautiful picture. Now we have the size. We are happy to that. Something I didn't tell you. This is a special Christmas card I want to do for you today. I'm like, okay, I want to send that to my grandmother. And we love dogs in the family.
What's your grandma's name?
Mina.
Mina. So this is for Mina.
So it's for Mina. Mina and I and all the family, we love dogs, and we have a beautiful dog called Arlo. And I was thinking, can I do a Christmas card with my dog in it? Of course you can have a Adobe Express. It's magic, right?
If you hadn't planned it, I would be making you do that.
Yes, you should have. Yeah. You should have, Sarah. Thank you very much for that. So we're going to insert a dog here. All right, so I go here. I get my dog ready. It's called Arlo. Look at his beautiful face.
Hi,
great.
Arlo.
I'm just simply going to slide Arlo inside. Come on, Arlo. No, I don't want this one. There. Up, we drop in here.
Drag
and he's here. Drop and drop. He's here. Is it not cute? Do you like my dog?
Yes, we like your dog. We
sure.
have Daniela from Uruguay who says, hello, and thanks for the tutorial.
Danielle, that's my pleasure. Okay,
Hi,
cool.
Daniela.
We have Arlo in the picture. I could go straight away and cut it Arlo out and it would be just right and perfect. But I would like to add a hat, a Christmas hat to Arlo, because it's Christmas at the end of the day. I wanted some fun. I want something quirky and, a bit me. That's a tip for you. You could have cut out and tried to create and generate after on the top, but if the image already cut out, sometimes there's some slice bug I experienced yesterday, so I would advise you keep your image as it is now. You click on it, you go to Insert Object here, the little funny dog. Actually, we love dogs in this house. Here you have a brush size, so if I do big and then lower, so I'm gonna slightly lower.
So what the brush is doing is the brush is determining where the space that this image is going to be generated inside.
Indeed, so that's a great question. I was going up slightly too fast and I'm sorry for that. Indeed. So we're going to brush out where I want to place my object. In this case, I would like to put the Christmas hat on Arlo's head. So I'm simply going to slide it here. Think about this, the type of size and shape of the hat as well. You don't need to be too precise, but just a tiny bit to just give an idea. So, my hat can be like that.
Yeah.
Big,
jaunty,
crazy hat like that. Like you could literally put dreadlocks in it. And my dog have a bit of dreadlocks, to be honest. And then you just write what you want to have. Be a bit precise, a little bit precise, but not too complex neither. So we're gonna do red and green hat. Oh, winter hat, very important. If not,
important. Don't want him in a sombrero,
no,
do you?
No, we do not. Although it would be fun. And now you make it, and look at that. Again, there's this magic kind of overlay gradient happening. And I think the developer spot on to that. The UX, I really love it. And look at that. It is not so cool. It's even better than the one I did earlier. Yeah, you have 3 options always. So you select the one you want. Actually, I do like this one.
I do.
This one works. Okay, cool. So now we have a hat and we say keep here. So close that. And I just want you to show you something. Every time you do, you insert an element on an image, it's automatically change the image. So now I have only one image. I don't have the hat by itself or anything. You just do an image. So you can do that. Obviously, you can come back. If you don't like it, you can duplicate your image if you want to be safe and stuff. But that's the way it is in Adobe Express. But I think it worked really fine.
So you didn't have to collapse anything down. It's not like layers where you
combine
here. Them.
We can see our layers just no, this way on the top there. That's my layer. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Can we have Miss Meteo? Yeah, my layers are here. And more we're gonna create, the more they're gonna stack on the top of each other. Cool. I got my dog. Now next step, what do we? We're gonna take out the background. And you may have known already, I'm sure if you follow all the lives, I will just have to go here and this beautiful dog, it's really a dog heavy today, and remove background. And I click once, look at that, a bit of magic happening, result, and I zoom in. Look at that! I got Arlo chilling here on the snow. Yes, Arlo. All right, cool. There's 2 things that we can manage a bit better. First of all, Arlo tiny bit look out of space because the color is slightly desaturated of my image on the back, and Arlo is a bit, it was not shot in the middle of snow mountains. So
we have a question on the chat.
We have a question.
Outframe, quick outframe. Daniela wants to know, can she add a PNG Christmas hat just as you did with the dog?
Absolutely.
Instead of generating?
Absolutely, you can. What is good to generate, you will understand the shape of the dog and stuff and place the hat actually better. You could, not directly with an image, but you can generate. I will show you in a minute. Actually, I can show you there. If
so
I were to...
the hat will be fitted?
Yes. If you generate, it will do. Like if I zoom on the dog here, you can see it really respects and go completely over the size.
Blow that up a bit more?
Yeah, of course we can do.
So it's even put the bit of fur on the outside of the hat, as if it was always wearing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I really understand the image, and I would advise you to just prompt the image. If not, you will look a bit out of place. Unless you want to have this look where it's like a kind of a collage aspect of it, and that's absolutely fine with it.
That's a good question, Daniela. Thanks for that.
You can, and I just want to show you something, Daniela. So if you work directly with on the picture, you don't have this option. But if you were to generate something else, a new image on the top, and if I go to my image, when I generate an image, okay, if I select this one, I will cancel it after. I can here on the top insert a reference image. So for example, you want a hat, a special type of hat. You can put a picture of this hat and it will generate the hat.
So that's like combining the 2 possibilities in one. It's using the PNG that Daniela asked about, but also adding the make it fit.
Exactly. That's why you have the both. That's work very well. But let's go back to our dog. All right. So come on, I just want to do that. Perfect. I got my dog here. So first I wanted to do is just slightly tweaking the colors because that can be very useful, and it's a bit of detail that will make your image so much more realistic and don't take much. So I select my dogs, at least the image you want to change, and you just go to adjust here. And here, look at that. We have the contrast, we have the brightness, highlight, shadow, saturation, warmth, and shape. We can sharpen as well a bit. The only thing I want to do, I just want to do a tiny bit of brightness on my dog, go to the warmth and make it a bit cooler. Look at that.
Now he looks chilly.
Exactly, look, it's more in the middle of the mountain, but we don't want too chilly. If I were to make it sharp, you can see the detail, but I don't really like it too much. I leave it here. You could have fun with blur as well here, but that's not what we want to do. It looks like, it jumped a bit. All right, that's just what I wanted to do. Something very subtle, but make a bit. And that's, okay, we have the dog here. But my dog It's not, I mean, it's good. We can make it like fit with the ice and stuff. But what I want to do here, I want it to stand on something fun. And I had this vision to do some kind of antique marble base it could stand on in the middle of the snow mountain. And yes, we can do that. So for that, I just moved the dog up for a minute.
His feet will be cold on the snow otherwise.
Exactly.
You know, he's not on a column.
I have more surprise for you, Sarah. You'll see.
Okay.
It's not finished yet. I
Okay.
have plenty of fun stuff for you. All right. Click on this image where I want to generate my element. We're going to do the same thing with the hat, but this time, okay, we'll go back to inside an object. I'm going to do my brush a bit bigger and say, okay, cool. I want this kind of like up, this stand to be here, a big square stand here. I've prepared on my note here. What I want to say is the antique marble stand buried in the snow. Perfect. You put it here, it's ready. And again, like we did earlier, we're gonna generate. And hopefully,
there's the magic.
It's gonna create a stand, a marble stand as I asked, but I really want the stand to feel like it's coming from the ice. It's not like something like in the middle of nowhere. Well, this one is a bit weird, but that's right. Cool. This is interesting. I don't mind this one. And this one is like a bit thinking. We can say, okay,
that one
is good. We can generate more if we want to, always. But you can see there already, like what I enjoy is how it just fits with the snow. He's really coming out to the snow, and that's really what I wanted. Oh look, we have some other option of a fair bit. So have fun. Obviously, we are playing with some very short prompt that I gave. We have fun, we live, but if you can adapt a bit your prompt, but it's not the time for today to do that. So I'm gonna keep this one. I'm actually quite happy with that. I lost my mouse. It's great. He's here. Come on, keep and close. Now we have this stand. I'm just gonna make it slightly more center. Okay, cool. It's getting here. My dog can now fit here. Look at that. We're getting there. We're getting there. But you know, it's missing one thing.
What?
One more thing. You know, Christmas for me, snow globes. Snow globe. Who doesn't like a snow globe?
I love a snow globe. I bought one last week.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Imagine, can we put the dog inside a snow globes? Do you want a dog inside the snow globes?
I don't think we need to put that out to the jury. I think that's a big yes.
Let's go. So I have my little prompt here, and we're gonna do it slightly different because now I want a new object on the top. So we're gonna do exactly what I showed earlier. We're gonna go to Media, generate an image. You can select if you want a square image, a landscape, or portrait, but a square would be perfectly fine. It's gonna be here, I place roughly where I want it. And now I'll just go here and just place. Empty snow globe isolated on a plain background. Like it's clear, I just don't want anything else. I just want a snow globe empty with a bit of snow.
Can I just ask you, there's a reason you've asked for it to be empty?
Yes, because I want to put the dog inside and I won't be able to empty what is inside.
So you would have to edit out the snow.
Exactly.
Okay.
You will see that it would generate an empty snow globe where we can fit the dog inside after.
Okay.
So that's good. I don't want, look here, what is interesting on the left here, the panel, you have all the AI options. So that's mean the type of style you're looking for, the movement, the look, the technique. So take a few minutes to look at them and select a bit more precisely what you expect to see. If I keep an artwork, for example here, content type, it will literally draw me a snow globe. But I don't want a drawing, I want a real snow globe here. I want this picture to look real in some sense. So I'm gonna change that to photo. You can see I could have a graphic, I could have let him choose what he wants or not. I just want to photo. Great. Then I want something that's actually beautiful and realistic. So if I'm change here, popular, okay, not here, great, fantasy, science fiction, no, I just really want something real. Theme.
So you can have a cyberpunk snow dome.
You can do cartoon, you can do vector. Have fun with it. AI is just, you have the creativity and you ask to have fun with it. It's quite fun. But today I'm gonna go hyper realistic and I know that in the concept, I'm gonna go beautiful. So simple, I want a beautiful, hyper realistic picture of an empty snow globe and go and generate. The time to generate, obviously I'm coughing a bit, that's absolutely fine.
Have some water.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, it's useful because we all get carried away, don't we?
And here are snow globes. So we get several. One, I like that. You can see empty, I get my snow inside, what I want to see. I think potentially this one is good. And you will see why. I'm gonna see in a minute. Okay, cool. I think it's Yeah, this one's gonna be perfect. You're gonna know why I'm choosing. Because I'm gonna slightly crop it. I have my snow globe, I'm happy. Now I want to place my dog inside. The first thing I'm gonna do, we did earlier, we're just simply gonna remove the background in snow globe. It's pretty easy, simple shape, done. Great, happy. Now I'm gonna use the cropping tool. You see here I can crop my picture to just get rid of this stand. And be able to place my globe on the top. Look at that. Now we're starting to have something interesting. But now you're gonna see, Hadrien, we lost Arlo, where's the dog? Okay, don't worry, he's here. I love it. So I'm gonna move the dog back up at the forefront. Now he's here.
It already looks like he's inside it.
Yeah, but we're gonna do even better. I'll do even better. I'm just placing here. And now same thing with the cropping. I'm just gonna crop his leg a bit, because it's going to be hidden inside the globe. The globe, perfect. I put in the center, so doggy will cut your tail as well, and a tiny bit of the hat to make it more realistic. But it should be fine like that.
Yes, because the hat would be squashed against the top.
Exactly. Now while we have that, I'm just going to create the effect is actually inside the globe. For that, I'm simply going to select my globe on the back, and I'm going to right-click on the globe and duplicate. So I right-click on the globe and I duplicate the globe. So now we're gonna have two globes on top of each other.
Okay.
If I select the both, I'm gonna make sure they're fitting perfectly on the top of each other by selecting. So I hold my shift key to select the both together, like that. If I select one globe, two globes. Great, you have them together. You're gonna go on the top on align, and we're gonna do middle and center. Like that, my two globes are perfectly in sync.
Magic buttons.
They're on top of each other. Make sure they are nicely centered. We're happy. It's important that. Great. They're in place. Now I'm going to take one of my globe on my layers and move it above my dog. So now it's on the top. And thank you very much. Do what I say. Now we're just going to play some transparency and some effect to make sure you blend with it. So on the left side, if you never know that, we have a blending mode. What is blending is how the transparency, how two calc or two images on top of each other will interact visually. So at the moment they're just plain, they just cover each other. But if I go here and I choose multiply, for example, it would kind of create some sense of transparency. But I'm probably gonna go to screen here and bring my transparency a bit down and see how now you feel that is inside the snow globe. Before it was just in front of it. And look at that. We have a dog inside a snow globe.
Dog in a snow globe.
Ta-da!
Who knew that was on the agenda today?
I know, it's fun. Now I'm just going to select all for a minute and just place everything. You're going to understand why. Okay, that's nice in the middle. I like that. See the timing? We're good. We're doing good.
We're doing really good.
Perfect. Because I'm going to show you one more trick in the books. Because we can. So before, why did I place it perfectly like that? Why slightly higher? I'm gonna use this empty space later down the line to write on it. It's really important when you choose an image, think ahead of what you're trying to achieve. We're trying to achieve a Christmas card. So what is inside a Christmas card? Just not the visual, but it's probably the word you want to say. Merry Christmas. This time we're gonna write Happy Holidays. So you need to make sure you have clear space. What we call empty space or white space is those space inside an image where nothing really happened. And look, inside the snow here, nothing really happened. It's kind of the same shade. So I'm going to be able to write something on the top and it will be easy for me to read it. If I try to write Happy Holidays there on the top of my dogs,
it'll be messy.
It's going to be messy. It's going to be in front of my dog, the central character. You don't want to cover that neither, and I won't be able to read, especially if you send that to your grandma. You want to make sure she can read it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So I've got just a couple of messages before you carry on. We have greetings. Ray says, greetings from London. Ray Lancashire.
Yeah, fantastic. No?
And then we have, it's adorable. I love it.
Thank you.
Not wrong,
Thank you.
it is.
It's not finished yet. I've got more surprise for you. Okay, cool. We place it when we already see ahead what we're trying to achieve here. If you are really new to design and you don't really know those rules of like layers and stuff, just go online and look at examples, how people have done it, how Christmas card, and just try to replicate not only the style, but the composition, because it will help you greatly. Okay, cool. We're good. We saved it. Now, the only thing I want to make it really real is I want to be able to see through the snow globe and see this mountain on the back. And we're gonna do exactly the same technique that we did with the dog, is duplicate our mountain and just place it between the dog and the snow globe. And then we're gonna have this effect of 3D and see-through.
And important to note, it's just my own mind has just reminded me, we're not doing this in Photoshop.
No.
This isn't a Photoshop thing.
No.
This is all available in Adobe Express. So
Exactly.
everything that's happening here, all these effects. And of course, we had the little crash, but it's all online. You're working online, aren't you?
Exactly.
So it's all
very
available.
fast. And yeah, for me today was really important to just show you that actually you can push the design. You can do something really intricate with Adobe Express. And it's just a question of like learning to use all those little tools, quite great. And the result is really mind-blowing. I absolutely love it. So I just selected my background because I want to see the mountain through my globe, okay? But still keeping my globe here. Select my background. I'm just gonna go and right-click again, duplicate my background. And once again, you go on the top. Now I'm just gonna make sure, by move it, I know where I'm gonna catch the background. So now I know they're, like that. They're on the top of each other right now. So my two backgrounds is perfectly on top of each other. Now, like that, if I bring it, I'm just gonna cover everything. Like we're gonna do it actually together.
And you could test, if you wanted to double check that those two layers were completely aligned. Obviously, you've got your align tool there, but also you could briefly just change that top layer into a multiply layer, and you'll see one through the other, and you've got an instant visual guide.
You see with my...
It's a little bit out.
Yeah,
just a little bit out.
All right, let's move it.
There you go.
Okay, I will do. I will do. Perfect. Thank you. There you go. We need to test it. Always test it first. You're right.
Always double check your
So,
work.
we're good. We test it. We're perfectly on top of each other. Great. If I now move it in my layers, in my layers on the top, I'm gonna move it up to be in front of the globe. Perfect. But now it's gonna start. I don't know if it's doing that. Now it's covering everything. I'm like, okay, but I don't want to cover everything. I just want to have a tiny bit. Okay, that's fine, because we're just gonna double click on the image and it's gonna bring us the cropping tools. So cropping is when you're gonna cut and you're gonna use just a part of the image. And obviously we can keep it to something, a square or rectangle, by just moving the corners, but we can as well have some shapes. And look at that, we have circle, we have oval, we have other different triangles and multifaceted stars, heart. We're just gonna go for a circle. So now, we're just gonna take a bit of time, but we're just gonna cover the circle around the globe. Like that, it will not go across everything. I just want my globe.
Perfect. Yes.
It would be good like that. And then you click outside and I have it. So he's here. But you can see now, I'm like, but I want to see the globe more. So we're gonna do exactly the same technique that earlier. We're just gonna go in the blending mode, see which one worked the best. Look at screen is
that's not
perfectly.
bad. Screen's not bad.
I know, look at that. And now you really think you're inside the globe. I just love it. Look at that.
It's got a glow to it.
I like it, it's fun, huh?
Not that I'm obsessed with glowing suddenly, but it does have a glow to it.
Really, if I want, I can really be picky because I want to see the stand a bit more. So I'm just gonna duplicate it once again. You can go on detail. You see, like even crazy designer like me, who's really obsessive about like all the details and stuff. Like, I need to be like that. I'm gonna be able to do everything I want the way I want. So click on that. Yep. Right now, I'm just gonna select the stand for a minute. Yep. I'm gonna probably have to make it perfectly aligned. Where is it? Up. It will work like that, and I move it up now. So what I just done, I just wanted to see more the stand. It was slightly covered. It's strange. Am I gonna have to take your technique down?
We could pretend we've got like a double stand there. Yeah, the opacity is always worth a check.
Look at that. So I'm just gonna place it. I think I got a bit too carried away here.
Oh, no such thing. Not in this room.
I like that. Not in this room. Up. So now we have slightly more realistic. I got really my stand. I got my gloves. Hey, look at that. Fantastic. We just made a dog with a Christmas hat inside a snow globe on the mountain view from scratch on Adobe Express. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not... That's fun, right?
Round of applause.
I did it. All right. Yay!
Hey!
We have the tech assistant there. All right, cool. It does look fantastic for a start. But now, okay, cool. I'm just gonna add a few more stuff to make it really, really Christmassy. First of all, we're gonna do a frame of snow because every Christmas card must have a frame of snow here. And nothing simpler to just go to your media. Now we're gonna go to element here. I'm gonna do snow frame.
And I'm guessing there will be options here. There'll be more than one option.
Look at that.
Wow.
See, all the designers said have several ones here.
I'm quite drawn to. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, a white one, I like that. So
I like that
let's
one.
try this one. So
see, that one with the blending mode could be quite interesting.
Click once. Let's go here. Let's come on the top. Great. I'm gonna want to do a 90 degrees turn. So I'm going here. I'm gonna hold my shift in the same time to stop at the angle. So it's gonna click at 90 degrees, not gonna go further away than that. Up, 90, perfect. Release everything, have it. Now I'm gonna place it nicely here on the top and stretch it all the way down. Perfect.
Oh, I love it already.
It's fun, right? And just move it just there. And look at that. Oh ho ho. And now we want to write happy holidays. So I could go, there's millions of fonts you can write happy holidays with and stuff. But I want, and that's a trick for you if you're not sure. Go see on the template, go see what other people have done. And I saw one of the templates yesterday. They are a pre-written happy holidays, absolutely beautiful. So I'm like, hey, let's use this one. So again, we are into our elements. There's here, all my elements here, and I'm gonna write happy holidays. Perfect. And design view, design whole. And then you're gonna have plenty, like, even if you don't know what to add to that, I would like to add anything. Don't add too much, by the way. But I would like to add something fun. Look at what you have here. And if I scroll.
Could you narrow that down by making the prompt Happy Holidays text or Happy Holidays lettering? Would that bring down your options?
Let's try it now. I could. Text. Fantastic. It's here. I just wanted to make sure I find the same one I found.
Not just a Christmassy face.
Exactly. So this one, I really like this one. I don't know if you see it. I'm going to click it and put it much bigger. Look at this one. Happy holidays here. And we can... It's looking good. And I could actually make it lighter to be able to see more. So how I'm going to do that? I click on the elements. Because it's not... It's not what we call an icon on Adobe Express. I can't change each color, but I will be able to add an effect on the top to change the overall color of this element. It's a PNG, see through it. So I click on it. I'm gonna go to effects, and here I get different effect here, grayscale. But I'm gonna go to duotone, and I'm gonna click on the settings here. And inside of that, I'm going to be able to change the shadow and the highlights. And by changing both to the same color, it's going to cover everything. So I'm going to do white here.
Oh, that's rather nice.
And a white.
That was nice as it was, actually.
Nice, actually. The yellow was really nice.
Yeah, because it was kind of... I don't know how you did that then.
I know what to do. There you go. Oh, actually. There you go. Oh, a bit of green, it worked good. And here we go. So you can as well, look, play around. I found that's actually looking really great. So here we have our amazing Christmas card. We have 20 minutes, perfect. I'm gonna show you what we can do in 20 minutes. Got my Christmas card, but I want to send it like that, like a real postcard. Great. I'm gonna just simply add a page here, and I'm gonna have the same. So
you could send this to print directly from.
I can. I'm gonna show you in a minute. So now I would like to do the back where I can write the address. Of course. So I can go same size, but I want it to be able to write the address this way. So I'm gonna custom size, and this time I'm just gonna flip it around. So it's gonna be 148, because remember 148 by 100. Add the page. So what I show you as well is I can have 2 pages, but with different size if I wanted to. It's not always repeating the same size. So now I have my size. I just need to put some line and a stamp. Very easy. For that, again, I go here and I just write, I don't know where it is. Don't worry, just type line. Favorite line. And here the line's coming up. I'm gonna go to icon, a simple line this way. If you use icon, as I say, you're gonna be able to edit those icons. I click on the line, it's coming. I'm gonna explain to you what it means editing an icon. I set it, I put on my line. Can you please go bigger? That would be lovely. No, you don't
Interesting.
Like, say, Hadrien, today is not your day. It's okay.
Can't see any
You can't see anything?
adjustment for size.
No, it would be opacity, blend, animation.
Oh, resize?
No, it's not that. So we're gonna just delete and restart what we're doing. I just don't understand.
Should just be able to stretch that, shouldn't you?
It was in shape. Okay. We have it here. It's here. I find it the right one. I just did the wrong one. So it's in shape. When in shape, now it's aligned. What I wanted to show you is by clicking now, I have option to change the thickness, change the color if I wanted to, but we're gonna keep it plain and black. And the opacity and everything. That's not, if you go on icon, you don't have that. That's perfect. And now we're just gonna go here. We're gonna turn around 90 degrees again. No, Hadrien. It's gonna be painful. He's gonna click it here. Perfect. One, if I'm gonna hold, I can do duplicate here and it worked and I align automatically. Or if I hold the option key on the Mac, it will automatically let me duplicate by moving like this way. If you wanted to know, that's a little trick. Up, I place it nicely, and we're missing a stamp. The same thing. I go to my elements. Elements. All right.
Christmas stamp.
Stamps. We could do Christmas as well.
Yep.
But on icon, you have plenty of fun stamps.
Postage
there.
stamp.
Look at that. That's sort of fun. Up. I don't know. You decided to be in grey, but you can just simply
I quite
change
like it
the
in
colour.
grey.
And it's fun. And now it's ready to go to print. Now let's talk about print for a few seconds before I go back to do something even more crazy. Print. When you want to print, you have to be careful of certain things because the printer gonna cut your design and you want to make sure you design right and well and you send your files perfectly. As a designer, if you don't know, you need to have what we call bleed. This means extra bit on the outside that the printer will cut in to make sure you never have a white border around your design. So you need to have 3mm extra by default around your image. And as well, you need to make sure you don't write anything important in the middle. I'm gonna go back to the screen and Adobe Express do it for you. Look at that. On the top you have margins. If I click on it, if I show bleeds, look what just happened. I'm gonna zoom in a bit for you to see.
Let's see that again.
I'm gonna click bleeds. Oh yeah, I need to zoom. Oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do one several times. By clicking show bleed, I added extra here. Like that, you can see the mountain, it would cut inside my mountain.
So has it done that? Has it added bleed for every layer in your image or just the mountain?
Just the mountain, because the mountain is here. And we'll see now, I know that I need to be careful and stretch my frame of snow a bit further away to make sure it cut my frame of snow. And the margins, you see it's added the blue line now, is to make sure I don't write anything too tight to the edges of that. So now I leave it here like that. I have like a kind of a, I know I need to be careful of, and I'm gonna stretch my little snow to make sure every of my files is perfect.
So would it be possible, if someone is watching this and they want to go away and try it, would it be possible to switch on the bleed and the margins before you start?
Exactly.
And then
that would be a great advice. Is straight away you switch on, you make sure it's all good.
But in case you forget as you're working, you can just do it at the end. Yeah.
Exactly.
No panic.
So that's good. I'm super happy with it. I'm just gonna download it. And there, if you don't know, don't worry, because when I click on the drop-down menu, I can see a PDF best to print. I won't bother you with the detail, but basically I crop my bleed always for the printer. It's the way of exporting an image that the color will be right. I'm gonna show you in a minute the files. It creates the bleed ready for the printer to go and use it. That's fantastic. Hopefully it won't take too much time and then we can keep on doing fun. Yes. I'm gonna go in my up and we're gonna go in our downloads and look at that. It created those marks and everything ready to go to print. So that is right now.
And that's a PDF as well, so it's ready to go. Which
PDF ready to go, perfect coloring.
No need to worry about layers or anything.
Exactly. That's what I love about Adobe Express is you can do so much stuff. All right, now very quickly you think, okay, cool. That's great, but what about if I wanted to do on Instagram and other things? Yes, you're right, you should be on Instagram.
Oh, that should be on Instagram, yeah.
We're gonna switch off those for a minute. I'm gonna just do quickly, I'm gonna move those layers on the side to group my happy holidays there, just group. By grouping, I will make sure that all my elements that I want to keep it together will stay together and the other one will get adapted to the size of the resizing. I don't know if that makes sense. We're gonna ask the computer to resize to some stretchy image and stuff, and to make sure he understands that I want to keep my snow globe and my dog together and not moving it around. I just group them together. Does that make sense?
It does. We do have a couple of questions, if briefly, because we're getting to the end surprisingly quick.
I know.
Daniela has pointed out, she's put, more important is that you print in CMYK. However, that applies if you're using full colour print. If you're sending to a digital printer, it would not
RGB
necessarily be relevant, depending on the type of printing that you'll use. But always check that.
Exactly.
Danielle has a good point.
I'm going to say something really strong here that maybe a lot of designers going to cover your ears, designers. What I'm going to say, you're Adobe Express, unless you have a huge contract with a big client where you need to be extremely precise with the pattern color and stuff. Don't worry too much. The transfer from the RGB to a CMYK for printing, it will be good. And as you say, for low, if you don't do more than 1,000 print, you will never go through really big offset press that will require really precise settings and CMYK and testing. So the color will be absolutely fantastic. So, and Adobe Express will do it all for you, so that's good. It's already making the maximum and make sure it will print as best as possible from your files. So don't worry too much about CMYK, RGB. It's the same thing with the sizing. We don't want to bother your head to know all that. It's already there, it's set up for you. So don't worry too much about that, I would say.
Right.
All right.
Thank you for the question.
Now let's resize that for social. Simply go to resize here and select what you want. We're going to do a square post, and we made you an Insta story, and duplicate resize. And automatic. Look at that. It went so fast. And by me, I say, okay, don't touch my dog. He didn't touch my dog. It's just this one. Okay, it did a bit. So it's you to make sure it's all back to normal. But it's a very, very tiny change. He done it. Look, the square is perfect. The square is here. And the square is here is nearly perfect. Don't worry too. He's done the best stuff. I should have potentially grouped the snow. So if you want to do a lot of resizing, try one and see which one work, which one move. And if when he moves, just make sure you group one to another, and it will work.
What's interesting there is I've just noticed as you crop things, you're not actually cutting the image. You are shrinking the size, the area shown. Yeah. So that I notice when you take it back out again to make it bigger, the information is still there. You haven't cropped that image.
No. Just
hiding the bit you're not using.
Exactly. And look, just replacing. So sometimes, but it is there, it's working really well. Look at that. And one thing I want to show you, we're going to have time. 10 minutes,
we've got
perfect.
time.
I want to animate that. I want the snow. I want to see the snow coming. So let's make that a bit bigger, and we're going to make it snowfall. So for that, you just simply go to your video here, and your media, select video, and we're going to do snowfall. Okay, perfect. And look at those. You have different snow who's falling down, and one who look more pretty. So you need to find the one on the black background.
So black background means there is no background. Is that what it means?
Nearly. We're going to take this one, 30 seconds, great. Click on it, it's going to go on the top. Make sure you take the full space I want. Stretch it. And at the moment, you say, well, Hadrien, we can't see anything. It's
nighttime.
You don't know what you're doing, Hadrien. It's rubbish.
Nighttime
but
now.
I'm going to put it just behind my dog. And you see, if I edit the timeline and show it, it will snow, but it doesn't work good. But don't worry, it's just a question of blending mode. So if I change my blending mode to screen, magic, now I got my snow. Look, I'm gonna zoom in for you because it's beautiful. When you're on blending mode, if you go on screen, the black becomes transparent. That's how it works in video. So if the background is black, you will be able to do this effect.
I feel like I'm at school, I'm learning. Every second that passes.
Actually, in front of my dog, it would be even better.
That's better. That's the one.
Oh,
that is the one. He's watching the snow go by.
Right, I wanted to do, from this design, we're going to take another design I done because, don't worry, we're going to create a jumper now because it's fun to do a jumper. So for that, that's the one I did. I'm going to start, I have my jumper here. I'm so happy with my jumper.
So where did you get that image?
So, yeah, we can do it. We have 5 minutes. I'm here. I just simply go to media, in my photo, and I just type red. jumper. And actually, I tried with Christmas earlier, but it didn't show up. So you have plenty of pictures of all those are like they're from the stock image. We could do that. Imagine that you want to do a jumper for grandma. Basically, say is amazing. Can we have one? Can we have a jumper from granddad? Say, of course we can. And it's get here. You can find your image you want.
And all these are fed through from Adobe stock, aren't they? That's what
exactly. We have only 8 minutes, so I won't go in detail, but basically what I've done earlier, I simply cut out I just get rid of my background. I just keep my snow globe. I'm Happy Holidays. I did find this funny green leafy aspect. And I did the only thing I want you to remember, when I created that, it was a white background at the beginning. You have to really make sure you click on the background and you change the background to no color. This way, that means it's transparent. So when I go share, download, I can select PNG transparent, and then when I download, it will download a PNG transparent directly of my image.
And it will take all of the layers and
they're all combined now on one.
PNG.
And look at this is transparent around it, and that's perfect because if I go back to my jumper image of my granddad, who's not really my granddad, I can simply slide in and place my beautiful look. Who would like a jumper like that? It's fantastic. And what is good is like doing those mockups. First of all, it's fun. Second of all, you can show that and you can send that to the printer. It's gonna do your merch. Say, okay, I want about this size. You're ready for it, and you can test it because now we just done it together. I'm like, okay, it's cool, but I can't read Happy Holidays. Yes. I can't really see it, so you can go back to your files and say, okay, now this time I'm gonna go to Happy Holiday, do the same thing we done earlier, effects, the duotone, and we're gonna find a duotone. The blue actually worked quite well. Maybe a lighter blue.
Lighter.
Can I do custom here? I'm gonna lighter blue, but I don't want to lose it.
That's quite nice.
Yeah, but the green gets lost with the other one. Let's try white because imagine,
Yeah.
even though we can't see really the transparent here, remember that's gonna be the red of the jumper. So I think we're good. And now we do the same thing, download PNG transparent. Couple of seconds, it goes so quick. I just love
to
And
let
then-
you know, we have
Yep.
Louise has just messaged in the chat to say that I think it's in response to the snow. It's amazing with 3 exclamation marks.
Oh, thank you very
And
much.
Nate's
Liz.
saying that's so cool.
Yeah, and I know I'm gonna
That
repeat
works.
again. We just done it in Adobe Express. It's not Adobe Premiere. We didn't do After Effects. We didn't went to Photoshop. None of that. Look at that. Now I got for my granddad the most amazing Christmas jumper ever, personalized with our dog into a snow globe and Happy Holidays. Is this not fun?
A lot of fun.
A lot of fun. And again, you can send that to a printer. The files are ready, transparent. You can send it PDF, by the way. If you want to send it in PDF. It will keep the transparency. It will keep all the color perfect. And the printer is going to be able to flog that into any jumpers, t-shirt you like to do. And that's how you can do all by yourself and personal with your dog. Did you enjoy it? Is there any question for that? I can talk on and we can do more shots. But any question how I did the video, for example, and you maybe have some question.
There's an outstanding question from Daniela who's still slightly concerned about CMYK, which is how you would with a book cover, can you make it in CMYK? Can you make files that are output to CMYK in
Yes,
Adobe
it will be.
Express?
So by default, let's imagine it's not an image. You have like plain colors and you really want to have those colors as close as possible from the CMYK. So by default, Adobe Express will understand the value of the RGB and what value the CMYK should be. So it will change those colors then. So it will be very, very close. And if you want to be more precise even, when you send it to your printer, ask your printer, first of all, to do a test run. But with this test run, you can have what we call a color swatch, a pattern color swatch, where you can actually see from your eyes the color of a CMYK with the value, with the RGB and CMYK value. You can share that as well to your printer, and your printer will be able to do some tweaking of your files, because the PDF files is actually a mix of pixel and vector. What does that mean? Is mean that flat colors can be tweaked after, they can be interchanged, they can be really precisely adapted. So if you want to do really precise prints from Adobe Express, with a printer to be exact to your printer, and you can ask your printer to verify that this color is perfect. And if it's not, it will tweak a slice, ever so slightly, to be as close as possible.
Always get a proof, I guess that's
always. Yeah, get the proof
proof.
after, because you never know, like, and printing is fun actually, you know, it's like kind of a process, you get to see the product and stuff. So if you want something really, really personalized and really precise, find a printer that is not too far from you. You can potentially even go to, if you go on printer online, you're gonna get good result, but you can never exactly have that. So go to a local printer, do some testing, see if you work or not. But by default, look, they have worked really hard in Adobe Express to be able to have this functionality to not only do digital, but be able to do printing stuff. And I know for a fact that this conversion from RGB to CMYK work really well. And that's how the industry standard work. In terms of like, that's the bread and butter of Adobe. We have created actually those colors with Pantone. PDF is those format of PDF we've been using for decades, those format, because they're the most stable and work really well. If you ever work with a printer, it will tell you, if you ask what do I export, it's a PDF 2001 is like a no-brainer. It doesn't move. So
that's a very, very fulsome answer. Thanks, Daniela, for the question, and it's a really good answer. I think there's a lot of questions been answered in one there, because obviously the more this can do, the more likelihood there is of people sending them to their print jobs, which is really important.
Yeah, and it's like, at the end of the day, Adobe Express it's to give you freedom to be able to express yourself more and to do stuff, and do not worry too much. You know, I was joking about like, 2024, who needs size anymore? We don't want to have to Google what the size for the LinkedIn banners and stuff like that. But it's true, we don't want to. We don't have time to that. It's just like, it's here, it's for you. Be a designer is not about knowing the size or the colors and stuff. Yes, a bit of technique, but it's about the creativity behind it. It's behind having fun and not feeling like stuck, not feeling that you're not good enough to deliver something. And that's what Adobe Express give it to you. Give you the power with your creativity to have fun, express yourself. Look, it's not the design of the world I did, but I think it's really fun. And my grandma definitely gonna be like, look, let's see again. Look, the snow's going. I love it.
A couple more comments just for the last couple of minutes. We've got InDesign and printing services exhaust me, LOL. I get that. It's a lot. And then we've got the program is simplified Illustrator and Photoshop together. It's crazy and wonderful.
Yeah, and not only Illustrator and Photoshop, but Premiere Pro for the video. Because I didn't touch it, but we can really have fun now with doing videos and stuff. I'm sure we potentially have a live.
Next time we should do some Premiere stuff.
Yeah. I'm gonna talk to Adobe guys. To do video here.
Thank you. And next we have creating custom wedding invitations with Meghan Bill and Andrew Hockradell, if I pronounced that correctly. And then following that, we've got illustrating menus for your wedding guests. Two areas that reach deep into my past as a wedding stationery designer to the stars, which is something we can talk about over dinner later. Thank you for joining us, and you did superbly well. Covered
My
so
pleasure.
much
Thank you very much, Sarah, for sharing this live together. Thank you everyone online. This is a pleasure. I hope to see you really fast, and we can always see each other online. That's always the case.
It's been a brilliant session. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks for all the comments.
Hello, chat. Welcome. Will you marry us today? Because we are working on a spring wedding all day here in the studio. I'm Andrew Hockrattle.
And I'm Megan Billy.
We are going to be doing all kinds of stuff today in Adobe Express across programs to create a perfect spring wedding.
Yes.
A serene spring? What would be a good little alliteration there? Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
maybe. All right.
Can you tell us a little bit about what we're doing, what the
Yes.
inspiration, and what the format is for today?
The inspiration today is me.
Here she is, y'all. Your inspiration.
I am inspiration. I am getting married, and it's actually a summer wedding, July 1st.
Okay.
Yes. So we will be designing all day stuff for my wedding, which is great because everyone that's here today is fabulous designers, and I'm so excited. So what we'll be doing today is starting with some inspiration. We'll be looking through color palettes, inspo. I'm going to design a little bit in Adobe Express to give Andrew then an idea of what I'm looking for, and then he's going to take what I designed and make it better, probably.
I'll try. So if you want to, you can follow along with us. You can fire up Express at express.adobe.com right now. You can collaborate with a friend or a significant other if you want to work on your wedding invite. Maybe is this like the catalyst for some people?
It's like work together?
Yeah. Like if you're like dating right now and you're like, well, I'm watching this great live stream about wedding invitations. You might as well get married.
Oh my gosh.
There we go.
Pressure.
Now's the time, chat.
Pressure.
And lots of people in chat. Trig saying, I'm excited to watch this demo. Us too. It's going to be a fun time. We have Megan working and we have me working.
Yes.
So Megan, what's your design background? Let's give a little context for what the screens are going to be.
Yes, this is the thing about Adobe Express that I love is it really is for everyone. So I have very limited design background. I like to think that I'm a creative person, but didn't go to art school, haven't done any kind of training when it comes to design except for watching Adobe Live, of course, where Andrew is then on the entirely other spectrum, where he is a professional designer, has made his whole career and living off of designing amazing things for different brands and all the cool stuff. So that's why Adobe Express is so great, because we can both work on this program seamlessly together to create something beautiful. So like I said, creative person, not necessarily a designer. So what I did to start this process is throw together some mood boards, some inspiration. A great use case for Adobe Express is putting together mood boards. You can see I just have taken photos from around the internet that really capture what I'm looking for in my wedding invites, my wedding colors. I want to show a really cool trick that actually Andrew taught me on an Adobe Live a long time ago on how I picked my color palette. So what I did is just created a square and then went into here and take the eyedrop tool and found the exact color within my color palette that I'm looking for. Great, that's pretty easy to do. Everyone knows that little trick. But the trick that Andrew taught me actually is something that I think is amazing in Adobe Express, which is creating brands and creating libraries. It makes everything so much easier because you can have everything saved. So the trick, bringing us into Adobe Illustrator. Do you know this trick?
We're in Illustrator. I was
Illustrator.
just shocked that we hopped into Illustrator. I was ready to just be in Express. Okay.
I'm a woman of many talents.
We're here in Illustrator. Okay.
So this is a very simple trick. So what I've done basically is just created squares and picked the hex code color that corresponds with what I had over here on my inspo board. And then what I'm gonna do is add these to my brand. I like this because sometimes when you're going into your brands, this is a little inside thing about Adobe Express. They do have the capability of having brand colors. So I'm coming in here to my brand and I have my brand color palette, which is great because then I can hit apply brand and it's going to apply those different color swatches to whatever I'm working on. But sometimes you just want to be able to like take the little dropper thing and find the color, right?
Yep.
Do you know this trick?
Maybe.
You taught it to me.
Okay.
I'm so excited. Okay, so what you do is just highlight all of them, come over to your libraries, and then you're gonna push plus graphic. And then what this does is make it a graphic so that when you come into here, I'm gonna find my assets, I can drop this little guy.
Oh, yes, I did teach you this.
You did. And then that way I have the colors there and can do the little eyedropper, which is great when we're going to get into designing things. Okay.
Yes. Okay, I need...
Are you going to write that down?
I need to make a note of the thing. No, I'm gonna make a note of different ways that we can do some of this stuff.
Okay, yes, because the good thing about design and that we've learned here at Adobe Live is that there's no like right way to do it, right? I, again, am not a professional designer, but have learned all of this on my own through Adobe Live and through practice. And doing it the way that works well for you is great. There's no right way.
100%. So as we do things and as we work through stuff, again, I have a different way that I do things. Megan has a different way that she does things. And if there is something that like could be faster or easier, when we get back to my section, I'll like circle back. That's why I'm writing stuff down.
He's going to correct me?
No, but if it's just different, then it's totally fine. So
no, that's why we're here.
Yeah,
we're here to learn.
That one, finding color palettes, there is a couple different ways that we can get those that could be interesting as well to maybe get more colors or expand your color palette if you need to. So we'll come back to that in the second half of this segment.
So stay tuned. Okay, so what we're going to get into now is designing. We're going to start with designing the invite for my wedding.
Oh my goodness.
So the other thing that I love about today's session is that you can use all of these skills, obviously, to design whatever you want, but also there's a lot of different opportunities if you are a professional designer with designing things like this that the masses might be interested in buying, maybe?
Yes. Create a little template?
Yeah, create a little template that you can then sell somewhere. I don't know. So take these tips not only for your own creativity, but maybe for a little side hustle. Okay, so I'm going to add a page, and I'm going to make it the same size because I'm looking for a wedding invite, which, you know, is like this big. Okay, so I am going to start with a template.
4x6 or 5x7.
Yeah, thanks. That's why you're here.
Yep.
And I'm going to start by looking up a wedding invitation. Like we've mentioned multiple times, I am not a designer, so these beautiful templates are amazing. That one is so silly and fun. Little kissy action there. I want kind of like a simple one.
Okay.
Oh, just kidding, I don't. I want this one.
That was the experience. I was gonna say you're gonna get an inside look at like working with a client and working with a bride, and that's exactly what it's like in most weddings. Is I actually want something really simple. Oh wait, no, I don't.
Look at this.
That is the beginning of every process. Okay, love this. Cute.
Okay, I love this because I'm getting married in Italy, and this feels Italy to me. So I'm gonna start here by just typing in, making this my own. I don't know what is supposed to be on your. You are invited to the wedding of, and then put your names. My name is Megan, and my fiance's name is Gianni.
Gianni.
Yay. Okay. So this is where I would start, not by doing that. That was weird. I'm going to start by that, and then it is on July 1, 2025. Feels like a long ways away, but it's not. Okay, I like how that looks, but not really. Because I love the other stuff, but I don't like how Megan and Gianni look.
Okay.
So what I'm gonna do next...
What about it don't you like? Let's talk about that.
That's a good question. I feel like the font is not great.
Okay.
But also I want it to be like kind of a logo.
Okay.
So it's not just like our names written out.
Great. Okay.
Okay, so I am going to start a new page and come in here to templates, and then they also have.
Hi, Helena.
Wait, is it in templates, the logos?
It is in our text, maybe?
You're right. It's in text.
Okay.
No, it's not in text. It's in templates.
Okay.
Okay, logos. Okay, so this has a lot of starter logos, which obviously are beautiful. Like this one is cool, but not really the vibe I'm going for, even though lots of cool things that are going on here. And earlier when I was looking at this, I found this one. Oops. Oh, she gave me all the templates.
Oh.
I actually love this. So it was more than just one logo. This is the one I was originally looking at, but I guess it has all of these, which is great because I love this. How this is it like spelled out, and this is it as a single logo. I don't know, what is that called?
Monogram.
Thank you.
Yes.
Wow, I'm learning so much. Okay, so I like this because it can be words and a logo, monogram. So I'm gonna change this to Megan and move it over here.
Ooh, I actually like that font a lot.
I do too, and I like, I feel like this would look really good with our last name. But designer friend, where do I put Gianni's name? Should I just leave it like that? It's my wedding. Yay.
Yeah.
What should I do? Megan and no.
I do the ampersand because it probably
This
really,
one?
yeah, that's a really nice ampersand.
Okay. Okay, I like this actually.
Yeah, I'm actually not mad about this.
I kind of want it to like overlap a little bit. Maybe make this a little bigger.
Okay.
Oh, ooh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna get rid of that. Okay, let's group this. Is it already a group? It's already a group. Great. Is it? Group. Okay, so that way I can move it around as one.
Okay.
Okay, I like that. And then I'm gonna take this and then just change this guy into a G, I guess. He can be a part of this. The theme of today is it's my wedding. Okay, wait, why is this not working? Okay.
Chat, you can also be a part of this wedding. You're invited. So if you have suggestions, chat, please let us know if you have suggestions or ideas. We would love to brainstorm with you.
Yeah, and if you've had a wedding before, maybe I'm missing something that we need and you need to tell me that we need to do it. Or if you've designed a wedding before or whatever it might be. Okay, so now I'm gonna delete these other pages because I get very messy if I don't keep my files.
What? Oh, okay. It's not the context of a wedding. For that template that had the hair, I was like, why is there hair? And because it's probably just like a different thing.
It was for hair. It was like Hair by Mary or something like that was the template, which is great if you have a small business. There's so many templates in here that you can use. I love this, how it's like.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay. We have a lot of things in the chat.
Hello.
Do you want to read those?
Nice to see you.
Oh
Hello.
my gosh, you're a true hero. Oh, I thought that was about me.
Thanks so much for joining us. Lucy is here. We have Helena. We have Andrea.
Oh my gosh, I feel like we have so many new names.
Yes, nice to see you.
If you're new
all.
here, can you drop like a little heart or something in the chat? Because we're always super excited to see new people. So
Yes.
drop a heart.
Hello.
Okay, so we've got this stuff. So I like that. I like this. I love this. Okay, so I'm going to then drop this in here and get rid of this. Actually, what I'm gonna do,
What are you gonna do?
back button, my favorite button in the world, is I'm gonna duplicate this because I don't know if you know this, but on a wedding invite, there is a front and a back.
Yes.
And usually the back has something fun on it. So I'm going to duplicate this, resize. He is writing more things to correct me.
I am.
I feel like I'm taking a test.
It's true. I'm not. I'm just like, I don't want to like do things in the moment. I want to like.
He doesn't want to correct
Come
me
back
in the
to them.
moment.
Yeah.
He's going to come back and correct me. I resized this wrong. I'm nervous now.
No, you're not doing. It's something that you're about to do that you're not going to do that I'm going to do. So
Okay.
it's something you're doing wrong now.
Okay.
It's something you're about to do wrong.
Cool.
Yeah. My
Okay.
nerdy report.
Okay, I don't know why it's generating because the size that I picked is different from the size that it is right now, which is something cool that Express is now doing. Is
Yes.
when you resize things, it actually is it's like filling in the gaps for you.
Yes, using Generative Expand. So
Yeah.
if you use Generative Expand in Photoshop, very, very similar to it. Just kind of adds the extra space.
Is this what you were going to tell me to do?
No.
To hit this duplicate button instead of doing it the way I did?
No.
Okay, well that's easier.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to do, chat, is duplicate it. And then I'm gonna get rid of all of these and make this like the background, or sorry, the back of the invite. So I'm getting rid of everything here and I'm going to copy paste this in. And then we have a cute little monogram on the, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I have a cute little monogram on the back, excuse me, that will act as like the back cover of this. And then maybe I want to put a little picture in here as well. No, that's crazy. We'll get there later. Okay, and then I'm going to take this little logo that we've done here and put it here. Cute, right?
Cute.
Okay. Beautiful. Okay, so I really like this logo like we talked about, but I want it to be more floral, like this guy.
Okay.
So I'm going to come over here and let's go into elements. Where are you? Elements. And come over to design elements and then just type in flowers. Let's
Ooh,
see
yes.
what it
And
comes up with.
Daniela is saying use the monogram to create a circular label for envelopes. Yes, 100%. Like a little sticker.
Also, the little thing that you like, instead of licking the envelope.
Little wax seal.
Yes, thank you. Danielle, thank you. Okay, so the flowers that I'm looking for are super particular. I love these. I'm going to make it bigger so you can see, chat. They're kind of wispy. But there's a lot of different stuff in here. So, play around, have a look. There's lots to play with here. But I'm going to do this, and I want to make it black and white. So I'll come over to the effects and then do grayscale. And then I'm going to zoom in on our little monogram. Oh my God, I thought you were about to write something.
Yes, and we do have wedding royalty in the chat. Sam is here. Hello, Samantha.
Sam!
Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us.
I
And
bet
yes,
Sam has great ideas.
the wax seals are super great. I actually have been to events where we made wax seals for the ice cubes for cocktails.
What?
And so you heat them, and then you use the wax seal with the heat onto the ice cube, and then they pour the cocktail, so you have like a little monogram on the ice.
Whoa, crazy. Okay, so I just cropped it, into a circle so it would like match the circle vibe of the monogram that we have going.
Cute.
And then I'm just dragging it to the back. And then, ooh, fun, I'm going to make the letters into my color palette. So doing the thing that we talked about earlier that Andrew is going to correct me on later, I want to bring in this asset. And this is why, Andrew, because I find that oh no. Are you
Sorry.
okay? Drink some water.
I'm good.
I find that the little dropper tool here is like really nice to use and really easy for beginners. So I'm going to click on the M and then just drop in my colors. I don't love how this looks, so I'm going to give it a little outline, a black outline. Oh, that's super intense. Make it a little bit chiller. Okay. Let's see what the G looks like before we get too crazy here. And then again, dropper, hit the color, and that's super easy to grab, right? Super easy. Okay. And then I'll just delete this asset, and then there we go. Now it's in my color palette.
Magic.
Another thing I think you can do, let's try it. Apply brand.
Let's see what
Should
happens.
we try it?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so not great, but I liked that. Go back. But we have to make the M another color.
Yes.
But yeah, see how easy that was? It was just like apply brand, and then it changed all of my colors into this thing that I'm working on.
Yes, and Sam is asking, are you going to redesign Megan's invite? Yes. So we are basically doing yes.
Yes,
No. We are basically making it so that we are having Megan get started, show how to use some things in Express, and then I'm going to go back and put some finishing touches on it and kind of do a little look at maybe things that you could do better. So this is maybe you're at home and you're working in Express, you're trying to make wedding invites, and you are the everyday woman of Megan Billy. And I am the designer, also everyday woman. And we're going to help to kind of like refine the process, speed it up a little bit, and then kind of give advice to little common
Mistakes?
arraignments. Yeah.
That's a nice way
Yeah.
to say that. Okay, this is actually going to be our save the date.
Yes. Did you apply brand to the entire document?
Ooh, did I?
I think you did.
Oh.
Right? Because it changed everything.
It did.
It did. Interesting. Okay, I just
Oh.
learned that. So it applied the brands to the entire document, which is not what we wanted.
That's not what I wanted. So maybe my design friend can show me later a different way to do that.
Yes. We probably want to undo that, unless we don't.
I don't hate it.
Okay.
Do you hate it?
No.
I hate it.
Okay.
let's just get rid of this. We're just gonna hit that little undo button. A designer's best friend. Okay, boom. I liked this, so we're gonna keep it as that. And then we're gonna come back and replace this one with the one we designed that was more on brand. Ooh, there's a lot of flowers going on here, Andrew.
There's a lot of flowers going on here.
You're gonna have to fix that later.
Yep.
Okay, so this is the save the date, I've decided, because I want my wedding invite to be more formal. Okay, so I've got my branding and stuff. I'm actually gonna use this as the back of the wedding invite because I really like it. I think it's cool and modern and fun. But let's do the front, okay? So let's duplicate this. And then we'll go back to our templates. Go back to the templates. Do you ever feel like you just want to sing while you're working?
Are you kidding me? Yes, that's like constant state of being.
I'm not going to do that to you, chat.
I always want to sing.
Okay, so let's go to the wedding invite. And I want to find one that I can really play around with because I like the idea of a texture in my thing. So I'll tell you what I mean in a second when I find one that I like. Chat, if there's one that you're like, Megan, this is it, tell me. Okay, I like this one.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Cool. It has the flower vibes, right? Because I obviously love flowers. We're going to change that, but I actually really like all of this, so I'm going to change it later off air so you don't have to watch me put in all my stuff. But I do want to add in my brand color. Let's see what Apply Brand does. It's probably... Oh, wait.
It's going to do the whole document.
Thing.
Yeah.
Well, good thing that I did this little trick.
That's interesting,
that you told me to do. So I just want this background green to be the same green that is in my color palette.
Boom.
Yep. And I'm gonna like just tone it down a little bit. There we go. Okay, get rid of that. And then I wanna add like a texture to it. And the reason why is because I love this new feature in Express where you can actually see what it's gonna look like on the card. So this is with Zazzle. I think?
Yes, Zazzle partnership.
Partnership with Zazzle. So here you can see that there's like an invitation one. It's going to make me resize it, so I'm not going to do it right now. But you can actually see like what it's going to look like when Zazzle prints it, which I love. It makes it super easy because when I'm done with this, I can literally just order it straight from Zazzle. Okay, so I'm going to add this little texture onto it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over into Elements. And then I want to find probably backgrounds, maybe. Let's just type in all. And then I'm going to say old paper texture. Okay. And then I'm going to find one that looks like what I want. Okay. I like this one. Let's see if we can get this to work.
Okay.
For us. So I'm just going to make it...
That's a nice like parchment texture.
It is. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that the blue lines are like where in the printing, when you do print it, it's going to like maybe cut off.
Yes. So those are called bleeds and trims. So the trim line is that blue and the space outside is called the bleed. And that basically means that it's going to cut, but if it's off by a little bit, you want to have that same color extended out so that if it gets cut a little bit off, it doesn't look like it's just like white paper.
So we definitely don't want to put like any text or anything there.
Yes, absolutely no text, but you do want it to bleed all the way over the edge.
So should I make this bigger?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so then I'm going to take the opacity way down. And then I'm going to drag it behind all of the letters, but keep it in front of the background. He's writing again, guys.
Sorry.
This is not giving me what I want, though, because if you zoom in, you can kind of see it, but it's not going to be like the texture that I'm wanting. So I'm actually going to just type in texture.
Okay.
And see what it gives me. Okay, so this is going to be like more intense, and that's kind of what I'm going for a little bit more. So let's get rid of this. And then let's do a little blur, or sorry, what am I trying to do? Blend, that's what I'm trying to do. And let's multiply it so it gives it that little dark look. And then there we go. Okay, pull it to the back. I feel like this gives it kind of like the letters and stuff are like oldish kind of vibes, and then this kind of gives it like a little modern vibe. So
I'm not mad about that texture. It's like a cellophane, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see. I'm gonna resize this. Not folded cards, imitation. Let's duplicate and resize. And then I really want to see like what it's gonna look like when we do print and deliver it. So again, this is through Zazzle. It resized the whole
resized the whole
project.
thing, yes.
Whatever, that's totally fine. Okay, so you can see here that you can then give it, wow, the Wi-Fi is slow today.
And we do probably have to designate which page is going where. So right below that, right below that you can put, right behind Megan's head, you can show that
it's page 12.
Yes, there we go.
And then the back we said would be page 9.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Wait, it's going to look so good.
Yes, so you can then go in here and see exactly how it's going to look.
The live preview is the best feature in Express.
It's so fun because then you can like see the back against the front, how it's going to look when you flip it.
Yep.
Really fun. But even better, it gets better. You can also do like the corners rounded and see what that's going to look like.
Yep. And Robert saying this is perfect to use bulk create. Well, tune back in at noon because that's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to be demonstrating bulk create.
There it is.
And we have a lot of other content. We are going to be doing some menus next with our friend Emma. And then we'll be doing social media overlays if you want to snap a pic at a wedding. And then I'll be back to do signage, table cards, and more a little bit later today. So make sure that you stay tuned for the entirety of the day to learn more about creating a spring/summer wedding.
Spring wedding. Okay, so that's pretty much all I would do here. Like, if this was all the way filled out and I loved it, I would then shoot it off and say, add to cart and buy it. Like, that's how easy it is. So this is perfect for wedding invites. And again, we said this earlier, but maybe this is something you want to explore doing for other people. And maybe you want to download a template or send them a template that they can then come in and order it straight from Zazzle. So just ideas.
Magic.
Okay, so that was my whole process. I do want to go over into what I really have been designing.
Oh, she's ready.
Okay, this is a preview of our table cards. But this is what I designed. Same process where I found the texture in the background. Wow, we're really getting close there on Gianni's name. I found the texture in the background, added the texture, found the template, redid it with all of my stuff. And then this is the little logo that I made before. I made it through this template, actually. I took inspiration from this template, used this font that was on the and then created my own templates for the logo.
Cute.
Okay, so this is what I created, was this as the invite and this as the back. This is one of our engagement photos. So then what I'm going to do is share this with Andrew.
Me.
Yay.
And she can share it directly so that we can work collaboratively at the same time. So we can work collaboratively on this document. And it will take like 5 seconds, and then it should show up here in my notifications.
Actually, Studio Manager, can you pop to his so I don't leak Andrew's?
Oh, yeah. Hey, everybody. Here's my screen. So we'll see. It's going to pop up here in the notifications like so quickly. It's that one.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make sure he can edit when I share.
Yes.
And invite to edit. All right.
And in 3, 2, 1, new notification.
Maybe you need to refresh.
There it is. Right there. And so instantly I have access and I'm able to come in here and edit things.
That's my maid of honor.
On the fly. Okay, where are the other pages? Did I only get one page? No, they're here. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. These are great.
Thanks. These are the start of the cards as a preview for later.
Cute.
So stay tuned.
And this is your invite?
This is my invite.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, tell me the things I did wrong and tell me how I can do them better.
From my notes? Or
Yes.
from this one?
Well, okay. From the notes.
Which one? Okay. So
I feel like we fight every time we're on stream.
It's true. It's true. It's true we do. Okay, can you share the inspiration one with me? And I'll show a couple different ways through there. So the first thing that I wanted to show is how you can kind of apply your colors and save them a little bit differently.
Tell me.
So let's look in here. as you're working on a document, and it looks like this in the background. How are we doing this?
Background. I did the texture thingy.
You did the texture thing, and then you added a duotone effect?
Yeah.
Look at you go.
Because the texture,
yes.
If you click into the effect,
yep.
The texture, and then custom. Yeah.
And then it has a custom little duotone.
Yeah, and so it's the color from my color palette and the white as the shadows.
Nice.
So
something that it does is recommended right here. It will recommend you colors that are already being used within your document. But if we wanted to, I need to find somewhere that I can actually just grab the color. Okay. Let's.
You want me?
Oh, here we go. Here's one.
Yeah.
So this color has like the image added. And actually has right here the page theme of like these are the colors that are from the page. So once you have them in there, usually they'll stay in Express. You can also add them to a library. You could add them to a brand. So you don't have to like drag the image back and forth. But once you have them in your document, they should show up everywhere that you need. Just here, it'll pick out like these are the colors you're already using.
Express is so smart.
Express is so smart, and it's so
smart.
helpful to be able to like, just like push stuff through. Okay. So the other thing that I wanted to show you is grabbing colors. So on this wedding inspo, you had a photo here of some of these flowers. So I'm just going to move these real quick. And what we're going to do is I'm just going to screenshot like a bunch of these flowers. So we're just going to do a little screenshot here.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for this.
And then we're going to go to color.adobe.com. So color,
This is so fun.
Okay, so color.adobe.com. And then what we're going to do is we are going to go over to create. And then from here, I'm going to extract theme. And then I can go to select a file.
Oh my
and
gosh.
we're just going to go to our downloads. There we go. Oh, no, it's probably on the desktop, isn't it? Yep. Grab that screenshot and hit open, and it's going to extract the colors from that photo for us.
Oh, I love that palette.
Right? So it's going to extract that for us, and so we can say maybe we're going to do...
That blue is incredible.
Yes. It's a really good like lavendery blue. Okay, so we're going to name this maybe like colors 1. Try that. And then I can save it, and it's going to save to this library Meg Wedding. Now,
you can, just to say it, like move around those if you're not feeling the browns or
whatever. So if you're not feeling it, you can move these around individually, or if you want it to be more bright, it will find more of the bright colors.
This is so cool.
Muted if we want like a more of a pastel look. We have deep colors, dark. So you can really play around and create and find really great color palettes with something that is just as simple as that. So like
that's great.
We also could come in here and just grab a little piece, and this is going to give us a completely different palette. So let's see, save that screenshot. Thank you. And open. So this is great as you're working around. So you can see it pulled a lot of those oranges. It didn't get enough of that pink for me. And so what I would do is grab like one of maybe these darker oranges and pull it over and grab some of this pink.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. We love it.
And so it can pull the palette straight out of the photos.
This is such a good way if you are looking, if you have like inspo pictures. Obviously, that's what we just did. I'm going to state the obvious. Yes. But if you're like looking for what should my color palette be, he's writing more down.
No, I was crossing out. I was crossing out my list. So yes, really great way. And what's great is now in Adobe Express, I can simply just open my brands right here. And then we are going to search for, what did I name it?
Wedding. Meg Wedding.
Meg Wedding. Let's see if it came up here.
It might be in your library.
Oh, it's my, why am I looking at brands? Yeah. Yes. So your stuff, libraries, thank you. And then Meg Wedding right here. We have dun 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 dun. There we go. Our colors right here. So super easy. We can click here. We can edit them. We can rename it, and then we can apply those colors just by clicking. So super easy. Something else that we could do that I noticed. This is just a pro tip here. Is when you are working on the front and the back of a card. Always mirror it. So when we were doing this like nice little pattern to where like this was the front and then this was the back.
Yeah.
So it's going to it will not match up when you flip it over. And so whenever I'm doing a front and a back with the same background, I always will just flip this.
Oh my gosh, this is such a good tip. I would have literally never thought of that.
So it feels like the paper is a little more luxe, and it feels like it's more like printed on that paper than like something that's printed on it. Like it's like a custom paper.
Yeah.
So if you're doing front and back, especially on wedding invites, and you have a pattern, mirror the pattern, and it feels like it's more of a fabric than a paper. So just super easy, small little tip there.
Great.
Boom.
This is why Andrew is the master.
We already did that one too. And then the only other one that I was going to show you was the texture that you were working with to multiply that texture, and you ended up doing it anyway. So it's pretty good. Okay,
Thanks.
So do we want to, we have a couple options of what I think we could improve on here.
Wait, go back to the real one.
Yes, let's go back to the real one.
That's where I need to be improved.
Okay, so I think a couple things that we could do.
Go to the invite.
Okay.
We'll save these cards for later.
Yes. Okay. Invite here. Okay. I think that we could have a little bit of interest in some of this open space, a little bit. I think that the monogram we could make a little more streamlined if we wanted to.
Okay. Do it.
Okay. Let's go ahead. Let me look in here.
That's an asset, so you're gonna or an image, so you're gonna have to redesign it.
That's fine. That's fine. How much redesigning can we do?
You can do anything you want, Andrew. That's the point of the stream.
Okay, love this. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is we're going to look for a little bit of a different script. We're going to use some intertwine in Illustrator. So we're going to go out of Express and back into Illustrator. Also, ma'am, what's going on here?
I didn't know about the line thingy that you talked about today.
Okay.
So
we definitely need to fix that. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's go to Adobe Fonts. And I want to do a little bit of a different script, and I want them to like intertwine a little bit.
Yeah. Like our love.
Like your love, yes. So we're gonna go to fonts.adobe.com and just grab this. And what's great is here we can actually search by. I'm sorry, what is this font? That's fun. Is it actually like stippled? No. Okay. Sorry, I got distracted. Okay.
That's like false advertising.
It's false advertising. Okay, so what we can do here is we can actually search by like attributes. So if I wanted to, I could type in like wedding, and it's going to give me a bunch of wedding-like fonts, which I think is really cool.
I do too.
So for this, do you like a script monogram, or do you like the more like, or do you like the mismatch of one that is like stronger and then one that is scripty?
I think in the monogram, probably the same.
Okay.
Same, like a script. And then
cool.
In the rest, I like the like contrast.
Okay, cool.
You know what I'm saying?
So this is a really great font pack. So every now and then you'll find font packs that just have like themes to them. And so I think this is a really nice
I love this one.
theme of a font pack. And what I can do is I can actually just type in here. G?
G.
There we go. So what I can do is you can change the text size, and you can kind of really see.
Oh my gosh, this one looks very piratey.
It does. It looks very piratey. I love this little ampersand.
Yeah.
I think that's so fun. I don't like the G, I don't like the M, but I do like the ampersand.
I like the G and the M above it.
Okay, so you like the long swashes.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a little swash right here.
Swash. That's an official word.
It is an official.
The official word.
What about something crazy like this? Too much?
Swashy. Yeah, I love that.
Okay.
I love it.
Is this too much?
No.
Okay. Well,
think about who I am and then ask that again.
Okay, great.
It's not too much.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
I don't know what's happening there.
This style's really cool. It's a lot. Okay, so we want this one for the ampersand, and we want this one, I think, for the actual letters.
Yeah, the letters.
This one might have some extra like flourishes that we can use, so we're gonna add that one in as well.
Okay, cool.
So I'm gonna come over into Illustrator, and by that I mean Open Illustrator.
Dumb question. Do you have to remember the names of those ones you just downloaded, or will they show up? We'll look.
Yes, yes, Emily's saying Neon Wedding. I've done it before. I let's find out.
Okay, let's find out.
All right, let's open up Illustrator for the first
Wait, Emily
time.
is also wedding royalty.
Emily
She
is
had a
wedding
great
royalty.
wedding. Send us ideas, Emily.
It's true. I was at Emily's wedding. It was gorgeous.
Bragging.
Well. All right. Let's go ahead and make this document. Okay, cool. So I am going to look at those fonts and let's try this. I actually think this may not be the case, but let's see what happens.
Okay.
I think that there is a area that it will
say like recently added, right?
I think so, and I think that that is a new thing that may not be in all the programs. That's what. So let's see here. No, ooh, Mr. Darcy.
Ooh, I love that.
No, these are, recently added. Huh. Okay, that's fine. What was the font that we did? P22 Zaner. P22. There we go.
Yay.
Wait, that wasn't it.
No.
Right?
Go back.
Okay. Hold, please. Is
hold.
Creative Cloud
I'll say
open?
hi to people in the chat. Hi, Nate. Maybe you're leaving. You said thanks, Andrew and Megan. You're welcome.
Oh. All right,
We'll
let's
miss you.
do,
Babs, hello. Good to see you.
There we go. Okay. So we got one of them in here.
Helena. Maybe also leaving. Don't leave.
Okay, we liked those swashes. And we're going to do an intertwine here.
I thought we liked the real swashy one.
P22, Marcel. Yes, we're going to mix and match.
Okay, we're going to mix and match.
Yes.
Oh, look at that one. I think that this has enlightened me to really be utilizing like the whole Adobe suite, even if it's like the color doc. What was it? Adobe.color and fonts.com or Adobe. Cody just posted them in the chat, but it's like nice to be utilizing this whole ecosystem, whether it's Illustrator, Express. That's why it's so fun to use these programs because they all talk to each other. So fun.
And what we're doing here is it's really, really nice to be able to see the fonts right here in Illustrator. We can just go to Find More. So we did do it in Adobe Fonts, but what we're going to do is we're going to do it right in Illustrator. And we can search and then add it right here. So we're going to add this.
Great.
It'll take a second to sync it, and there we go. So I do like the little like scriptiness here.
Yep.
It's a little rough, but we are going to match everything together. And then the third one that we really liked was Zaner.
I don't know.
Zaner, it sounds like what you would call like a banana, like a right, like some family is like, oh yeah, Zaner.
Emily said, big wedding tip: data merge your guest list with an InDesign file for all things mailing and name cards. Stay tuned. We will be doing name cards and bulk create later.
It's true, we will.
Come back.
Okay. I'm not mad about any of these. Some of them are too wide.
I don't like, that's too circly for me.
Okay, what about this one?
Yes.
Okay. I don't like the G, but I like the M.
Okay.
Okay, so something that we can do here is we're gonna
It's okay if the M is more dramatic than the G.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to kind of play around and mix and match here.
Okay.
With a lot of
Wait, can you
these
tell me what
pieces.
you're doing here?
Yes, so right now I'm just ungrouping things.
Okay.
So I want to work with these as like outlines.
Right.
And so I am just outlining the text.
Can you tell us how you ungrouped them?
So with it as text right here,
Yeah.
you can go to Object and then you can go to Expand.
Okay.
Or you can hit Shift Command O.
Okay.
And then just right click and ungroup them, or Control Shift G.
Okay.
I
hope you all got that.
Like this one. I think this one we're a fan of.
Okay.
We're gonna kind of just play around here.
Okay.
All right. The weights are a little off, and I don't like how like I don't know, rugged this one is.
Okay. To me, that's screaming Alexander Hamilton. I don't know why.
Yes, it is very.
And I love that.
Okay, so we like the little rough.
We like the rough.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is this one needs to go a little bit thinner to match over here.
Yeah.
And so what I can do is I can select this, and then we can go into our appearance panel. So I'm going to go to View Window and Appearance. And then from here, I can just add in a new effect. So I'm going to go to Effects, and we're going to go to Path and Offset Path. And we're going to make that just a little bit thinner. I think there. Let's see. Something maybe a little bit too thin. Yeah.
I feel
but
like just that swash needs to be.
yes, what's nice is we can come in here and let's do like a negative 0.5, and that's probably going to be closer. All right, a lot closer. Okay, so let's figure out where we want these to sit.
I just want to say, I feel like watching this back, I'm going to be able to do this by myself.
I would hope
so. Which is great.
Yeah, that would be a good win.
You're a good teacher.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do like the weird edge that's happening on here.
Okay.
So what we can do is, this is a super easy effect, is you select your text and go to Effect. You can go to Style, Distort and Transform, and then go to Roughen.
Whoa.
Fixed it. I don't know why Roughen is like this, but you need to put in like 0.5%. Like it needs to be like 0.12%. Like it's so tiny.
Yeah. It's aggressive.
Yes.
But I see what you're trying to do.
Yep.
Yep.
We're going to add in more detail, so that's going to give us that nice little rough edge.
It looks like more handwritten this
Yes.
way.
And then we're going to change it to smooth, and we'll hit OK. And now we have that nice little like handwritten edge. It's a little bit too much, so I'm going to take the detail down, or the amount of... There we go. That looks more scribbled, right? Yes. Okay, much better. And what
But we need the G to be matching now.
Yes, and what I might actually do, yeah, let's do it. Let's do this.
Let's do it.
What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna grab the brush tool right here, and we're gonna hit Enter, and then change it to all the way smooth, and then hit OK. And what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna trace over this because I want it to be its own little path. That was already bad. And usually if you had a, I'm drawing over this. That's really bad.
No.
So I have the brush tool here.
Yeah.
And then we are going to just brush over this little ampersand.
Okay.
Because we really like it, but I need it to be its own little path. So I'm going to kind of brush over and see how close I can get freehanding this with a mouse.
Dang.
All right. And what's nice is even though it wasn't
Very
like
good.
perfect, I'm able to come in here and I can augment these and change them
I see what you're doing.
to be a little bit better,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yes. Okay. We're going to do this over. Okay, I'm going to
Go slow. I'll read the chat. Samantha's in there. Paco's in there. Emily's in there. Cody's in there. Wow. Hello, friends.
Hi, friends. Okay, cool. So this actually looks a bit better. I'm less mad about how this one turned
I
out.
like it.
And what
Good
we can
job.
do is we are going to use a tool that is called the line width tool.
Okay.
So let's see. We actually did pretty good here. And we're going to use the line width tool. I'm going to select this, and then we are going to go into, that's not it. Where are you, line width tool?
Oh, Stacy's here too. Hi,
we go.
Stacy.
Hi, Stacy. Right here, so the width tool, and then we are going to select our path right here, click on the width tool, and then we should be able to, oh, why are we not doing this? Hold, please. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I'm gonna, oops. There we go. So grabbing the width tool, please work now. Hooray! We can change the width of this. So I want it very small, I think, at the beginning. Oh, no, we want it very wide.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna grab this, and then we can go very wide with it.
Whoa.
And then it comes down very small. Over here, it gets a little bit wider. Same there. And then it is a little bit thinner here.
Are you doing this so you can manipulate it? Like
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yep.
We're
So I'm
taking
basically
it from
able
the
to
script
come.
making it a object, I guess.
Yes, come in here, and we're just making that path so that I can really control where the thin and thick kind of strokes are on this to make it look like it is a little more hand done.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not mad about that. I think this could maybe get smoothed out a little bit, which, sure, let's do it. The smoothing tool is right underneath. Oops, no, stop, please stop. No, don't, no, come back, okay. The smooth tool is under the brush tool?
Didn't we use the ruffian tool?
We did, we used the rough tool, but now we're gonna use the smooth tool.
Okay.
Chat, where's the smooth tool hiding? Oh, here it is, right here. There we go. So, smooth tool, I basically just select a path, and I just want to smooth this out because it's not as like round as I want it to be. So you can kind of, you see how it's changing the points around a little bit as I kind of
Do it
drag
again?
around. It
I
just
did not
smooths
do
it.
that.
That's pretty smooth. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I saw that one.
All right, yes. So a lot better here, and I think that looks pretty okay. Now what I'm going to do is I want to add a nice little round cap on it. Like that. Okay, I think we're a lot closer to where we want to be.
Okay.
Okay, so from here, the stroke right now is at 11, and I can bring it down, and it should just bring this down. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So that now we're matching that kind of thickness of the line over there.
It looks more like it.
Okay.
For anyone that's just tuning in, we are making a monogram to go into a wedding invitation and to be used in like a whole suite of wedding invite stuff.
Yes.
Which we'll get into for the rest of the day. So Paco, you are wondering what a wedding suite is. So stay tuned all day and you'll know everything.
Okay, so I love this. I am going to pull this like down here because I think it's kind of fun to have like...
Oh, Emily said, I made a little map insert for people who are visiting with all of our favorite things to do.
She did. It was so cute.
Stop bragging that you went to her wedding. Maybe Emily will come on Adobe Live and make one for me.
Yes, Emily, come on Adobe Live sometime. That'd be fun.
And make a map for me.
Yeah. Okay, and then Gianni, I'm going to try to put right there so it kind of swoops in.
Oh, yeah. Cute. Can you take the ruffian off the M?
Off
like
the
we
M.
don't need it.
Okay, you don't
No.
want it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, let's do it.
Because the other ones don't have it, and I feel like doesn't need it.
Did you call it the ruffian?
What is it called?
The ruffin.
The ruffian.
Close. So just
The
in case we
saucy
do
ruffin.
want it back, I am just going to turn this off, and it's going to give us just the option to go back. So
Okay,
do we
I
like it a
love
little
that.
more? Okay. So we like this a lot
I
better?
love it. I love it.
Okay, great. Big fan.
Big, big, big fan.
Big fan. Okay.
Can
love
you
it.
add it to the wedding brand?
Yes.
Thank
so
you.
what we're going to do is I'm just going to outline all of this real quick. So we're going to go to Object, Expand Appearance, and then I'm going to make it all just one shape here by going to our Pathfinder, and then we will add it in there.
I know how to do this.
Yes.
Yay.
Boom. And so now what I can do is I can add this to the library of Meg Wedding, but I also can just grab it and drag it. Actually, we can copy and paste. Check this out. Watch. So if you ever are working in Illustrator and want to go into Express, you can just copy this in Illustrator and then go over to Express
Oh.
right here and
Get
then
rid of
paste.
that ugly thing that I made.
Excuse me. Copy and paste. Hello? Hello?
It might have pasted it. Zoom out.
Edit. Copy. Here. Paste.
No.
Why are we not pasting? Paste. Oh, there we go. There it is.
Yay.
Yay.
Get rid of that other ugly thing. Who made that? Gross.
Boom. I'm not mad about it.
I love it. It's so cute.
It's pretty cute.
It's so cute.
It's pretty cute. And so what we can do is we can actually add this. If we had a brand that you were working with, we could add it in, link it as an object, do all kinds of things there. But if we want this to be a different color, like we want it to be that nice like off white,
Yeah.
all you need to do is if it's black, you can go into effects and then do a custom duotone and just make both of them the same color.
Wait.
Um,
Any color?
Yes.
Oh.
So if we wanted to like this nice little gray, all you need to do is set the shadows and the highlights to that same beige,
Ooh, I
and
love
then
it.
it's there, right?
Katie's saying that she didn't know that you could go from Illustrator to Express like that. There's so many ways
Yes.
to go from Illustrator to Express.
Just
It's
copy
so
and paste.
easy.
So easy. Okay, this little background here, this image, I need to make it larger.
Okay.
Let me just.
But do you like it?
Um,
No, he hates it.
I don't hate it. Why do you like it? Why do you have it in here?
Because I told you I like it, feel like it's on like really nice printed paper.
Okay.
Without having to pay for like the really nice like textured paper.
Yes.
You know?
So can we try something?
Please.
Okay, let's try something.
Let's try something.
Okay, I'm gonna duplicate this just so I
Oh my
don't
god,
mess
we're
it up.
almost done. Try it fast.
I know, right? I'm gonna duplicate this page. Where are my pages? Okay. Duplicate page. Basically, all that I want to do is I want to do like a book cover back here.
Okay.
So we're gonna go to media. We're gonna do book cover.
Okay.
Oops.
I'm following.
And usually, like a old good vintage book
Like that
cover,
one.
ooh, something like this,
Yeah.
is gonna give us a nice look. And I'm just gonna zoom in so that we don't have any of the like ornaments, maybe a little bit of the ornament, actually. I'm not mad about it. And then we are going to multiply this. And here's what multiply does, is it takes it down so that all the dark colors get pushed down.
Yes.
And so if we want to change that, all we need to do is make the shadows like a lighter gray. So the lighter the gray, the less texture you have. So it's going to have a little bit, and the highlights, if you make them white, it's going to show through your background color. And so here, right, as it gets darker, but we can kind of just bring in a little bit of texture.
Okay, I like that.
To add into the document. I'm not crazy about it, but I'm
not crazy about it. I liked mine better.
Oh. Oh.
But I did it the same way that Andrew just did that.
Yes, which is totally fine. Okay, so we could also grab this color. Sorry, G.
Sorry.
We also could grab the color and kind of play around with that. In theory, we want something that is white, like white texture.
You know what, Andrew? We have to end.
I know.
I know.
No, wait, hold on.
We could do this forever.
We could do this forever. This is too crinkly, but yes, in theory, if you have something that's white, you can multiply, and then you can zoom this up.
This is what I did with the crazy paper earlier.
This is, yeah.
Yeah, but this
100%.
is less crazy, so we like it
So
more.
something
okay, that looks really
bit
good.
there.
It looks like it's like old vintagey paper.
Yes.
And guess what? We're not done. We will be back at noon, so you can come back and see more of this. Next up, we have Emma and Brittany, who are going to be illustrating a menu for my wedding.
Yes, coming out. Stick around, and we'll see you back here at noon.
See
Bye,
you guys
everybody.
soon. Bye.
Today we're going to be designing some podcast cover art. We're calling it Coffee Chats. Let's start with picking some fonts. Go onto Adobe Fonts to look at some different options. I found this font called Fairwater Script that I want to use. I already downloaded it. I'm going to start by drawing a little diagonal line here and using the Type on a Path tool. Coffee. Go into Fairwater Script regular.
Ooh,
okay, isn't
like
that so cute? So go to Option, click, and drag to duplicate that. And the fun thing about this font that I really like is it has really cute glyphs. So lots of different swashes and fun things. As you can see, I literally just highlighted the C, and then all these options will pop up if a font has glyphs. I kind of like this one. That's fun. Love this C too. And I want to switch this H. You can see that these letters are already starting to go in and out of each other.
Yep.
I want to intertwine them even more. Select all this type, and we need to start off by creating outlines. So this will basically turn it from live text to vectors. And then I'm going ahead and ungroup this, and I just want to create a little bit of a larger gap here with the C. The biggest tip I have for the intertwine tool is make sure that things are different colors so you can make sure that the effect is working. Okay, so now that I have all of these different colors, I'm going to select the letters that I want to apply the intertwine effect to.
Okay.
And now we're going to go to Object, Intertwine, and Make. So I want, for example, this H to look like it's going underneath the C and then coming out the top.
Okay.
So literally all I have to do is click that, and then you can see the effects start to apply. And then I'll do it again here. Now we're going to add some highlights and shadows to this. I'm gonna draw lines right here and right here. All right, so I selected those two line segments that I drew and the letter C, and I'm going to go to the Pathfinder tool and divide this. And I'm going to ungroup this. And so you see when I ungroup it, this is how the divide tool works. Okay, so now we're going to use this gradient tool right here. Freeform gradient gives you the most control and allows you to add different points and more colors. I'm gonna click on that. So you see I have 2 points here, and I want to add a third one in the middle. So I'm going to change those to the base gray color, and you can already see when I zoom in, it's pretty seamless. So I'm just repeating that with all the letters. So drum roll please. Ta-da!
Ooh.
Okay, isn't this kind of fun?
That looks so cool.
Yeah, I kind of want this to look 3D. So you can see that I just made a copy over here. And what I'm going to do here is use the blend tool. I am going to click this top gray layer, and then I'm gonna click Option, and then a plus button will appear when I hover over the bottom layer, and click that. So I double clicked into this, and you can see my top and bottom layers are still here. And so then I can just start moving that around. I kind of like that. Group this up here, Option, drag it down. We want to line this up on top. Command Y is my best friend. I use that all the time. Cool. This will turn all of your artwork into an outline mode so you can get that pixel perfect snap. So I was thinking this kind of liquidy like blob shape could kind of look like a coffee spill. Once this is all said and done, I also applied a very subtle gradient here. And then these shapes that I use just kind of spread out throughout the composition, I felt like were kind of fun. I was thinking like sparking conversation and also who doesn't like sparkles? I think we're ready for color. Adobe Color is such a great tool. It's literally just color.adobe.com. You can go and look at trends and curated color palettes. There's all kinds of fun ones, and then I ended up picking this right here. And so I selected the pink and the navy from there. And then all I have to do is click add to my library and then it'll pop up in Illustrator and Photoshop and Express.
It's all connected.
It's all connected. I want to keep all these assets in one central place. So I have Express pulled up here. And if you go into your stuff in brands, you can see that you can build out your entire brand kit here. Said maybe let's do an episode announcement. Let's do an Instagram square post. I want to switch to background color. Coffee chats. These are all my colors. And then I can go back to your stuff, brands and libraries, and then I can just drag and drop my logo. And then I can add in some text. New episode. Bring in this, and then let's bring in some of my other fun little elements. So all I had to do was select this little graphic element here and click animation, and then there's 3 different types of categories, an in transition, an out transition. But in this case, I want it just continuous on a loop. Yeah, pulsing, I feel like kind of looks like the sparkles, the shimmers. I can edit the timeline down here. So maybe it's only, let's say like 3 seconds.
Right.
Perfect.
Wow, so you created a podcast cover.
Yes.
Then you created just a little social media graphic for it.
Hey Adobe Live family, welcome back. I just want to say I'm so excited for this stream because
me too. I love weddings.
I'm more
so
excited.
Fun. Okay,
I'm more excited because the thing is that Emma is actually part of the design team here at Adobe.
Yes, I am.
And you kind of like created a lot of the things for Adobe Express, the illustrations on the page.
Yeah, some things here and there when you're on Express. It's like some illustrations, some fun things.
All the things. And
it's nice to use the tools that I helped design for here at Adobe.
And she's like queen of Adobe, so I love it.
No, hardly. I feel like that's you.
No.
Follow Brittany on socials. She's the queen of Adobe Live.
Emma.
Yeah, follow Adobe Live.
We're so excited because today Emma's going to be designing menus for the wedding that you're all invited to.
Virtually. Yes.
It's going to be so cute. And you actually have like a whole menu up and you kind of got started on this already.
I got some prep, but shout out to Megan. If you didn't just watch her stream with Andrew, be sure to go watch. But she gave us this amazing mood board for her spring Italian wedding. So fun. This is like my Pinterest dreams come true. I think I would pick the same thing for myself. So love all these colors. We got some like florals, some lemons. So when I was thinking about this menu, I really was just like looking at her inspiration. I saw she has some pairings of like script fonts and serif fonts. And we were talking about this before our stream, but I kind of get like indecisive when it comes to picking fonts. So my favorite thing to do is to go on Adobe Fonts and just scroll through endlessly, type up a bunch of things, start to see what works together. So let's jump into Adobe Fonts just to show kind of what fonts I'm leaning towards. So I loved this font, which looks like a big display font, but it actually works really well for the body text. I love, like, it feels a little bit more designery than like Times New Roman, for example. Like, I want it more
curated.
Yes, that's a great way to put it. I want it to be prettier than just like your average serif font, a little elevated, if you will. And then script fonts are also really hard to pick. I think sometimes they can look cheesy. And script fonts, for those who don't know, it's kind of like the cursive-y fonts that I feel like are very classic for weddings.
It's true. And the thing about script fonts is like you could love the way it looks until you see one letter that you're working
with. And it's always like the first letter of your name. You're
right.
like, why do I hate that E?
Right.
But I think I found 2 fonts that I really like. So I'm going to use Mixta and then Nautica. And let's see if I can blow this up for you a little bit. But this also has some really pretty swashes and glyphs and different alternates for the letters. So let's say I don't really love that T. There's some other T's we can pick from once we add this into Illustrator, which is awesome. I also love on fonts how it a lot of times shows you examples of projects from Express. And clearly, this was made for weddings. I mean, I just knew that this is exactly what Meghan would want, right? So these are fun just to see also how other people paired fonts. And let's see if Mixta has any. And there's so many versions of this font too, which is really nice. I really like a large font family for something that's really copy heavy, something like a menu where you have, you know, all these headers, all these subheaders, all these like descriptions of the foods. You need it to have some like different levels of hierarchy and differentiation. Right. So I want some bold, some regulars, some italics. So you can see I already added this into my library. And then let's just jump into Illustrator here. So you can see I used AI to generate our menu. I don't know exactly what Meghan is actually serving at her wedding, but I said, like, I want an Italian spring wedding with a starter, an entree, and a dessert, which it did a great job. I thought this was so funny. I was trying to think of, like, wedding menus for myself, and I was like, I don't know, I just feel like it's dry chicken and a boring salad and wedding cake. So this is really fun. It even put in a vegetarian option, which, like,
Thank you. Yeah. We love inclusivity.
Yes, exactly. But I'm not a vegetarian. But
I am.
Okay, well, there you go. I'm like, I don't want the chicken, but for people like our lovely Brittany over here, you know, it works. But I think it's really nice just to type all of your text in a separate document and then copy it into Illustrator. That's like my #1 rule of thumb. Or if you're building this in InDesign too. A lot of times copy heavy things are really good to be designed in InDesign. I'm just like an Illustrator girl at heart. It's like my favorite tool. It's probably like not your best tool for something like this, but we're gonna add some illustrated elements, which is what Illustrator is great for. So I wanted to show you guys some other fonts that I found for like when I was like exploring Adobe fonts. Right. So there's some really pretty ones. I love this one. I think it's been super popular. I thought it would just be like a little tricky for all the body copy. I feel like that's a good like headline. And I also really love this one. I think I've used it before actually in a stream, Beverly Drive Right by Chutzpah. And they actually, I think, do some stuff with Adobe Live. They're an awesome type foundry. All of these fonts are available in Adobe Font. So if you like one, you could screenshot it right now. And actually, I wasn't planning on mentioning this, but you can screenshot a font and then upload it to Adobe Fonts, and it'll search like which one it is within their repository. So it's super nice. You can just upload your own photo and it'll tell you what it is.
I love that.
I don't have to tell you right now.
Like spending hours trying to figure out what a font is.
Exactly. Also, it's really good if you just see like inspiration on like Pinterest or something like that, and it might not be the exact same font that they use, but it could give you something similar. So definitely just like spend your time scrolling through here. And I really like typing out all these different like variations of the words I'm going to use. So like I like to use all caps or regular sentence case, try some italics just to get a sense for what's going to make the most sense for our menu here, and also like what looks pretty together. So I'm really excited. Obviously, I'm not going to use script in all uppercase. That looks kind of crazy, but I'm really excited with how pretty and elegant these things look.
It's so true. And I love that you've laid it out this way too, because I think like there's nothing worse than when you're like in the middle of designing, you're like, wait, I didn't realize this was going to be like so much to work with this font.
Totally.
So it kind of lets you get an idea beforehand, and you can weigh out Which one?
Exactly.
No
Before you make a commitment, like,
right?
Just
try before you buy.
Exactly. Love that. So I was thinking for this menu, what if it could like go one step further and also be like a place card? Because this is obviously going to be probably sitting on the dinner plate when a guest arrives to their table at the rehearsal dinner. So instead of like having all these different pieces of paper floating around, we could have it say their name, and it could also be a thank you note. And then it could also be the menu, which I think is really, really fun. So we're going to do a 3-layered menu, which I think is going to be stunning. And the nice thing is you could totally do this on your own. It would take a little bit of love and labor and time. Right. So if you have like 500 guests, might be a little bit. But I think this is better than like any of those like pre-made menus or invitations that you could find online. So,
and it's more curated and custom. Yeah. And it's like, so, I mean, I've had a sneak peek of what this looks like.
I know. I'm excited. So let's just jump into it. So what I'm going to do first is just make an 8.5 by 11 size artboard, which is a standard piece of printer paper. I think when you're printing this, it'd be nice to do it on like a thick cardstock or something better than like printer paper. Mm-hmm. But a lot of times that comes in the same size too. So let's just change our dimensions here. And I want to design with this size because then it's easy for you to do this completely on your own.
I also was going to say I love that you're doing that because if you're somebody that's trying to like maybe create wedding assets to sell on something like Etsy and make money, like this is something that people can easily buy and like use what they have at home to bring it to life.
Absolutely. And you want to maximize your page space. You don't want to pick a random size piece of paper and then you're not filling up the whole page and then you're printing more. So I think this is a great way to do it. And then I'm going to, since I have 3 layers, I'm going to split this piece of paper into 3. So when I was testing this out on my own, I just took a piece of paper and folded it like a brochure to check, okay, I think that's like a good size. I feel like that would fit comfortably on a plate, not too big, not too small, just right.
I love that.
Yeah, and so what I did just to figure out that size, because eventually what I'm going to want to do is make 3 more artboards. So we're using this as our base to get the sizing and the dimensions down, but I just took the rectangle tool, and it's really kind of a cheat to do it this way. But I don't like doing math either. Like you could do math, but I just drew 3 rectangles and then resized them to the size of the artboard to gauge how big these like individual panels should be. So you see, okay, here. So we'll do 1 page is that side. I think the bottom, I want like each page to show through a little bit. So if you think about it, I have some sticky notes right here actually, which might help.
Was this intentional?
No, but Andrew left some sticky notes and I think this would actually be really good so you all can get the vision. So I want it to look like this, where there's like a page sticking out, a page sticking out, a page sticking out, and then the guest can like flip through each individual page.
So cute.
Yeah, so you get a little hint of design.
It's an experience.
Exactly. Elevated, bougie for Meghan, because Meghan is so bougie and cute. So to do that, we'll want the height of all these pages to be a little bit different. So I think about 1 inch showing at the bottom is pretty good. So we can have this as the bottom layer, and then let's do, let's say 7.5. I want to remove the constrained width and height, and then move that to the top, and then we'll have this one be 1 inch less than that. And a lot of this too, I would say, is like you need to do test prints before you commit to printing 200 of these for a wedding. I would urge you to try out some printing methods, especially if you're doing this on your own. Print it at home on a cheap piece of paper before you use like the expensive paper. That'll just save you a lot of money and heartbreak, and then it'll allow you to, quickly make changes whenever you need to. Okay, so let's see. I'll pull these over to the side here, and I'll show you how these will layer on top of each other. So these will be individual pages, and they'll stack nicely up here.
So cute. I'm already obsessed by
this will be fun. I mean, we have 3 rectangles, not that exciting. And then I just put a little placeholder for a hole punch let's do it like right there. Because I was thinking it could be tied together with a pretty little ribbon at the top. Right. I wish I had some. I should have like made this all in person to show. But just keep that on your page so you don't accidentally design around it. Also, since we're gonna have this layered approach, there's gonna be some folding over. So you don't want to have design up here because this fold of the pages is probably gonna cover it. So just some logistics to keep in mind. Also, usually you want to design in CMYK instead of RGB for print. I hate the way CMYK looks on my screen, so I cheated and this is an RGB. But all like super practical things that you have to get right, and especially if you're gonna spend money and time doing this. Gotta do it right the first time. So then what I'll do here, now that we have our 3 panels, I'll make these into artboards. So you go to the artboard tool and then I can just click on those shapes I made, which is super nice. So I could have put in all these dimensions myself if I did the math, but I'm a designer. I'm not a math girly. Sorry about it. Okay, perfect. So I think this page right here to be the top layer. I think that would be perfect as the name card. And then the middle will be a thank you note. And then since the menu has so much copy as we saw, we want that to be the last page with the most space. So let's go ahead and grab some of those fonts that we were playing with earlier. And I also like designing in black and white first. I think it just helps you nail the composition.
Right.
And then we can spend time fussing with making the type look perfect and the colors. But sometimes if I don't like the colors, it can ruin the whole design for me, even if like the composition's right, and then I end up making unnecessary changes. So,
at least if you do it that way, you know, like it's not the design if something's throwing you off. It's like maybe a color that you need to adjust a little bit.
Absolutely. So let's do this as the welcome page. And I think I like the light version of this font is really, really pretty. It's simple, it's small, and then I think it looks elegant too when you track out the letters a little bit more. So tracking just adjusts all the spacing between each letter. So you can do that by going to your character panel right here. I think 75 is good. Adds a little bit of breathing room without it being like super long and spaced out. I also think this looks really good for all caps. I wouldn't maybe recommend doing it for lowercase or like sentence case. And if you don't have that, make sure just to go to your Windows panel and go to type and click character. And I just like to keep this on my sidebar because this is a tool that I use all the time. And I think that looks good right there. And let's do your name, Brittany. I had Andrew when I was practicing, but I'm with you. Love you, Andrew, but we're doing Brittany's name. BRITTNEY.
That's right. And good luck with the B. The B is one of those letters that likes to be a little tricky.
Yeah, we'll see. Everyone wants what letter they can't have.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I would love an E.
And see, I would like a B better.
No.
It's funny. Okay, Nautica, I think I'm going to do regular. And let's bring this up. See, that B looks pretty.
That is really pretty with this font.
I don't
Very elegant.
Yes.
It's giving wedding vibes.
Exactly.
Wedding girlies.
I want it to be slightly trendy, but not too trendy. I think that's
timeless a little bit.
Timeless,
yes.
Exactly. You've had a wedding, so you could tell me, but I think a lot of people want it to be timeless and classic and still feel current, but not look back and be like, why did I do that?
And the thing is, I think like a lot of the times if you're constantly chasing what's trendy, like you don't really actually like love it as much.
Yeah,
like you're just
true.
doing it because it feels like you should versus because you want to.
Yeah.
Curious to know in the chat if, you know, you are planning your own wedding or if you're curious to know how you can maybe use different designs like this to sell and make a little bit of extra money on, or if you're just hanging out and designing from home. I want to take a second to say hi to Robert, Jeff, Val.
Oh my gosh, all the classics. I come here maybe once a month and it's all my favorite people consistently in the chat. So thank you.
If you're brand new, don't be shy. Drop a heart. Say hello.
Yes, please do. Okay. And I think that looks pretty. So see, that's like already coming to life with your place cards. You don't have that little tiny piece of paper there.
Right.
Next to your plate, we can have this like full immersive experience into it. And then I think I want to put Meghan and her fiance's name on the bottom. Let's do bold. No. No, just kidding. I want it to be a little bit smaller though. Oh, this is also good to know. I think sizes that are typically legible for print are between 8 and 12 point for copy, which is a really good rule of thumb. I think 8, 10, and 12, like nice even numbers, are great for copy. Anything smaller than 8 point pretty much won't be legible. So that's good to note when you're designing. I'm also, since I said that we're going to have about an inch at the bottom peeking out for these bottom pages, I want everything to be centered in that bottom section of each page. Does that make sense?
It does. You kind of want it to be a little bit aligned to the center.
Yeah, I want it to be consistent too across the board. So I'm going to just copy this onto each page.
So I have a question
for you. Absolutely. Give me it.
That bottom space, like, would you put what's going to be on the page? Like menu, like, do you know what I mean?
Like,
so that people know.
Kind of like a footer of like what it is?
Yeah, like so that people know to flip through, or what would you put in that space at the bottom?
That's a good question. So I think what I want to do here is I want to put their names. So let's do Meghan and Gianni, or vice versa, whatever your heart desires. And then I think on the middle page, it's only 3 pages, so I don't think we need a super extensive like dividers or anything like that. If you were doing something like, let's say a magazine, you would probably want some indicators for your guests of like what it is. Maybe if you were doing a really big like program for your wedding, for like the reception itself, or ceremony, not reception, that could be helpful. But I think I want it to be like their names. Oh, it still did. Let's see. There you go. I think on this one, I want it to be a pattern peeking through.
Cute.
So I want to reference some of like the florals that Meghan had in her mood board here. Some of these really like pretty hand-drawn elements I think would be a really nice touch. And then the last one, I want to do the date and location, because I think those are like the things you would want to see first and kind of feel like it's a memento, a keepsake, if you will.
I love that.
Yeah, so we can just copy this here. And we'll want to make sure we use the type in the same spot. So I'm going to leave this, this one right here, and we're going to do a pattern. But really quick, let's do, what do you think her wedding date is?
Well, if it's spring,
I'm just putting April 25th.
Oh my goodness, I was gonna say April too.
I shouldn't have
my wedding day was in
before
April.
You. Oh, that's right. So sweet.
So cute.
I also think like Roman numerals are really pretty.
Yes.
I just like can't do that off the top of my head.
Yeah. I need to like Google what's the Roman numeral.
Yeah, in the finished example I'll show you later, I did Roman numerals, which also like I think Meghan's getting married in Italy, which feels very Italian to me. Also, I pulled together some of my own inspo that we could look at here that's more like Italian inspired.
Cute.
So some things that I wanted to pull from, like the Baroque style of like Italian art has like all these swashes and these like really cool ornate designs. And then also a lot of the architecture is really pretty to reference. I like the art shapes. So if you had access to like a laser cutter and like not just a regular printer, this would be so pretty to have like a rounded top of your menu like that.
Cute.
I would love that.
Yes.
You can't cut that out by hand or with a paper cutter, but a laser cutter would be your solution.
Cricut is like, I'm sorry, but Cricuts, I feel like
do you have one?
Yes, I do. And let me tell you, this would be a Cricut project because, and I feel like we should totally do a Cricut stream and design things and print it. That would be so
I've
cool.
always admired Cricuts. I've never had one. I think that's something like in my crafty era I should get.
Yes, everybody.
And you could do
like a whole thing.
some vinyl decals too, right?
Yes.
That's really cute.
Yep.
I can imagine for a wedding too, like all that would be super helpful.
The sky is the limit.
The sky is the limit.
Also, like, is swash the word of the day? It's swash, right?
Yes. So it's really applicable to these script fonts. Just think of like all the swooshes and swashes of the letters.
Cute.
Okay, my fonts have been acting up recently. Because I had it switched to Nautica, but it switched back. And I don't know the solution for that.
It's Mercury's in retrograde. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. We'll go with that. Perfect. But I'm basically, for the last page, I'm going to do Positano. Also don't know where she's getting married in Italy.
But that looks cute.
Doesn't that look so elegant together? Let's explore actually some of those glyphs and swashes that I was telling you about. So it's really easy just to select it's usually the first or the last letter. Okay. And you see all these little options of like different P's. Like that looks super elegant. I think I want to use that one.
But I'm mind boggled. I didn't know this was a thing that you could do.
Yeah, this is in Illustrator, and most fonts have this, especially if it's more of like a display font or something a little fancy like that. You could do that. Oh, I really like this I. You can make it a little bit fancier if you wanted. I feel like that kind of looks like a T.
I was going to say.
And then let's do the Y. You usually don't want to change like the in-between letters. I think it's good for like the first letter and the last letter. Yeah, I don't love that. But another way, if it's not showing up for some reason when you highlight a letter, you can go to Type and Glyphs. And this will show you all of the different variations of each letter. There's even sometimes like some fun little arrows and stuff. And all you have to do is like double click and then they'll insert in. So this is actually, like a cute little anchor.
Cute.
Oh, a little heart. Like all of these can be really fun and useful for other things. Different ampersands too, which I feel like are really cute for weddings especially. This one's cute. It's got a little heart at the top.
So cute.
Yeah, and these are really fun to add too. Like all these different little elements. So Nautica is what I'm using here. Highly recommend in fonts, especially since, like I was saying before, sometimes script can look cheesy, but we don't want it to be cheesy. We want this to be elegant.
And
timeless. Timeless and swash words of the day.
Yes.
Let's make sure these two things are lined up. Let's bring this down a little bit. And then I'm just going to delete that. I use that only for alignment purposes. So then when we see this page peek out from the bottom of the menu, we'll be able to see it.
I love this. And we have a question from Jeff. Who
Absolutely.
Said, is there a way to be sure things look correct before you print?
I mean, there's no magic trick. Unfortunately, it's usually just your best bet to print in a cheap, quick way. A lot of times, like colors, also like thicknesses of fonts and font sizes are really dependent on your print method. So I'm using the light version of this font right here. Sometimes the light is too light and isn't that legible when you go to print it out. It can be great for a screen. So sorry, Jeff, it's not like an easy way to just do it on the screen. Do it to your best of your abilities on the screen. Use CMYK. Stick to that. 8 as the smallest. Yes. Maybe even do it in black and white too. That's fine if you're just trying to test fonts, but colors especially. I'd also recommend a Pantone book. Those are really helpful too. They're kind of old school, but I have some at my desk and I actually love it when I'm doing print projects because then you can see exactly what it'll turn out as if you follow those CMYK colors.
I love that.
It's fun. And they're pretty too. Like I love like Pantone swatch of the year.
It's aesthetic.
It is very aesthetic. Okay, so we have this front and the back going. I think the front's actually pretty cute. I want it to be simple, especially because we're going to have some more detail popping through the bottom. And then also I want it to tie with the ribbon up top. So I don't think we need a lot going on. What I did, though, is I added all those color swatches that Megan gave us up at the top here, which is perfect. And to do that, all you have to do is, let's say you want, I don't know, I'll pick a random color. ugly, gross. Don't like that color. But
not approved by us.
Not on brand. You would want to just hit new swatch or hit the folder you want it to go into and then new swatch. And that's really great too because we're going to use some generative AI features in Illustrator later. And I want it to use the colors that I like. So keep that in your back pocket and then you don't have to type in the RGB or hex values every single time. So I like this green that she was using. I think I saw in the stream before us, they were using this color too for the invitation. I think it was what they were working on. I'm using also kind of an off-white color, not like a stark white. So let's go ahead and just
more like an ivory.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good way to describe it. And I think if I was going to print this out on good paper, honestly, I would just opt for a ivory paper, and then I wouldn't have to change the color of the background. But for this demonstration, we'll use that. So this is really. Oh, I love this already. It's so simple, but it's very elegant. Do you like your bee? Are you happy with your bee here?
I love the bee. It's giving bee energy.
It is. I love it. Okay, so pretty. So the next page, I want to do like a little custom thank you note. So it's, I think, pretty traditional to send like thank you notes after the wedding, but I saw, this is so bad, guys. I'm like nowhere near close to getting married. I'm getting to that point where like some of my friends are starting to get married, but I'm not quite reached that age. But I shamelessly love like Pinterest and TikTok, looking at wedding things, and I saw someone do thank you notes at each individual guest's like plate, which I think is so sweet, especially like I've heard it's hard to talk to everyone at your wedding and like say something special to each person. So this gives you time to like think about a nice little message and personalize it. And then also when we have all these pages done, you can just like duplicate these artboards a bunch of times and create one that's unique for each guest. So what I'll do here is I will draw a text box and we'll put our note in here. I want this to be smaller. Let's go with that 8-point font and let's do left align. I'm gonna do light. And let's see. I wanna fix all of this.
This is so cute. I'm so excited.
Yay! Okay, let's say Brittany, not all caps.
It's a little aggressive when it's all in caps, right?
Thank you for joining us on our special day.
We're so excited to share this moment with you.
Perfect.
Also, you're so brave for typing live on stream.
I've already made a few mistakes. Cheers to being friends forever.
Aw, cute.
Love, Gianni, or
definitely Meghan.
Meghan first. Love you, Meghan. Meghan. Oh, my phone. My computer is freaking out. Okay, Meghan and Gianni. And then let's make this bold. Let's track it out a little bit. Also, that will help you remember when you're doing this for each individual guest, change their name.
Yes.
I think this is like a common mistake across the board. If you're sending messages to people in bulk, I had someone message me. This is like tangential but related. Someone messaged me on LinkedIn the other day and said, "Hi, Helen." I'm like, oh, you're just copying and pasting a message. My name is obviously not Helen. So if you put it in bold, hopefully you won't forget. But for the text, I don't think I want to do like as stark of a black. I think I want to do like a dark green. I think that matches the theme a little bit better, a little bit more sophisticated. I don't really like this space here. Let's see. Okay, that's pretty good. And I'm just gonna eyedrop this and then change it. Let's go slightly, well, that's actually a lot darker. That also is better legibility too. I think if it's like something more decorative, it doesn't really matter if they can't read it completely, but like think about your grandma. Like your grandma wants to read this. Like if it's just pretty, who cares? Use whatever colors you want. But when it's a thoughtful message that you probably spent time on,
right? You're like,
they don't need to darker.
Yeah, they don't need to read it. And meanwhile, like you're known as trying to find her readers, trying to figure out what this note says. Like It's I think that's the worst. Like especially.
Oh, I'm reading the chat. No, my dad. My dad just commented. I'm glad to hear that you're nowhere near ready to get married. I'll hold you to that.
That's your dad. The
Thanks,
funny
Dad.
part. Hi, Emma's dad. The funniest part is I saw that comment and I was like, "That's somebody hitting on Emma. We're just gonna ignore that."
Not my dad. No.
I'm dying.
He just doesn't want to pay for a wedding anytime soon. OMG.
That is so
That is classic.
funny.
Sometimes he slides in that chat.
I love that.
Thanks
We
for
love
the
when
support.
moms
I'll
and
give you a
dads
few
are
years,
here.
Dad. Okay, I think also Meghan had some gorgeous engagement photos that she shared with us. I mean, might as well put them everywhere, right? I'm sure she paid good money for them. So I would want to put that in here. So let's go to my Finder, and I downloaded. I really love this one. How pretty! So cute. I'm gonna drag that in and make sure you hit embed, which for large photos, like that'll probably make your file a little bit bigger, a little bit slower. But if you don't embed a photo and you like move the location of it on your computer, like into a different folder, or if you delete it, it'll be a missing link. And then if you go to print it, it'll be a problem.
Right.
So what I want to do is I want to, instead of cropping the image, which you could totally do up here, I'm going to grab that shape that I want the picture to fit in and make sure the photo is arranged behind the rectangle. Right click, and we'll make a clipping mask. And clipping masks are great because they're non-destructive ways to like put things into a shape. So let's bring this up here a little bit. I want it to be like a little bit more centered. So cute.
That is adorable.
I'm loving this so far. And I'm not going to worry too much about like all the alignment, all the spacing things right now. When I show you my finished version, I promise it'll be polished and perfect.
This is so stunning.
I told you I want a little pattern. And this is kind of bad to say, but I'm not a great illustrator, and funny enough.
It's not bad to say at all.
Well, that's like a big part of my job actually is creating illustrations, but I get by. But I think something we could do instead is use text to pattern. Have you done generative pattern?
I have.
It's
and also,
so
like,
great.
Text to vector is my fave.
Well, great news. We're going to do both.
One of the only reasons I opened Illustrator, because I'm not a designer, and I'm like, I need this tool in Express.
Super approachable. Yeah.
Yes.
So we'll go to click the shape that I made, so the rectangle at the bottom, and this is going to be the second page that kind of peeks out at the bottom. So I love like a little decorative element when we have text on top and text on the bottom. So we will want to go to pattern and then generate patterns. You could totally make your own, but you can see I already created some here, and it's so easy to do.
So cute.
I really was loving, which one was I loving? I think it was this one. No, that wasn't it. I tried it a lot of times.
This is so
I really
pretty.
liked this one, but what I did was I just typed my prompt. I did Italian, spring, Baroque, floral, lemons, vines, flowers, hand-drawn, line drawing, anything that I felt like really captured what Meghan's vibe was here. I will confess, I tried to like do some of my own little drawings for this. I was like, I want to challenge myself. It just like wasn't turning out as good as these options were. So...
But I low-key love that this is an option, because that could be super discouraging to somebody that maybe like is not great at illustrating, and like that could be stopping them from like having a certain element in their design that they want. And also Meghan is like living for the patterns. So
yay! Okay, you can use a little pattern, Meghan. And the way to control the colors is, I think, pretty important, especially when you have like a specific color scheme in mind. So it's really great. You can do some color presets if you want. I just leave that as none. And then I want to specify colors. And then you just keep clicking and adding.
I love this.
Yeah, so I can have full control over what colors I want to be included. And then also make sure you type in the number that you selected. And so I'll just generate a new one just so you can see, but I really am a fan of that little pattern. And I think it's very on brand for Meghan's wedding, which is great.
I also feel like it's not cheesy. It's very elegant.
Good. That's the goal.
Right?
Like, some of this could be cheesy, and sometimes people think, like, AI isn't going to produce something that's like actually usable. I beg to differ, especially with something that's hand-drawn like this. It doesn't have to have super perfect lines, which I think AI doesn't do as well, like with creating super clean vectors. But this is something where it's fine. Who cares? So you can see it just pulled exactly my prompt and the colors that I wanted. But let's use that. And then I also thought it'd be cute to have like one more little designed element up here to finish out this page then before we make the menu. And the menu is honestly pretty straightforward. It's just a matter of like finessing all of the type, which can take some time. And so I want to show you some fun things before we get to like, here's the all text version or page here. So let's draw this little rectangle for the stamp here. I think I want to use, let's go with that dark green, a little hint of dark green. And I want it to be like a little postcard or like a little stamp from Italy. I think would be really cute. So what I'm going to do here is use a super easy effect to get like the little border, like zigzaggy edges of a stamp. So let's go to Effect, Distort and Transform, and Zigzag. And it'll look, whoa, super crazy right there. So we'll want to make the size of it smaller. And we'll do more rides per segment. So rides are just like those little bumps. And we can make these a little bit smaller. And then what I want to do is I don't want there to be like points. I think we'll do some smoother edges. We can make that size even smaller. Maybe a few less rides per segment. And make sure preview's on, otherwise you won't know what you're doing. Hit OK. That's all right.
So cute.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Everything you're doing, I keep saying, that's so cute. That's so great.
That's the goal, is to make something
no, but it's
cute.
so easy. And like, I just feel like I would have never known that it's that easy to make something that looks like a stamp.
Yeah, super, super simple. And you could go through and like manipulate the edges a little bit more, but for the sake of time, I won't. I want to put, I think stamps usually have like a little number on them and then like the country that it's sending from. So let's do 25 for 2025 because that's when lovely Miss Meghan is getting married from Miss to Mrs. Let's do light and let's bring this up in size a little bit. And then I want to do like a little flower on it. I feel like a flower is like pretty staple for a stamp. You know, it's usually like a flag or something floral. But this isn't your grandma's floral stamp. This is an elevated stamp. Oh, let's also make sure that this tracking isn't up too large. And then I think the Italian country code is ITA.
I love that you know this. Like, you're really
I did some research. I wouldn't know all that myself. No. I think reference imagery is great. Like, just to see, like, what is an actual stamp formatted like? Okay, and let's make sure that this color is the same here. Perfect. Okay, and then I'm going to draw a square. Let's do just roughly to get the size for the flowers we're going to generate to connect this little stamp element to our pretty little pattern. That's the word, pattern there. So we'll go to Object, and then this is probably what you've played around with is generative vectors or generate vectors. So I already have, excuse me, the colors that I want. I think I also want to add a fourth color, and let's do that lighter green. And I just did flowers and lemons, and I picked subject just so it doesn't like generate like a huge scene. I think is good. And let's just wait and see what some of the variations look like. And this could be an example where I pull like some of the images from the pattern below to make it like match exactly, but I just wanted to show like another way you could use generative AI in your workflow. That's actually really pretty.
That's so cute.
Okay, let's look at our other versions. That's really weird that I put black in that one. Okay, I like this one. Let's just scale this up a little bit. And I think it would look cute if it overlapped. Like
I was gonna
type
say.
a little bit. Ta-da! Okay, so cute. That looks like a little stamp on top of the picture.
I love that.
Isn't that cute? It would actually be
Super
really
cute.
fun to like print those out and like maybe if you could use your Cricut and make like a little sticker and like actually like put that on the page, I think that would be really cute. Megan just said, Emma, stop, I'm obsessed. That's such great live feedback. I love that. Megan, I'll send you the prettier version. This is just, work in progress. Okay, last but not least, while we're here, menu. People want to know what they're going to eat. Okay, I think this is where we could label like, hey, this is the menu at the top. I think I want to use the same size as your name on the front. And let's do that darker green so we can really make sure that Grandma can read this. Oh my gosh, why does it keep doing that? So weird. Okay, well, we'll have to go through, type in Nautica again, and make sure that the spacing, okay, perfect. What size was this? 60. Perfect. Let's center this on the page. And now I'll drag over this text that I had right here.
Thanks to AI.
Thanks to AI. Yeah, I know. And I like don't love the formatting of this. It's kind of boring, kind of bland. I think we can make this a little bit more exciting. I think we'll say that this is vegetarian like after this. Let's copy.
Like maybe in brackets.
Exactly.
Or like put a little V beside it.
Oh, I like that even better. A little V. Perfect. See, it's like mixing up all my fonts. That's so weird. Okay, perfect. And we have
telling you it's
wedding
Mercury
cake in there. Yeah, I know. It's like it's been doing that all week for me. Maybe I just need to like update or something. Okay, let's use that Mixed Up Pro hair. That is really thin. Let's do light. And I think 8 points was a good starter. And then we can just start to bring this over here. Let's make that the dark green. Again, we don't need to do pure black. We can make this a little bit prettier. Okay. Not that exciting, but we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. I think each course, isn't that what they're called?
Right.
Course, starter, entree, dessert. That should be treated as like a heading. So we'll do that all caps. And if you have anything in a lot of type already typed out, but you want to change the case, instead of retyping everything, just go to change case. And it'll give you an example of like what it looks like. So uppercase, lowercase, title case, and sentence case. So I'll do uppercase for this here. And let's do, I think I did bold on the front, and then bring out the spacing. Let's do entree. And then what I can do is I can just highlight the rest of the things and use the eyedropper tool. Yep. And then it applies that text effect. So you'll need to make sure that you do the case change still. But that is a really easy way to do that.
Does it change the spacing between the letters? Wow.
Yeah, it changes the color, the font style, everything, all the font properties except for the case.
That's so nice.
Yeah, it's a good little shortcut, and I use it all the time. So, pro tip, eyedropper, not just for colors, which is kind of nice.
I would have never known.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to know that little tip. And then I think the name of the dish itself will go, we could do that medium. So it's another, like a second layer of hierarchy. So we have the header as the course, the dish title, and then all the description of like what's in the dish.
Right.
And let's do choice of one will be in italics. I feel like that makes sense. Regular italic. Or I did medium. Didn't I do medium? Yeah, I did. Medium italic, and then
I was trying to think, and I can't even remember.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm throwing a lot at you. All right, let's just keep changing all of this. Wedding cake, of course. I think it's fun to have another little dessert, though. I'm a dessert
Having
girl.
options.
I would have an all-dessert wedding if I could. And let's start to just make sure the spacing is all good. And that is just like a super simple, elegant menu.
Super cute.
Okay, let's see the final version all put together, where I like finesse the type a little bit more. So you can see my process. Yes, it's so cute. So this is what it would look like when it's all layered together with the little bow. Sorry, I put Andrew's name, but we had to include him on the fun. I did.
He's also invited.
Yes, of course. The stamp, all the text. It looks like I made the headers a little bit bigger. So I
love that.
Same process. I made each individual page. I replicated or duplicated type styles as much as I could. I think that just brings really good consistency across each page. And then I even made this little monogram, which they were doing earlier for the back.
That. Synchronicity.
Exactly. So if you wanted to print on this back side, I think that would be really pretty. And all I did there, it was super simple. I just took the Nautica font, and you don't even have to do anything crazy. I just typed in a G and an M and then played around with those glyphs and swashes that we were talking about earlier.
Right.
And then just found like a good way for those to line up. So I think I did it like
and I'm sure
that.
a lot of it's like trial and error and playing around and
seeing what like letters fit for your initials.
And how they can intertwine.
Yeah, exactly. Like that looks
things.
really, really pretty. Looks
So
very
stunning.
Designed. Took me 2 seconds.
Curated.
Yeah.
It kind of actually looks like a logo versus it just being typed.
Exactly.
Yeah, which is so cool.
Like you hired a brand designer to
Right.
design your logo for your wedding, which would be super cute. But I really love to get that little peek of the pattern. You get your names, the location, the date. Those are the Roman numerals I was telling you about. I think that also makes it elevated. Just Google that. That's pretty much easier. And then I also wanted to show what it would look like if you have the Cricut or a laser cutter, that really beautiful like rounded edge or top is so pretty. I would love to like print this out and make it myself and just like see how satisfying it would look.
Yes.
And then if you didn't want to do all 3 layers, a really easy thing to do would just be duplicate this page that we made here, and then I'll show you really quick how I made this. All I did, I duplicated this, and instead of menu at the top, I put their initials, and then obviously I can remove the hole punch because it's just being like
it's like
printed
a placeholder,
on one.
right?
Yeah, exactly. It's more just so you remember, hey, don't design here.
Right.
I would probably delete that too before you printed, just in case like the hole punch isn't quite that size. Yeah. And then what I did is I just made this rectangle and then just took the direct selection tool, clicked these 2 corners. That's an Amber Alert on my phone. So sorry. That
my heart just dropped so many levels. I hope that everybody...
I thought it was a fire alarm.
Is everybody awake? Because now you are.
Mm-hmm. That is so funny. Sorry. Okay, and then I brought in one of the patterns that I generated earlier. So I would have to resize this a little bit. And the nice thing is when you generate these patterns, they go directly in your swatches. So you don't have to worry about retyping the prompt or anything like that. And yeah, I would have to like fix the sizing a little bit. But I wanted to show you one last thing before we go. If you wanted to print this, did you know that Adobe Express has some print options, which would be really great for this? So you could either print out this at home or you could do a 1-pager. And if I go to Express here, if you go to print, you can see all these different options. You could do your invitation, which is what I'm assuming Meghan would do for her invitations that she designed with Andrew. And it's really great because it gives you all the dimensions here already. And it also provides a little envelope. So when I'm designing, I could just start out with these dimensions, bring it into Adobe Express. I could also do a card, which could be another cool kind of like brochure menu.
Right.
You could do like the welcome whoever on the front, and then on the inside you could do the menu. I think it'd also be like really elegant to like have it done horizontally like this, because then it really looks like a place card.
Right.
And then you could kind of have that serve as both purposes. And when you choose the product, you can design just directly in here. I'm just going to click a random template just so you can see how this works. But it's really awesome because it will start to update on here what your design looks like. You can choose your inside of what it looks like by adding another page. So a lot of great options to streamline your workflow. It's also really easy to export things from Illustrator and bring them into Express. And I'm really excited for your stream next because we're going to be working even more with
Express,
yes.
Which is great.
I feel like we conquered a lot in this time. I'm so glad that Megan likes it in the chat. I can't wait to get her input after this stream. But I had so much fun designing this with you all.
You did such an incredible job. And honestly, I love the way that it's turned together. I'm very much of a visual person.
Me too.
So like the bow really brought it all together.
Thank you. Yes. Just a little stock image too, just for you to get the idea of what it could look like when it's all said and done.
I'm so excited. Yay. Thank you so much, Emma. This is so incredible.
Thank you. I'm excited to see what you come up with next. And thank you all for joining us. And we hope you stick around and we'll see you back in a few minutes.
And then we'll be flipped.
Yes, exactly.
We'll see you in a couple minutes. Thanks so much for tuning in, and don't go far because we have a lot more wedding-themed streams where that came from.
So much fun. See y'all soon.
We're going to be creating social media for an event. Open up firefly.adobe.com and then take your little phalanges and you're just going to go. So this is going to act as our prompt and our guide. This is like a nutrition conference, like nutrition tech.
I also typed gibberish and I got a horse. I'm going to be working with a horse.
Look at that horse. Emily will be creating branding for an event based around this horse.
Yes.
I will be creating branding around the LKG Health and Tech Conference. And what's cool is we are actually using a shared document in Adobe Express, which means that we need to collaborate in real time. We're gonna go to media and let's do text to image here. We're gonna use Firefly technology to generate something. Glowing with lines of code, technology, and then futuristic. Wait, this is so perfect. And let's go ahead and put some type in here as well.
Maybe my horse is sending me cards from vacation. So I'm gonna go like, wish you were here.
So grab your image and then you're going to duplicate it, remove background. Then you are going to drag that horse layer above your text.
Yes.
And so now you can put the text behind the apple like this. I have good ideas, Emily.
I'm gonna give it an earring.
And so here we're just using generative fill in the most chaotic way possible. But we just selected the area and then said, hey, we want an earring here. So I'm gonna do some animations. There are some new animations here in Adobe Express. So I'm gonna have this kind of drift in. Yeah. So we're gonna loop and we're going to go to Bob right here. I'm gonna use generative fill and we are just going to generate that apple out of the background. I don't really want to see it when it's bobbing. Select the whole area where that apple would be. So we're gonna hit generate here. I'm gonna go to media, go to videos, and do maybe like blue glow. I changed the blending mode to screen.
Okay.
And when I hit play, it's going to create this really cool orb-like, ooh.
Wait, how did you do that?
The future.
Okay.
The power of Adobe Express.
That was insane. Adobe Express keeps offering me other recommended fonts, and each time I like it, so I've changed it like 10 times now.
So swap. All right. So swap. I am now working on Emily's document, and Emily is now working on my document. I just wanted to add a little bit of sparkle.
Thank you. My horse appreciates that. I needed that.
What you can do in Adobe Express is you can go to media, and then you can go to audio. I'm gonna do 90s and just see what happens. Voiceover. Here we go. This summer, bring your horse to the great wild wilderness. This summer, bring your horse to the great wild wilderness and join Barney at Horse Camp 2024. Perfect. Love it. At LKGCon, you can look kind of good. Nailed it. One take wonder. And then we will watch our final creation. At LKGCon, you can look kind of good. Have a banana. Eat an apple. And if you're vegan, have a carrot. See you in 2024. Perfect. Wow. What joy we brought to people who want to look kind of good. Obsessed. So thanks for joining us for the creative warm-up. Bye, everybody.
Hi, and welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us or sticking with us. I'm Emma, and I'm here with Brittany Meghan.
Again.
Yes, again, back and better than ever. Brittany is the CEO and head socialista of Socials and Stilettos and the Pink Queen. Like, I thought I was the Pink Queen, and it's
the Pink
actually,
Queens.
We're the Pink Queens. You were saying earlier, you're the Galinda to my Galinda. Exactly. So we are continuing the trend of spring weddings today for our lovely Megan Billy, who's getting married. And since you're the social queen, we're going to do some social stuff.
Yes.
So, Brittany, what
I'm
do you
so
have for us?
excited. We're going to be doing all the things. We wanted to kind of find a way to make some interactive elements for socials that your guests, if you are getting married or if you're creating for somebody who's getting married and you want to kind of maybe sell social assets that they can use.
Totally.
So that's what we're going to be working on today.
Fun. All in Express, right?
Yes.
All in Adobe Express. Perfect.
I'm so excited. I'm an Express queen. I say
You,
that. I feel
you
like
are. No, like legit.
it's my baby.
Yeah, you're legit.
We're going to be doing a couple of different things. Maybe create some story stickers, countdown story to the big day, which will be cute.
Oh, I love that.
I know. I feel like just things that maybe your guests would want to use. Like they're getting excited the same way that you're getting excited.
Absolutely.
So that photo sharing templates, like when they take photos, maybe have something to put them in.
That. These are all, like, my brain is already just spinning with like all these different people that could benefit from this. Like even thinking about like vendors that post on socials, that'd be so cute. And Megan's like also a social queen, so this is perfect and on brand for her wedding.
And we're gonna have fun. And I feel like, you know, it's been so cool to see how we all kind of started with this one mood board.
Yeah,
like,
we all had the same prompt and took it different directions, but similar still.
And they all look so great together. So earlier today, you would have seen Megan worked on these with Andrew. We just did. Well, I say we. I was the moral support.
You helped. Yes, you helped.
You just did incredible menus and table place cards, really is what you would kind of call them.
Absolutely.
And what I'm, like I said, we're going to be doing social assets, but what I've kind of done ahead of time is put together like a brand board.
I love this. So great. Get all your fonts and colors in there.
Yes. And I'm like, I need to be able to see things. And I know that we had these 3 colors, but I had actually asked the designer on my team, I was like, wait a second, I need help because I feel constricted with 3 colors. And
so
I'm sure,
fair.
like, I feel like a lot of people they want to kind of work with a couple of different colors.
Good to have a few to like base the whole palette off of, but I do like expanding a little bit.
Right. And this is kind of what she's helped me come up with. So we still have like a lot of those same colors that you're going to see. The pink, the greens, the light yellow, which is so stunning.
I love it. So springy and lemony.
I know. And it's so cute and fun.
It is so cute.
I'm going to go back. I feel like my brand board's taking forever to load today.
We were laughing earlier. Brittany just told me Mercury's in retrograde. I didn't know what that means. I didn't know what that meant until you were telling me. And we were giggling about that. So apparently that means that our computers are going to be slow today.
All technology is like, it's really going to test us. And
I mean, my phone freaked out in the last session. If you're watching, my phone went off and it was apparently a tsunami warning or something crazy, which we're in San Francisco. I don't think that's a problem. But anyways, okay, so this is our plan for today, right?
Right.
We're just refreshing.
Reloading.
Love it. So are you thinking like Instagram stories mostly as our like platform?
Right, because I think like a lot of people when they're sharing to the feed, they're probably going to film a reel. They're probably going to film take photos, or you'll have photos done. So I think having those things that can kind of lead people up to that. I do not know why my brand board's not loading, but this is okay. Anyways, let's start with story stickers. So we have this one here.
This is fun.
That I've already kind of put together, and it's so funny because it was kind of channeling those like floral vibes.
Yes.
That I saw.
And it's already in the font, right?
Right.
That's
and this
so
is what I
nice.
wanted to talk about was, again, with fonts, Adobe Fonts is so incredible.
My fave, we heart Adobe Fonts.
Yes. And there's actually a wedding section.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
That's perfect. Wait, that's so nice because all these like little tags on the side are fun to look through.
Right.
And I never knew. Oh, look, there's even holidays. Perfect for this season.
Anything you're looking for, Adobe Fonts.
So cute.
So this is the font here that you just saw that I
fun.
use, which is so much fun. Now, I'll tell you, I was not crazy about like any of the other lettering. But if you write in uppercase, they'll all have like these really pretty floral elements in there, which is so stunning.
And it even says like monograms, so it's probably intended more for that than like writing a bunch of sentences.
That's probably a good call out that I wouldn't know. So thank you for
I just noticed that it said something monogram. So yeah, it probably would be perfect for this.
Right. And I feel like, honestly, like playing around and seeing what you love, I personally love this. I don't know how Megan's going to feel about it, but following her mood board, where I kind of really wanted to pull that from, was I saw this right here. And I was like, okay, well, this kind of gives that vibe of like the florals behind.
Yeah.
And if you're somebody who's not great at like pairing elements with fonts or with text, this is probably a great way to do it because it's designed for that, right?
Exactly. I love that.
So what we're going to do is I'm just going to first change to maybe give some options of this. I want to say story sticker. This is going to be a story sticker. So really what we're going to do is when you have your story stickers, it's really easy to just turn this into a transparent background, right?
Oh.
And I always design when I'm in Express on like a white background, just so
you can see everything.
Right,
that totally makes sense.
When you download this, I always download as a transparent PNG.
Okay.
And then it's so easy; it'll pop right up, and you can actually create like a little, I want to say, folder. It looks a little funny right now because it's on a gray
just
background.
on the preview, yeah.
Right. But I always like transfer them to my phone and I'll save them into an album, and you can literally copy and paste it right into your stories on Instagram.
Wait, I didn't know this trick.
Yes.
I thought you were going to have to like upload it to the official like Instagram stories stickers.
No.
You can copy and paste.
Okay, so let me show you. Do you have your AirDrop on?
I do.
Okay.
On my computer or my phone?
On your phone. Let me see. I'll pop this into your...
1 second.
If this works. We're really throwing a curveball.
I love
today.
it. Okay.
Just to show you how this works. Okay. Do you see
Emma's iPhone on the left?
Okay, so I'll drop this into you, and if you want to...
Okay, this is so exciting.
Okay.
Oh, and it's there.
So it's there,
you can see that. Yeah.
So if you copy, you're going to hold over it, and then copy.
Hold down in my Photos app.
Or maybe press the, is there 3 dots anywhere?
3 dots.
Or press share at the bottom.
Share.
Every phone is different. Copy photo.
Copy photo. Okay.
And then if you open up Instagram stories, I wish we could show you guys this as it's going.
We'll take a picture on Instagram stories.
And then all you're going to do is press the little text button at the top.
Text.
And tap, press paste. And then
no
look at
way.
That. It's up there. I don't know if we can get a little zoom in on this, but just to kind of show you how easy this is and how this works. Do you see it right there?
Yeah, right there.
How great is that? So this is kind of what we're doing.
That's
this
so
is
fun.
how I love to do this. So we could really create an album of these that people can use
so
as stickers.
nice. Sorry, I'm making sure I don't accidentally post that on my story.
That's
so I'll be
okay.
like, what is that?
So maybe we want to do the M and the G. And like I was saying, I think if we do like a couple of different color variations, this would be super cute and give people options.
Of course,
right?
but of course we love the pink. I mean, look at us.
I mean, we are the Galindas of the Adobe team.
Have you seen the movie?
I haven't. I cried the whole thing.
I haven't seen it yet. I want to.
The whole thing I cried.
Oh, cute. Okay, I like the kind of off-white option, which is probably good for like dark photos, especially.
Right. Like you have to think like people are going to be taking photos all through the night.
Right.
You don't know what they're going to, I don't know if people like are as crazy as me, and I instilled a dress code for all of my guests.
Well, yours was kind of perfect. Tell the audience what your dress code was.
So you had to wear pink.
It's perfect. That's really not that hard. Like
And
there's lots of pink options out there.
I mean, you could do a pink tie, a pink bow tie. Like there's so many different things that you can do.
I love that.
So let's say we have that. We have our M and our G that are good. So I love doing the different options. So again, you don't know what people are wearing. You don't know what kind of stories they're going to be taking. So having those options is going to be great. And you could even play around with this a little bit more. Like maybe if you wanted to separate the letters a little bit. This is like, I'm not a designer, but the designer in me.
Oh, I love
the wannabe designer.
You are a designer. Express makes you a designer.
That's exactly it. Like maybe we want to do something like that.
Yeah,
right?
I love
Which
that.
could be so cute.
Stacked.
Would you, since you are a designer, Emma, would you make them bigger? What would you do? Maybe do small and like a big and in the middle.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, big ampersand. That would be cute.
Is that what it's called, an ampersand?
Mm-hmm.
I love that.
Yeah.
Maybe we do something
ampersands
like
are so pretty, especially for like weddings. I feel like that's like such
The
an
vibes.
elegant little. It's more like a decorative element. Like obviously it means and, but
it kind of gives a vibe, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. You could have fun with it. We could even turn around and like, you know, again, kind of maybe we'll play around with one of our other fonts here.
Fun.
Maybe we'll bring in
you
this
have
header.
others in here.
And we'll do celebrating. Is that how you spell celebrating?
Yep, that is perfect.
Celebrating.
What size document are you using? Like standard square for like Instagram or something?
Yeah, honestly, what I normally do is just like the 1080 by 1080.
Which is perfect for phones.
Yeah.
You don't need any bigger than that.
I think like as long as you're kind of sticking with it, because I know this is going to be posted on Instagram.
Right,
What's so great is like you don't have to remember these measurements, so you can just kind of like look for what you're looking for.
That is so true.
Which is so fun.
You could also do like Instagram story if you like wanted it to be a very particular like frame or something that's like actually for those dimensions.
Is it G-I?
No H.
A and an I?
Yeah. And no H for Megan, right?
No, there is an H in Megan. Megan has an H in her name.
Oh, you're right. You're right. My mom also spells her name with an H, but your Brittany Megan doesn't have an H?
No, but I added an extra N because I'm extra. So that's different.
I like it.
I think I spelled Gianni right. Let me just go back. Gianni. Perfect.
Oh my gosh. Another Megan with an H. I love it.
So cute. And maybe we want to like.
Oh, that's really pretty.
I kind of like that. I don't know. Maybe we want to do
I really like it.
This a little smaller. Do you like it big or small, do you think?
I mean, either way. I think I like them both big.
And maybe
that's I mean, I like all of these. So if you keep changing it, I'll still keep liking it.
You're just gonna be like, I'm sold either way, whatever we're doing. But this is so great because, like, again, we can have different like color variations of these, and it's so easy to make. Mm-hmm. And we're just gonna export these and then share them with our guests as an album. You can do like a shared album on Google Drive, your iCloud, or like whatever you're doing, right? Dropbox. Which is so great.
That's so fun.
So
maybe you need a tutorial also in that shared folder for like someone like me who doesn't know how to do that.
Oh, I feel like it's so easy on an iPhone if everyone has iPhones.
Right.
There's always one person in every family that doesn't have an iPhone.
Of course. It used to be my dad.
Oh, it's my mother-in-law.
But my dad is an iPhone guy now.
So funny. I feel like you're either team iPhone or team Android. Let us know in the chat what you are. Curious to know.
I bet a lot of our international friends are team Android. I think that's more common. I like the pink and the green. It's so cute.
What else do you think people would be
like the wedding date?
Okay, so we did April 25th, right?
Yeah. I don't even know if that's like a weekend or cute.
Whatever day it is, we're here for it. Maybe we do like April 25th, 2025, and maybe we want to bring in this monogram that
fun.
Megan had made earlier.
Yes, I love. Like Nicole from your team said team iPhone, 1,000, 1,000,000%. I don't know how many zeros that is.
I don't know how.
Oh wait, this is so cute. Duh, totally want to use the monogram and
like something cute.
Social, yeah. I actually, when I was in high school, on like Snapchat, you can make like geo filters. So like when you scroll, I like had one. I submitted one for my high school and for the city that I grew up in, which was so fun. I was like, yep, I designed this. Like, so when you took a picture, I don't use Snapchat anymore, but
I mean, everyone's back to using Snapchat these days.
All
it's
the
funny.
kids.
Yeah, it's where everyone's at right now, I feel like.
Ooh, this
like
is
maybe
beautiful.
Cute like that.
I really, really like
but
that.
But obviously, I think like keeping all the same color maybe would be cute, right?
Yeah, that's probably helpful, especially when this is going to be overlaid on a photo. Like as a standalone like design piece, I like it with multiple colors, but that looks gorgeous when you're exporting.
I think this is going to be so pretty, and like let's just actually test this out. I'm going to make, there, all my pages are down here. I had to scroll down.
Oh, whoops. That's okay. Good life lesson. If you think your pages aren't adding, just scroll. See if they're there.
I also love that you can resize directly in the same project in Adobe Express. This is so great because I feel like...
That is nice. I don't think I've tried that before, so you have multiple different size canvases,
It's so great because I feel like for me, like I'm somebody who doesn't like having a million projects. Like if I'm working on one thing, I want like one.
Organized,
yeah.
For sure. That makes a lot of sense.
So let's say maybe this
was
a photo from their big day, let's say, and we want to just see what this would look like.
I love this. Test it out before you...
Try before you buy.
Try before you buy.
How cute is this?
Oh, that's so
maybe
pretty.
Imagine like just pasting this and having this available for your guests to kind of like paste in the bottom. Oh,
So
I'm covering
cute.
it. Where is it? There it is. Hold on a second.
Oh, I'm not in the way. I don't need to move.
There we go.
Thanks,
How
Jacob.
cute would that be? Like, I feel like that's such a
I
vibe,
love that.
right? Like, no matter what you're kind of posting, I think it like just helps kind of brand it a little bit, which is so cute.
As a designer, I love the idea of branding your wedding. That
Right?
is so
You have
over
to.
the
It's your
top,
big
but like I
day.
love it.
It's your big day.
Yeah.
So, any questions around creating story stickers, everyone? I think like we have a couple different ones.
This is our MVP right here, so ask away.
Super fun.
And I'm glad that I learned that trick. That's so fun.
Yes, and now you're going to do it for everything, right?
Yeah.
Like if you ever want to, and I think a lot of people just assume like you have to kind of have them integrated into the Instagram app.
I totally would have thought that.
Yeah.
So that's so cool that you don't have to go through that process.
I love it.
Because I think that takes a long time for like those to get approved and then uploaded. So it's a shortcut.
I feel like it's so great. You just have to kind of play around with things. And if you know like different tips or tricks or hacks and ways around things, like makes it so easy to play around with these things. How do we feel about this pink and this like light,
I like
neutral, almost green together?
Pretty.
I think they're super cute.
Yeah,
so
super
we're going to
pretty.
move on to creating a stories countdown.
Fun. I love this idea.
I
feel like I've seen like photographers do that
Right.
for clients. That's really, really pretty.
And it's such a great way, I feel like, to get people excited and counting down to your big
absolutely.
day as well.
Especially when you have a destination wedding like
Yes.
Meghan's, Italy. Everyone's
People
counting
are
down.
looking
It's their
forward to going
vacation
away,
too.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to maybe choose this one here.
I like it.
Okay, and
It's funny
maybe
we all picked very like similar fonts but slightly different. So lots of options and inspo for our viewers to
based off of
choose
this
from.
mood board.
I
too.
know. It was a great mood board.
It's so great. Okay, so maybe we'll do countdown to
Mr. and Mrs.
Okay, cute. I love it. See, this is why I need Emma with me here.
You know,
coming
just
up with all the ideas.
No. Just trying to come up with ideas on the fly.
Maybe we'll do countdown to, and then we'll say Mr. and Mrs.
Oh, cute. I love that.
I kind of also like playing around with like text coming a little bit off the edges.
Ooh.
Do you like doing this?
Oh,
Have you
yeah, for sure.
played around with it, right? And I know it doesn't make sense now, but wait till it all comes together,
Okay.
y'all.
I trust the process. Absolutely. You haven't failed us yet.
So we'll go ahead and maybe change this to the pink to match.
All the pinks and greens.
Can you tell I'm like just totally running with the pinks in Megan's palette?
I
So
mean, I don't blame you.
it's a thing.
It's my fave too.
Just want to see like maybe if we bring
Ooh.
this color,
That's pretty, like a blush color.
right?
That's really, really pretty.
I do feel like I kind
I
of
say
like
that
it.
anytime you turn something pink.
I just feel like also the blushes are so feminine and like lovey and romantic.
Romantic,
right?
yes, absolutely.
Okay, so So I kind of think we'll leave this down here. But then what I always love to do is add in a little box so that I can, okay, hold on a second.
Go to your shapes.
Yes.
All right.
And we'll add in like a little mimicked box of what the countdown sticker will look like.
Right, because you add the countdown from the Instagram stories feature, right?
So we kind of like always love to do this at Socials and Stilettos where we kind of have like, we call it a placeholder bubble. And it just kind of like gives you an idea of like where things are going to sit, similarly to what you did with the little hole punch.
Yeah,
like
exactly, in my menu. Totally.
Right. Kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of where things will sit. I don't think I want this like up in this corner because we're going to have the countdown timer running. So I don't think we need like all the dates.
Yeah, that's so true.
But maybe what we'll do is add in behind a photo, one of their engagement photos, and like
yes, might as well
lower the opacity. This really is testing me today, my brand.
Yeah, that's so funky.
I'm telling you, it's Mercury.
I was saying I've had issues with my computer and my phone and all kinds of random things this week. So I believe whatever you're saying about the planets.
The planets, they do their thing, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now we're loaded.
Oh,
this
good.
is great. Okay,
Wasn't too bad.
So let's choose something that maybe has... I feel like this is so romantic, the background, right?
And the black and white is pretty.
I think that these photos were taken in Italy.
It definitely looks like it.
It
doesn't look like San Francisco.
No.
Although San Francisco does have some pretty architecture. Ooh, that's so fun, Brittany.
I feel like we're just playing around, right? Like you never know until you kind of play around with things.
Yeah, that's really cute.
I do feel like maybe let's try one of the darker.
Oh, sure, to like help the contrast a little bit.
Yeah, because now that you kind of see, if we want to kind of keep like that color in the background, I think it'd be helpful to have like a darker font.
Yeah, definitely helps with that legibility. But then you could keep the pink box if you wanted to.
It's going to get covered anyways, right?
Okay.
So like the countdown sticker will go right over top.
Got it.
So, I mean, don't get too emotionally attached to the boxes.
Okay, I won't get too attached to the pink.
So maybe something like this here. We have our countdown to Mr. and Mrs. You could even maybe like do just countdown, and then maybe we want to do a little arch and put this around the side.
I love how Express makes it so easy to
play around.
arch text.
I know. Is this really? It's a mission in Illustrator.
It's a little bit more involved. So this is nice. It's not impossible, but it's just easier to do it this way. Jeff said the background looks awesome. Jeff, I agree. This is so fun. I love seeing how this is coming together. Oh, and I like it. Like on the corner. That's pretty.
Kind of looks cute, right?
I like it, yeah.
I'm wondering, yes, we can arch the other way. Two arches too much. It's too much now.
I like the one.
It was too much.
I agree with you on that.
I'm going to do countdown like that, and then we'll have like our countdown sticker running there, our countdown timer running there, so that's perfect. Super cute.
I'm loving all these assets so far.
I also kind of want to maybe create a copy and like let's try with a dark background and light text. Let's see how that looks.
I love that. I think that was a good photo choice too because Jeff said the wall makes for great texture, which I agree. Like, it adds some visual interest to the story.
It's so much fun. I definitely feel like I'm somebody who loves to see texture and images used in the backgrounds.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, Emma.
Yeah. I've never thought about that until now, but I like that.
It's just fun. Like, I think that it, like, creates, like, a little bit of, I don't know what the word is. Like,
dimension?
Yeah, maybe dimension's the right word.
Yeah, this is really pretty.
Okay, so now let's bring
Everyone
this
is obsessed. I like that, too. That's pretty, especially since they're wearing, like, pretty high contrast clothes. Like, they're wearing black.
Right.
Oh, and the photo's already in black and white, too.
Which is so
this is
helpful.
Really pretty. Yeah.
And maybe, like, maybe there's a lighter think the lighter is even more elegant,
pretty.
right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to play around. I'm the kind of person that like I need to kind of test things out, see how it feels.
Absolutely. I do that all the time too when I'm designing, just like create variations of the same thing just to get all your options out and really decide which one you want. And in this case, someone probably wants multiple options so that they can like post it for themselves.
And like people love different things. So
Absolutely.
like I might love the pink, but like maybe Megan would prefer something that's like more neutral. So I love this because if you are kind of trying to sell templates or things for socials like this and Etsy or so many different platforms you can sell things on. Yeah. But I mean, it's great because people can go in and make this their own so easily. And like you don't have to learn a whole new program. Like it feels very familiar when you get in there, which is so nice.
I love making templates in Express. I think that's like my most used feature. It's like even within Adobe when we like, I've made like hiring things and I have to send it to like a recruiting team and then they'll like just change the text, but I lock everything so they can't like change the placement. So that's I think super helpful too, and probably something that you could like sell and leverage like as part of your business.
I'm telling you, people don't really realize in the social space like how much money you can make selling templates online. Like it's
Maybe
ridiculous.
I should do that. Like kind of passive income too.
Why
Like
not?
you design it once.
Right?
I have a super, don't look this up, I have a super old like Redbubble account, which is like stickers.
What is Redbubble? I
It's
don't
like
even
stickers,
know.
like a print on demand sticker
Okay.
place. And I have designs up there from like literally the first thing I ever learned how to make an Illustrator like in high school is on there. And I still make money off of it. And I don't even know. I think I know my login, but like.
It's just kind of running on autopilot, which is so cool.
I make like maybe 25 cents, but it's fun. So I like this idea of templates. Got my brain thinking, maybe I could do that. You could too, clearly.
Anybody can, right? In Adobe Express.
Yeah, absolutely. Photo booth strip.
I kind of want to,
Is that what you're doing?
I want to see if there's an actual template that we can already kind of like pull into play.
Oh, I love these. I feel like I paid money for a template like this from an app.
Right? Like, look at how cute this is,
that's
though, for
really,
a wedding,
really cute.
though. Okay. I feel like I want to add this as a page because I just don't want to lose it. Let's come back to that in a second. That's not what we were looking for.
I'm getting ahead of ourselves. It's cute.
No, this is so cute. And I kind of wanted to find something that people can put their own photos in and maybe like post to their stories as like a recap of the wedding or like, you know, sometimes people want to make like a cute little collage and like post it. So I'm curious to know, do you see anything that's popping out to you, Emma? Like maybe something, this is so cute, something like that.
That is cute. That's super simple. I like it.
Right? And I love that it's already kind of animated. So that's an option. And yeah, I mean, I feel like, do we like the photo strips?
Yeah, I think either is cute.
Okay, let's try both.
It feels very like vintage disposable camera vibes. I really like that.
And I love that. And I think like Polaroids, the thing about having like Polaroids at your wedding is like people always
do that?
You know what? People always take them home like by accident or forget or they don't, you know, but everyone always has their phone.
That is cute.
So what's
I do love Polaroids. When
I
was an intern here a few years ago, they gave us Polaroid cameras and they're so cute and I've used it so many times.
I have like an Instapix mini, the pink
cute.
one. Of course
it's the pink one. I love it. And Jeff asked if you could sell on Behance too. Behance actually is a great platform where you can sign up as a pro and sell your services. So definitely check that out if you haven't. It's a really great way to get hired as a freelance designer. And yeah, you can also like link to external websites. Like if you do like sell a font somewhere, I see people do that all the time where they like showcase their project on Behance and then send like a link to Creative Market or something along those lines, or stock or fonts, and you can purchase through like a third-party link.
I think like one of the biggest things too is like if you can find a way to create like your own website for those things, you'll own it at the end of the day too, which is so great. Or like there's so many great options like for selling digital downloads and things like that. Like I think Stan Store is a great option that you can look into. I don't know if you've heard of that one,
no,
but
I haven't.
Maybe take a peek into those. That could be like a great way to like sell things,
especially if it's digital. That's a great point. You're probably not paying any fees,
or it's like very low.
You don't have to deal with shipping. Like I have my own website for my portfolio, and that would be super easy. You know, through the website builder, just to add a lot of like Shopify and Webflow and Adobe Portfolio, all these things, I bet would allow you to add that feature in.
Okay, so let's replace this image and
make it more wedding vibes.
Let's look for wedding stock images for a second. So, see, I love how I typed in wedding stock.
I didn't even notice that. Yeah.
Wedding guests. Let's see. Maybe we can like pull in some that kind of match her color palette just to kind of get that idea and really play around with it.
Really pretty.
Oh, I'm so obsessed. What if we type in wedding Italy and see what comes up?
I'm thinking like Sophia Richie Grange's wedding in Italy. Like that is the blueprint. If you have not seen her wedding in Italy,
it's amazing.
A vibe. Yeah.
Okay, and then maybe we'll do
those archways.
This one, right?
Yeah, that's the exact one I was looking at.
So pretty. Okay, it's this on top of it has that thing.
Okay.
So it kind of gives the texture I'm not crazy
You could
about.
probably arrange the photo on top of the frame.
Right.
And not have to like change anything. So you can just like reorganize your layers.
Okay, bring to front.
And then you could like crop it or resize it. Yeah.
Emma, this is why I need you, the Galinda to my Galinda.
Love it.
Very smart. I would have been like, oh no, that's not going to work.
No, I agree. Because the texture is cool not for like a grungier effect, but we're not
for like a wedding, right? That we kind of want to like, yeah. I mean,
maybe for like an anti-bride.
Like a death till we part wedding, till death till we part. Have you seen those?
Yes,
those
or I've seen like divorce parties.
That's a whole vibe too. I mean, I don't ever plan on getting divorced.
No.
But if I did, I would definitely do one.
We don't need to start planning that.
No.
I'm just saying that's the vibes that it's giving.
If you know somebody or you want to make some extra money doing divorce party stuff, that's
an untapped market, probably.
Yes. Super cute, right?
I love that, yeah.
So I feel like I want to find some florals to bring into this, right?
Oh, fun. Okay. Yeah, some little elements.
So let's do.
And you could totally export that without the photos, right? And like then you could just add the photo as a sticker on Instagram stories. See, I know that. I know that.
Exactly. Yeah. And like you could have fun with it. Like these do you think these fit the vibe, right?
I like that. Those colors fit too.
I also feel like I love like line.
The line illustration, that also fits pretty well with the inspo that Megan gave us. She had a lot of like hand-drawn elements.
Which is so much fun.
It's so trendy right now too. I see all these really cute invitations on like Pinterest and things like that I was trying to create myself when I was prepping for this, and then that's why I use text to vector. Or like generative pattern in Illustrator, because I'm like,
sometimes you need like a little extra help, and that's okay. And I feel like this is why it like is so great to have these features, because if you're somebody that needs that or wants to play around with it, or you're strapped for time, or you're in a creative rut, like it's such a great way to add to your workflow.
Yeah, I think that was a good choice, especially with the like text. I think it looks really classy.
I think it like is fun. I'm not crazy about like the text up here. Like I don't know what to do really with it. Any suggestions, Emma? Did we remove it?
Yeah, you could remove it, or if you wanted to like rotate it so it's like along the page that way.
Like maybe do something like this. You're saying that's a great idea.
Something we haven't done yet. If we hate it, we can. Yeah,
something like this, or maybe should we do the top?
Yeah, I like that. Also, something maybe to think about. Do you ever run into this, like if you create templates here and then upload it to Instagram stories? Like, does the avatar ever, like your profile picture ever cover it?
Yes, you always kind of want to like take into consideration like that
what's up top
there.
or at the bottom. I think it's gotten better. Has it? I feel like
it still gives you guides when you're posting.
Okay,
which is
you're
so
right.
great.
You're right.
But, like, I feel like a good way to avoid that would be, like, it's going to be on the left side. So, like, maybe we just flip the elements a little bit, right?
Or just avoid the top left corner,
right.
which we did.
That we can definitely do.
I just know I've done that, like, for myself, especially when designing things. You're like, you made this all perfect on your computer, and then you send it to your phone. You're like,
nothing worse than it, like,
also,
not working.
If you have Express on your phone, you could do this on your phone. So then avoid the computer. We're obviously streaming, so we're doing this on our computer, but I forget about that.
Designing on the computer, though.
It's
just an experience.
I do too. But if you wanted to, like, maybe if you got this sent to you as a template and quickly switch out pictures in Express, do that on your phone.
Right.
Because that's just tapping a few things. But I agree, for a more, like, polished design, this is a great solution.
I just think sometimes, like, maybe, like, if you're somebody who likes to design using, like, a computer, right? Like, it's just different to operate, right?
I even have a hard time sometimes on live. Like, I like to use a mouse and a keyboard, and I have a big monitor. Like, I have my whole setup usually when I design. So just, do it however you feel best. I like doing stuff on my iPad, too. So maybe you're an iPad person. I don't know. Whatever floats your boat.
Are you a trackpad person, or do you like a mouse?
No, I have a mouse. All through college, I only used a trackpad, and now I think back to myself, which was literally like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, not that long ago, but I'm like, how did I design without a mouse? Especially Illustrator, I think it's harder.
Right.
Because with like the pen tool and things that like require a lot of precision, but are you trackpad girly?
I love it.
I feel like
so
for
much
what you do, it makes sense.
But like I'm so much so of a trackpad girly that like I would buy a trackpad for my desktop computer because that's how much I love it.
That is a different level of commitment. I respect your choice.
Not for me, but I respect your choice.
But I totally get that. And Jeff and Robert in the chat say, this is so cute. Everyone's loving it. Val, shout out Val. Hi, Val. Miss you. Also thinks it's so cute. Oh my gosh, and the little monogram.
So right?
Yes, great touch.
I kind of feel like for balance, it needs to go on the other side, though, right?
I agree. That is a little design principle. A lot of times it, like, looks good if you, like, make triangles on the page. Like, if you think about an invisible, like, we like to design in groups of 3, so you got the points. Where are my hands going? And then the third thing. I, learned that in design school. It just, like, makes your eye move around.
Follow. And, makes total sense.
I'm sure I could explain that in a smarter way. But that's something that is like a real design move. But you just knew it in your gut.
I feel like some people you get that intuition, like, okay, wait a second, like this would look better on the other side. And sometimes you just got to play around, like I was saying.
I agree.
Now, speaking of playing around, I'm kind of curious to know if we bring all of, let me see, these. Let me group these so I don't mess that up.
That's smart.
And let's see if we bring these to this side.
Oh,
I'm just kind of curious. And this is what I love with Adobe Express is sometimes you just kind of like want to start with a template and see, maybe you want to change it around a bit and
it's
see where that ends up.
It's a good starting point too.
Right. A lot of the times when I'm done with a template, it looks totally different than what I started with.
Yeah, but it gives you some ideas just to like get your creative juices flowing.
Right.
There's some really pretty templates. And there's so many new ones all the time, especially for the holidays right now. A lot of new ones coming out, which are fun. You could send out your Christmas cards if you do that, if you celebrate Christmas with your family. That'd be a great way. You could get them printed through Zazzle directly through Express. Kind of mentioned that earlier. I love this spin.
Right?
on
Like
this.
it's kind of taking it a little bit of a different direction, which is super cute.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like maybe even if we had like the April, like a bar here, like maybe repeating.
Sure. Yeah. I think I'm following you, but I want to see
like where it goes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So this is like really big text. Hold on a second. So maybe we'll bring this down a little bit first.
Smaller. I love in Express how you can just like resize the text box and it'll change like the
this. Yeah.
Yeah, that is so nice.
I feel like it's like everyone does things so differently. It's funny to see like how.
I mean, with all Adobe products, there's so many ways to do so many different things.
Right.
And I love it. Like, that's one of the best parts about doing Adobe Live is getting to sit with designers and creatives and learn new ways of doing things that I like. Some of it speeds up my process. Things that I've learned from past streams. I'm like, oh my gosh, where has this been all my life?
Sometimes you just need to kind of feel inspired and see what other people are doing.
Especially if you like get stuck doing things a certain way for so long. It's nice to mix up your design process.
Okay, let's bring this like the
I like it. Bringing back in that like cream.
No,
light
not
green.
even. This was just what color it popped up with. I can't do this. Thank you, Emma. The words of encouragement.
I'm just here for support.
Let me see.
Yeah, this is really, really fun. And you could keep all the variations. Just keep duplicating the pages so anyone can, you know, get inspired by whatever template you've created for them.
Did I make more than one rectangle? Is this what's going on here?
Oh, wait, go back. I think can you undo it?
I can.
I think your border is really, really thick.
Oh, thank you. I didn't even realize I had a border.
At first I was like, how did that happen?
wait a second, how did I do that? Like, also,
we caught it.
Like, cute. Thank you, Emma.
Yeah, I didn't want you to have to like redraw it if it was an easier fix. And I'm glad it was.
Thank you so much. Okay, so let's bring this thickness down a little bit. And what I'm thinking is if we bring, maybe we'll do the same light pink.
Oh, I see what you're doing now.
Do you see? Now it's kind of making sense, right? It's coming to life.
Yes.
Thinking.
I'm also a visual learner, like you said you were. So
yes,
it's good to see it. I also like, this is so random, but I love the layers panel on Express.
I know.
It's so nice and like easy just to see a quick preview of what you have. And just to like move things around is super intuitive.
And it's like, I just feel like it's so great when you can kind of like quickly drag things where you want them to go and you're not fighting with things.
100%.
It'll hold you back from like a lot of, I want to say, like getting to the end result of your design.
Exactly.
Right?
And this should be like an efficient tool for you.
Right. Which is so helpful. So we're going to zoom out a little bit so I can see what I am doing.
And you're just copy and pasting the text within the same box,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's so smart. So you're not like duplicating individual text boxes and trying to line them up. That would be
it would take forever.
A disaster. Yeah.
I would be like still here tomorrow.
Yeah, we would be here for a lot longer.
Okay, so I'll bring this down a little bit. And now maybe I'm like not loving the photo film behind. Like maybe we just want to bring this up.
Keep it clean.
Have fun with it and see where this goes.
Yeah. Great minds think alike. I was also thinking the same thing. Something about like the rough.
It just felt like it wasn't like elegant anymore.
I agree.
Do you know what I mean?
And I think the like little bar you created made it a little more elegant.
A little bit of a second life, right?
Yeah.
Like it's so different from
I think the film strip would be really fun for like reception, like after party,
right?
Like party pics,
right?
Like night from the like disposable cameras, like a little blurry. Like this is for your classy ceremony photos,
right?
Beautiful.
Okay, let's see. So we'll just.
I know you kind of threw some of the flowers and stuff to the side, but I kind of like where that's going.
It's gonna. I feel like it'll look really cute at the end when we kind of like bring it together.
Sometimes the accidents in design are great and lead you to good
like
end
you start
results.
somewhere and then you like end up somewhere else, which is so much fun.
Absolutely.
Oh, this is so cute.
I really like this.
Okay.
I can't wait to see photos of Meghan's actual wedding.
I know.
Because these are really pretty. Her engagement photos, stunning. So I'm sure the wedding photos will be just as good, if not better. Ooh, that definitely looks Italian. All the old paintings in the background.
So stunning.
Pretty.
Okay. I feel like this looks so much better now that we made that switch.
Yep, I agree.
And then I think if we keep the little M and G down here, and maybe we just like, don't want to say layer, but kind of like sprinkle in a few of these.
Okay.
Maybe.
Kind of making like a background pattern.
Almost. Like kind of we're like playing with our own pattern.
Kind of like the pattern that we were creating in my session.
Right.
But for social.
Which is so fun.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Okay. I don't know if you ever do this, but sometimes like if I see something like that looks like really bold, like this one does, what I'll do is I'll just like lower the opacity of it so it kind of blends in more with the other one.
Very nice. Yeah, because that stroke weight's probably a little bit heavier.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
But I really love it, so I don't want to like take it out.
That's a good little trick. Yeah, because it's like there's some visual weight to it, so reducing the opacity.
It's like almost like an eye trick, like a mind game a little bit.
I love it.
That's kind of cute, right?
Yeah,
and then you
really
can just
pretty.
drop your own photos in there, which is so great.
Perfect.
So we have like 2 options that actually like really look cute.
Yeah, I really like it.
And it gives people something to choose from, like maybe something for like the after party, like you were saying.
Yeah.
Like you have these like little photo booth kind of behind the scene moments.
Is a great idea, yeah.
Right?
For sure.
Okay, so we'll get rid of this one and I feel like we're happy with those.
Yeah.
So I feel like all we have left is our wedding venue sneak peek.
Okay, I don't know what this entails, but I'm excited for it.
So I kind of want to do something that just sneak peek some of Meghan's wedding venue photos.
Is this like something the vendor would post, do you think? Or Meghan would?
I think she would post, like getting everyone excited, like this is where we're going.
Yeah.
Like I could totally see it being something she posts, or even like, you know, I don't know. I feel like if I was a guest at like a destination wedding, I'd want to kind of share.
That is so true.
Like, I'd be like, look where I'm going, you guys.
Yeah,
this is
100%.
so fun, right?
It's like vacation pics.
Right. And these are her actual, like, wedding venue photos, which are so great.
Wait, I didn't know that. I didn't see these.
Yes. They were in the album, Emma. So.
I know. I didn't scroll through them that
You were
much.
like, I got stuck in the florals and the mood board.
Yeah, I got stuck in her
so
gorgeous
cute.
photos. Oh, that's beautiful. Italian
These are so
villa.
stunning. Like, it's giving Italian villa, probably because it's in Italy.
Yeah, so true.
Right? So cute. So maybe we want to, now that I kind of have these in here, I just wanted to drop them in just to kind of like see.
Also, Val said, I read somewhere that the highest rated wedding favor to give are photos because your guests go all out and want to remember a day where they looked great with their friends and family. So true. Like, the pictures are for the bride and groom, but like, yeah, you're all dolled up. Like, you want to get those Instagram pics for yourself too. So these templates could really, tie it all together.
It's so, I feel like also like any wedding that I've ever been to, if there's a photo booth set up somewhere, like I always take home the photos.
Oh, me too. I love a photo booth. We have them all the time at like our happy hours or like holiday parties here. I think they're so fun. Have you ever seen Booth by Bryant on social media? It's like a black and white photo booth that like all these celebrities go to.
I don't know if
I'll have to show you. I'll have to show you. Wow, teaching you something about social media. I
don't know if I've seen it though.
Like very like LA influencer celebrities.
So cute.
Yeah.
I definitely feel like for me, like it's funny because when you're somebody who's on social media all the time, like it's very easy to also feel so not on social media all the time, if that makes any sense. Like everybody's algorithm is so different.
That is
right?
So true.
So like I know I'm on social media every day, but what I see, I guarantee you probably are not seeing, and vice versa.
So true. Also, like geographically, like you're in Canada, I'm in San Francisco, like
it
whenever I go
things.
like home to visit my parents, like it's a completely different set of videos.
It's so true.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think what I want to do is maybe bring in all of these photos. Or actually, you know what? I'm going to keep them here, and I'm just going to size them.
Did you pull a template? Sorry, I missed that.
I did.
Okay,
just because I wanted to kind of like have some inspo of how I want to lay this out.
Oh, yes.
And I was thinking, I was like,
colors.
we could like definitely put a bunch of photos behind, but if we just stick to 4 and maybe we bring in the little color dots to show the color theme of the wedding. And then maybe add her like monogram and kind of make it like a mood board would really look cute.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I could even see this like in the planning phases of your wedding, like creating like binder page. I'm so crazy. Like
I'm the same
binder
way.
Pages of like, oh, this is my official mood board, and have it like something about having that tangibly would be really cool.
I definitely think like Adobe Express is so underrated for like making vision boards and mood boards.
I've definitely used it for that. I think it's a great tool for that.
Yes, like why not? And it's so great because you can always come back to it. And like if you're somebody like me, like 2025 is like literally around the corner, right?
Isn't that crazy? I can't believe that.
Yeah, I mean it's really around the corner. So I feel like you can make your mood board on Adobe Express and then turn it into like your phone wallpaper, turn it into
I love that idea. I also know some of my coworkers have used like Firefly, for example, to create like different rotating wallpapers for their computer.
Right.
They're all like the same color scheme. Like one of my friends, she has like a bunch of purple wallpapers that rotate out that she made in Firefly, which is also built into Express. You could generate things. Ooh. Sorry, I like the black and white. I'm getting distracted all over the place. All those shiny things.
Because the thing is like the colors and the images are so different that I was like, to keep it like really...
That makes your life easier, and that simplified your steps.
Right? Like this is going to look
Nicole
really
said
cute.
2025 vision board in Express. That's so fun. I've seen like friends do like vision board like nights, like a wine night with like your friends and like pull pictures from Pinterest or wherever. I love that idea, Nicole. That's so fun.
Okay, so maybe then we'll bring like this yellow over here because I know the yellow was
that is beautiful with the black and white images.
And I kind of want to zoom in a little bit to kind of like show the most
I like the different crops
pieces, right?
Oh, this is fun. I even think like this would be perfect for like a venue's Instagram account.
Right?
Like here are all the different types of weddings that we can put on at our space.
And like mood boards, and you could share different themes, right?
Absolutely.
I still really love this. I'm still so obsessed with this one. Like this little moment.
That is really, really cute.
I'm telling you, fonts that look like logos or like monograms or anything, I'm so here for it, honestly.
I agree. Oh, I like that we're bringing this one back. We haven't used it since the beginning.
I know. We're going to give it a second life in this one.
Perfect. Yeah, bring it in from your, like, connect all your social pieces together.
Right. And maybe we'll add like the text. We'll add some text that see, I can't with the other letters, but it was the one letter that I was like, oh, I'm here for it.
That is funny.
So we'll do our venue maybe.
Cute.
Yeah. Do something like this maybe in the middle. Let's see. And we'll bring the color a little different. We're almost at time, right?
Yeah, having your brand board is so, or
handy.
your brand, what is it? Your brand kit.
Your brand board.
Yeah, in Express is so nice.
It makes such a difference, I'm telling you. Difference, not different.
It's okay. It's okay. We've been on for 2 hours.
I know, we've been killing it.
Yeah, so many fun things we've created this time. Oh, pretty. It's fun to have like a hand-drawn feel to those MNGs.
It like definitely looks like it was curated. Like it doesn't look like a font, right? And I
especially
think that's
like the venue looks kind of rustic, so I think it's like nice to have like a polished font.
Right.
And then, yeah.
I'm just locking these because
Smart.
I don't want to, but I think I want to maybe bring these down the middle. What do you think?
Yeah, I like that. Especially then it gives you more room for the text and
These
feels
buttons.
balanced.
Did you see that? How easy it was to align the spacing? Game changer.
Yep.
Game changer.
I appreciate that.
And maybe what we'll do, I think we have a minute left.
Yes, let's wrap it up and make it look pretty.
We'll add in a photo of them and maybe remove the background quickly.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds
let's
good.
Do it.
I trust the
Super
vision.
cute.
The vision board.
The vision board. So cute. I think like to remove the background, this one would work really. Wait, no, it's cut off. I think. Hold on a second.
The remove background in Express is really easy, which is nice.
I love it.
Especially
it's like
if you have
button.
a clear background.
Let's see. This might challenge it because there's a lot
it
going on.
might be tough, but
I have faith because it's never done me dirty yet.
moment of truth.
Let's see.
It's taken a minute to load. You can see the sparkles are going.
It's living its best life.
It is.
It's detecting all the different things going on.
Yeah, all the patterns. I wonder if it's going to
Right.
cut out all the tiles.
I wonder.
It does.
Don't jinx it, Emma.
Sorry. You know what? Megan's photos are really high quality, so
Is
they're
that what
really
it is, you
large
think?
files. Yes, because when I brought it into Express, that's it.
So cute. Like having them there in the
Beautiful.
side.
Yes. Well, Brittany, you did such an excellent job. I had so much
Thank
fun
you.
with these past 2 sessions. All of your social stuff looks great for Megan's
you.
wedding, and I'm so excited to see her use it in real life. And make sure you stick around. Meghan and Andrew will be back to wrap it up, and we're going to continue the wedding fun. So thank you so much for joining, and we'll see you back in a few minutes. Bye.
We're gonna talk about lighting, editing, how to prep for a shoot as well. You can see it's like literally so simple. I have one light behind her and we're just like making it work. But yeah, I wanted to dive into maybe like how I prepare for a shoot in a way. I get like really just simplified with what, maybe it's like lighting inspo or posing inspo, but it's never anything crazy.
Yeah, nothing too prescriptive. It's just kind of like, okay, this is the general mood.
100%.
Like vibe.
So I knew I wanted to do something, that was that first setup with the red. I wanted to do something with a backlight and I knew I wanted to be reds.
Yeah.
And so this is just, just images I found, and then from there I was like ready to go. Like I knew what I wanted. So speaking of sitting, I guess we could start with this image. So this is from that red shoot, and this is obviously completely unedited. I always open my photo in Adobe Camera Raw, and I always have this, you can change this obviously to like different colors, but I always love to go with white because I feel like everyone's phones, they all have white backdrops, and it helps me just like see the image with the white backdrop and to know that like I can brighten it up a bit. You know what I mean? It's just nice having that like stark white to bounce off of. In Adobe Camera Raw, I like to start with just the light panel and I just kind of go through down the line. And I really, for this image, want to have that kind of like spotlight effect going on. So I feel like increasing those highlights starts to kind of create that, which is nice. And then I just kind of move down the line and go to color. I want these images to be really warm. With this image, it already is kind of getting vignetted. So I want to almost increase that vignette. So I'm just going to kind of go in there. It's literally just a matter of what you like and seeing and just like playing with the colors that are in the image. Obviously I'm playing a lot.
I mean,
with,
that's
like,
kind of the beauty of photography, right? Is that like it really just comes down to what you like and how you can fuse that in your images.
100%. So I go into detail in Camera Raw and then I always press denoise. For me personally, I usually keep it around like 10 to, if it's really grainy, like 25 is the most I'll go. For now, we're just gonna open up this image into Photoshop.
Perfect.
And I always obviously unlock my layer, unlock and duplicate. To edit skin, I sometimes just like will go in with this like mixer brush tool.
Yeah.
And what I'll do is just pull from the image.
From the colors itself,
Yeah, so I'll just option click there and then it just like kind of smooths it out. It's kind of like its own Gaussian blur. It's like sourcing from your original image and just like mixing things together. And like, you probably can't even tell that I'm doing anything right now, but in my brain,
You're like, I am. It builds up, you know?
100%. And then from there, I'm just kind of going into my adjustment layers. I'll, from here, usually like combine my layers and then I'll bring it back into Adobe Camera Raw. This is how I sometimes will like filter my images. I love using the presets in Camera Raw. I do this with every single one of my photos.
Yes.
Like I just love how these look. Yeah, I'll usually play on these presets and then bring the opacity of those layers down to like literally, sometimes like 5%. But I did save some textures as well. So this one you can see is just from Adobe stock and we can just like make it big here to fit the frame. I like to just like see what we're working with, you know? So I feel like screen is always, light and screen.
Light and screen.
Again, this is literally doing like, other people probably think I'm crazy for like the smallest adjustment, but I swear it really adds up.
It does though.
It really, really does. Photos that you've shot in the same sort of lighting, you can just throw on your previous Camera Raw edit. So I'll just go apply previous setting.
Yes.
And it looks exactly the same pretty much. I want to kind of go into one of those Mylar images. Always just, again, playing with all these adjustments. Maybe I kind of like
these
that
vintage ones are good.
Yeah, the vintage always comes through. Just even this little thing, I can get rid of that really quickly. There's a few different ways that I would use. So one is the patch tool. I like love the patch tool. I think it comes in handy. We can just quite literally circle that little part and then bring it over.
I do.
What? We're back.
We're back. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to our spring wedding stream for the day. I'm Andrew Hockrattle.
And I'm Megan Billy.
And we're going to be creating signage, table cards, and more. So stay tuned. We are going to be working today in Illustrator, InDesign, and Adobe Express. We're going to start in Adobe Express, show you how to do a little bit of bulk create using Adobe Express.
I'm excited.
I've never done it before, so we're going to be learning together. I think I understand. I know how to do it in InDesign, so we're going to try it in Express, and then I'll also show you how to do it in InDesign as well.
Cool.
Whose wedding? What are we doing? Run us through the rundown.
If you haven't been here all day, I'm sorry, you should go back and rewatch everything because it was great. But we have been talking about weddings all day. We started out designing some invitations, some wedding logos, and then the amazing Emma Gustafson came on and designed pretty much like a whole wedding pack. Incredible. I love it. And this is all stuff for my real life wedding. So selfish stream for me.
Just getting married.
So fun. So right now we're going to dive back into kind of what we were working on. We can share my screen first. Studio manager, please. So this is what we did last time. Earlier this morning, Andrew created this. Oh, my dog. Sorry. Andrew created this beautiful logo up here. We started from a script, or a font actually, and then he made it into an object and did all the things. Do you want to say what you did?
Yeah, we did all the objects and then we did all the things. We married together a couple different fonts. We used some custom brushes. We did some line width to do a nice little kind of like swirly cue and created this nice swashy. What did the other one I called? Ruffian? Yes. Swashy ruffian logo. Yes. That we'll use then across all of the stuff. I think Emma made a beautiful one too, so we'll probably use that also one day. But the last thing that we did was we added this kind of like papery background to this wedding invite, which I don't love. Okay. Andrew did it. That's fine. It was me and we I'm just kidding. We love it. That's fine. Okay, what are we going to do? So I got really inspired by Emma in her stream, and she had this beautiful like printy background that she made with text to pattern in Illustrator. Okay. Maybe you can make something text to pattern later, but this is just a background that I found in Adobe Express that I love and kind of is on that same vibe that Emma put together. So I'm going to transfer out your paper background and do this one instead. Totally fine. So what I want to do is make it a dual tone into our colors. And earlier today, if you want to go back and watch it, we learned a ton of different ways that you can get the colors that you want into your project. But one of the ways was adding it into your brand palette. So I'm going to go ahead and make the shadow and the highlight. Do I want to do that or do I want to make one or the other? Oh, wait.
What do I want to do here?
That looks good. I'm not mad about that.
Okay. Cool. But then I do want to turn down the opacity just a little bit so you can see the words better and it's not like super distracting. Oh, there we go. That's
yeah,
cool,
that's really good.
Adds in the colors. I actually liked exactly where it was a second ago. Okay, cool. So that, and then we're gonna have to play around with some of this type here, which is what Andrew's gonna get into because he's the designer here. But yes, that's just something I wanted to show is like, Emma did it her way, which is a great way of using the text to pattern, but there's also just so many options here in Express. So why don't we just pick up where we left off, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so he's gonna make this better.
Yes,
right?
I do want to do one thing real quick on this. You can hop over to my screen. I basically don't like how the pattern is over the text.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna put like a pill shape around.
Got it.
So that we have like a little bit of a knockout for the text.
So it's like seamless, but
super easy to do here in Adobe Express. I do need to get this color, which is gonna be weird because it's at an opacity. So what I always do is I'm just gonna grab a screenshot of it.
Okay.
And then I literally just paste that screenshot back in. And then I'm gonna use this as like a reference color.
Because if you tried to grab the color, it would grab the actual color, not the opacity color.
Yeah, you know what? Let's find out.
Let's
Because
try.
I might be wrong about this.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Okay, so I'm going to go here, and with this text selected, I'm going to click on shape, and that's just gonna put a background behind it. And so I wanna do, there's a bunch of different options that we can do here. And maybe I'd wanna do the blocks. I'm not mad about the block, actually.
Okay.
Let's see, this one is what I really wanted. That is ugly.
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
How do you feel about it?
I think it's ugly.
Okay. What do you feel about
I
this
don't
one?
think it's ugly. I just think that one's better.
Okay, cool. Do you want something? No. No. Okay. All the other ones are ugly. This one is the cutest. Where is it?
Yay.
Okay, cute. All right, so what we can do is let's go ahead and try to change this color. And let's go to the text fill. Actually, ooh, let's do this.
Oh.
That's not gonna work.
No. Like you want to do like a cutout.
I want to cut out the text, but that's not gonna work.
I know, that's what you're thinking, but that's not gonna
Let's not do that. Okay. So let's not cut out the text. Let's leave the text black, sure. And then shape fill, I'm gonna use the little eyedropper tool, and let's see what happens if I just come here. It worked.
It worked.
Okay, it worked. I didn't even need the
Adobe
screenshot.
Express is so smart. This is what we've learned today.
It is.
It's so smart.
Yes. I also am going to now change this text just a little bit.
No, change it a lot of it.
Oh, a lot of it.
We don't like that text.
Oh, at all?
Do we? Chat, do you like it? Please tell us.
Yes. I actually.
What's your favorite?
I like this one.
What's your favorite font, chat? That's what I would like to know.
So when I'm working on a wedding invite, Mrs. Eves is my go-to.
Ooh, okay. Do you design a lot of wedding invites?
I don't. Only for people that I like really am on board with.
You're really on board with me?
Yes. I don't like weddings.
Oh, okay. Moving on.
Okay.
From that.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change the spacing a little bit. So we're gonna pull the letters in just a little bit closer.
Okay,
Tighten that up.
I was gonna say I don't like it, but now that you've pulled the letters together, I like it.
Yes. Okay, so we're gonna pull the letters in just a little bit, and then we're also going to pull these lines in a bit, so we can have this a little more like compact.
Centered, yeah.
Or I like this. And then I'm going to use my alignment to just align this to the middle and the center right there. I may need to realign it a little bit. And something that like is a little bit off to me is when you're working with a monochrome palette like this, what color is this? Like looking at our monitor, so we have a monitor right there. What color is this when you look at your monitor?
Black.
Okay, is it like black?
Yeah, it's like inky black.
Okay, so for me, this is why I'm a designer.
No, you're not colorblind. Oh. I don't know. Sorry, keep going.
Scandal, no.
Designer.
I'm colorblind to black text. No. So when I'm working with monochrome, especially when it has like these hues, when I see black, you see a little bit of that green bleeding in.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
to me, right, it looks like a little bit of green. So I always want to lean into that. So I'm actually going to change this text from just a full black text into a little bit of like a dark olive.
Okay, we're getting kind of like color theory.
Yes.
I love
So
it.
like just putting in a little bit. So see how just putting in a tiny bit of green, so it's not fully black at the bottom there.
Yeah.
So this is full black, and then we bring it up, and just a little bit of green, right?
Bit, yeah.
It's just giving you what you're already seeing.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't make it so that your eyes are kind of going back and forth.
Totally.
It's giving you that really nice.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I'm looking at it from a more, I'm on this page too. Do you see me?
Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
And I'm looking at it from far away, and it did change. It was like jarring to look at just the black.
Yep. So between these two, now this black looks like purple, right? Is this purple? It is purple. Oh, it's purple.
I think
This
it's like
one.
a brownie black.
Yes. Okay, so we like this green. I like this green.
I like it.
And let's go ahead and I'm gonna copy this. And then we're going to make the other text that as well.
Okay.
Little small revisions here.
Do you like the different text or the different fonts and stuff? Because that's something that I love, but I don't think that I do it right. But I love when there's stuff that has like different text with different.
Yes, I'm not mad about it.
Okay.
It is kind of like not my favorite that you have like both really long names, but there's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah.
I'm in the same boat.
I asked about the font, not about my name.
I'm in this.
But,
hate your name. Love the font. Okay. Excuse me. Thank you. Wait, why is it not?
Oh, you're doing a purple?
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to. I don't know why it's not. Hello?
Good job.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so what else do we want to change on this is the question.
Everything. Make it pretty.
Make it pretty.
Well, but okay, going back to the thing. I like the different fonts. I do. I like the idea of that. I know it's not done correctly.
Okay.
But I like the idea of it.
Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and do some hierarchy here. So right now, when you look at this, it's all kind of just reading as one thing.
Right. Tell us what hierarchy means.
Hierarchy means like where you're going to look at things and kind of what's the most important and what is like supposed to pop out the most to you. So I'm gonna do a couple things here. We're gonna put this one into Mrs. Eves, and there's a version of this that is only capitals.
Tell me you're a designer without telling me you're a designer by just like knowing the names of fonts.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Like Mrs. Eve. No one has said in chat what your favorite font is, by the way.
Yeah, chat.
Please drop it. I would love to know, and we might use it.
Yes. Also, is there an option? There's not. Interesting. I was hoping there was an option to make this all caps. I want to make it all like small caps. Together.
Emily says Mrs. Eves is so wedding chic.
Uh-huh.
Wedding chic.
Parents.
You're kind of like wedding chic.
I am.
Like your vibe.
Thank you.
Chic.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think. So I'm going to do some hierarchy here, and we are just going to give this a lot more space.
Okay.
So what I like to do is, together with their parents, we formally invite you to. Cool. So create that visual line that it's kind of moving down. And then here, I'm going to space these out a bit to give it a little more of that like regal look.
Ooh.
Right? Giving it more space often makes it look a little bit more like...
I don't like it bold.
I don't like it bold either.
Yeah, like as if it was maybe typed out by like a printing press.
Yes.
Yes.
100%. So let's put that up here. And this one, not doing it for me.
Okay.
It's a little too like
swashbuckle tea.
Yes.
Like piratey.
Yes. This one.
What's the one we used earlier?
What is the one we used earlier?
22 something.
Yes. Let's see if it's over here in this Illustrator file.
Oh, what a beautiful logo you made, Andrew.
Thank you. I'm gonna undo all of it right now because I need to get back to what the font was.
Oh my God, scary. Wait, okay, so if you undo it, it's not gonna change it from the artboard, right? Or like you saved it to the library?
Yes. I also just copied and pasted it.
Okay.
So chat, that's actually a really good designer hack. If you ever know that you need to go back in a file, but you have the finished product right here, copy the finished product, then Command Z to go back, and then paste the finished project back in.
That is such a designer hack.
It is.
Very much so.
Okay, I liked this one, which is Bickham Script.
Oh my gosh, Emily said there's a Mr. Eves.
I'm sorry, what? Okay, I need a little more information about that. Okay, so let's see if this is too wide.
Was that what we decided? Was that the one we used earlier?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think that this is not too wide. I actually don't like the color. Like, let's...
We need the green again, yeah.
Pull it together, please.
All right, sorry.
I like the width of this. So when you're working with type, you want to have things that are similar or in contrast, not both. So you don't want it to like have some similarities and some contrast. You want one or the other. And here, I like the similarity of like the width of these letters. This is a little too thick for me.
Okay.
But let's try one of these other ones that we worked with. Not that one. This one's gonna be way too scripty.
Well, let's try it. I like the scripty. Swashy, as we called it.
I'm not mad about it.
See, the swash for the win. Ooh, so swashy.
So swashy.
So swashy. We love it.
Okay, it's so
Swash.
thin.
Swash says wedding to me.
Yes, it's getting too thin for
Okay,
me. I think. Yes. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's only my wedding invitation.
Okay. Do you love it?
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I just like to give you a hard time.
So maybe we can go in here and do something that has swashes.
Wait, can we look for Mr. Eves while we're
Oh yes, while we're in here, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's look.
These are not swashy enough.
Yeah. Okay, let's look for Mr. Eves.
Just to see, since we're talking about it.
There he is. Oh, it's a sans serif. Of course it'd be a sans serif. Oh, it's so cute.
Wait, I love the monotone on the, like how that
Wait,
looks.
I think I'm gonna use this for something on yours.
Okay.
Okay. Let's definitely look for a scripty one real quick.
Okay.
So we can go here. If we want to find a scripty one, we can go to Browse All. And then we can go over here to Calligraphic.
Okay.
And that's going to give us all of these. So last thing I did was a gift guide. And we're going to do wedding. Oops, I'm in all caps. And I want something that like has some swashes. Anything looking swashy to you?
I'm not loving these swashes.
You want like full...
I want a loop-de-loop-de-loop.
Okay, which is the one that we have. Okay, that's fine. We can go with the loop-de-loop-de-loop.
Oh wait, I liked that one. Go back.
Okay. Which one?
Down.
This one?
That one.
I like this one too.
Thanks.
Okay, this is buffet script or
Okay.
Buffett script. So let's see how it looks.
I love being able to see all of them next to each other like that. Oh, we hate it.
It's too fun.
That's too
Okay.
Okay.
Let's do this one.
Okay, I like that one.
Okay. So the wedding of, and then we have your names, which are so long.
All right.
That's fine.
That is not even Gianni's full name.
Really?
It is not his full name.
Gianni.
His real name is Gian Gabriele. He's
Okay.
very Italian.
Okay.
So
and then
we're not
we're gonna go back to this type for the title or for the date.
Okay.
The 1st of July to
You sound like a
1000
Bridgerton.
and 25.
Good job typing that.
Oh man.
It's a lot of words.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay, so really what we're doing here, if you're just joining us, is like reworking this invite, which I actually took from another template, and just making the, what do we call it, the font weight and hierarchy make a little bit more sense.
Yep. Just trying to balance things out a little bit. And this is going to be at Castello
D. Pietra. P-R.
P-T-R-A-T-A?
Yep.
Yep, cool. All right. So that is already looking a lot better. Let's shrink this down a little bit. And this one, I'm not mad about it, but we're gonna make it...
The same.
Yeah.
So we like that there is different text, but we did a little too much, got a little too crazy with it.
We did. All right. Sisi Italy.
Italia.
Okay. Oh boy. All right. Good. And now let's just zoom out here and let's balance everything with the spacing.
Let's do it.
I actually think that I want to like kind of condense everything down so it has this like vertical flow.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and the names are the thing that like look the most off for me, which is hard because there's not much we can do about it.
What looks off about it to you?
They're just long.
Well, then take our middle names out. How about that?
Oh, let's do that. Okay.
If you must.
Yes.
Deprive us of our identities.
I'm in for that.
Okay. That looks better to you?
Yes.
What if we use the same little swashy and that we used in the logo?
Let's do it.
I don't know how we would get that. We'd have to bring it in from
Easy.
Illustrator.
I can just, come in here.
Look at this working across.
Oh, I might be in trouble.
Uh-oh. You messed up with the commands, eh?
I did.
We're live, people. This is what happens when you're live. It's okay. Just take...
Yeah, I'll take this one.
I don't know what we're going to do here, Andrew.
I'll take this one.
It's not the same.
It's not the same.
What would you do here if a client was like, I must have that? Like, as a designer, what would you do?
I'd probably do this. Like, I would come in here and I would try to just grab these anchor points.
Yes.
And then reconstruct it, which is going to be a little bit of a thing.
Okay. I don't know. You're making it feel like pretty easy a thing.
There.
You're like, it's a thing. This would have taken me 17 hours to do this.
There. Okay, how would I actually do this? Oh my gosh.
You know how I do
it?
Tell me.
I would go back in the live stream and I would screenshot when we had a clean version of it, and then I would auto trace it.
Do you know what I would do?
What?
This is what I would do. Go back to Express. I would copy and paste it from here.
Okay.
From the other one where I have it. Let's make it black just so we can see it.
Okay.
This is like a total hack. Like, this is not how you should do it, but this is how we're going to do it. And then I would go to erase.
And erase pieces of it?
Yeah. If it will let me.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a hack.
Yeah.
We're hacking things here.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Okay, you keep working. I'll hack this on another page. And you keep working.
Okay.
Ignore me.
Yes, ma'am.
Everyone.
Okay. All right. So I have our little, ooh, I'm not mad about that. That's really cute.
It's too thick.
It's too thick.
All right. That's fine, you guys. We can move on from this swatchiness.
Okay.
But it's thick.
Yes. Okay.
A screenshot confession. Exactly.
Yeah. Can someone...
A tangent? A tangent.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Yeah. Give me a timestamp.
Sorry.
Okay. I'm not mad about that. It's feeling more balanced. I think we're already like in the zone that we want to be with this.
Yes.
So I'm just gonna group this. Oh, we still have our little monogram up here. I'm gonna get rid of it.
Yeah, get rid of it.
Okay, bye. All right, so we have all our pieces. I'm going to align these to the middle and the center. Looks good. I'm gonna go in here and maybe just a little bit of balancing.
Of what?
Cool.
Okay, so now we need to get into these name cards, yeah? Is this done? Are we done?
Yeah, sure.
Designer? No, tell me the truth. Are
Yes,
we done?
I think we're done. I want to take this off.
Would you propose this to a client? Would you send this to a client?
Okay.
What?
The background that I put on?
Yeah, we didn't like it.
No. Okay. Actually, no.
Okay.
Yes? No.
Chat, yes or no?
Chat, yes or no? Do we want backgrounds on here, chat, or no?
So you can see the words, or can you see the words fine enough?
I think you can see the words fine enough. That's my thought. Okay. So we have this here. It looks good. Let's move on and let's start doing...
bulk create.
Yes. And this is what we're using?
This is what we're using. So these are going to be little cards that we put on the dinner plates to tell people where they're supposed to be sitting. My goal is, and if you're coming to my wedding, this is a spoiler alert, that my goal is to get a single picture with every single person that is attending our wedding in either me or Gianni. So just a little personal touch. I loved in the earlier stream that Emma was putting in like personal touches, and I think when you're designing anything, that like personal touch is key. So.
Yep. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and let's grab this. And what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go over to our add-ons and we are going to go to bulk create.
Okay. I've never used this before. I'm very excited to see it happen.
Me too. So we are going to add this on, and it's just an add-on. If you haven't used add-ons before, there's a ton of add-ons that you can use in Adobe Express. And so we're gonna create our designs in bulk. We're gonna click on Get Started.
Okay.
And then from there, we are going to kind of label all of these elements, right? So the photo do we need a photo with every person? Or like, do we need the photo on?
That's the thing. Oh, no. I'll go in and add that later. Like, we can just use that photo as like, the
so we'll use that photo. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to replace the text here.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and we're going to choose right here. We are going to label this text, and this is going to be label the text you want to change and link it to.
So that can be like title.
Okay. And then we're going to link it right there. So here we're going to link first name.
Yep.
Okay.
Actually, the CVS file that you have doesn't have the title, so maybe we don't do that for this example.
I think it will exclude it if it doesn't have
great.
it.
First name, last name.
Yep, and then this is gonna be last name. Okay, perfect.
Okay, perfect.
So, super easy. So we have our image here. We've designated the titles, and we are going to download this CSV template. Please link your CSV column header to an appropriate text on your page. What?
We're live, people. This is happening live.
Oh, I didn't link this. Okay, last name, got it. Okay. Downloading, got it. So now it's going to allow me to have this CSV file. And I should open...
I'm still working on this.
Sheets? Yes, that's fine. That's fine. Let me open Google Sheets for us to use a CSV file.
Okay.
If we can go to our headshots real quick, let me make sure that I can go into... Oh, yeah. Megan, what are you working on?
Oh, I am making the little swatchy thing. Basically, I did exactly what I said I was going to do, is I took the monogram that Andrew made and I erased the M and the G using the little erase tool here. Again, not probably the best way to do it, but today we're learning that there's multiple ways to do things. And then I'm just going to replace this one with this because it's cuter. Andrew spent so much time. And then this is the thing we were talking about, though. Like, it's black and it looks so stark against the background. So
ooh, it's great seeing there my point of like, it kind of looks green even though it's black, but it's like so stark.
But I'm just going to change it. And I do that by this dual tone. Another trick that Andrew taught me. If you just make them the same, it changes any image into that color. And there we go.
Magic.
Magic.
All right, so I'm over here in Google Sheets. And you can see here that we have, this is the variation file. So this is the template once you set up, and somebody's saying, Emily's saying, is this data merge in Express? Yeah, it's exactly that. So we have our page name, we have the title, right, which is linked right here. Then we have the first name and the last name. So right now it's taken out what was in that document, but we don't want that. We just want to put the first name here. And maybe the title, do we want to have like different things in there?
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not?
So let's have like maid of honor. I'm just gonna do random ones.
Yeah, bridesmaid.
Bridesmaid.
Big brother.
Big bro. Friend. Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna grab these. Okay, mom.
People that might come to your wedding.
All right, so I'm gonna grab these and just drag them down for a while.
This is just an example.
Yep, just an example. Last name, we're doing mine.
Great.
We're gonna do yours.
Great.
And we're gonna do...
My new last name, can you spell it?
What?
My new last name.
What is it?
Fiataroni. A-R-O-N-E.
Okay, so that's it. And
you
then...
spelled it like the beer, Peroni.
Lemoncini. I don't know.
Oh, Lemoncini. Cute.
Right, the Lemoncini family. So I'm just gonna drag these down, and in theory, this would all come in with your document.
Yeah,
so
you would do this.
These are this is a list of like actual names, and
These are the people that are coming to my wedding.
We're gonna grab these. I'm going to copy them and then paste them into this first name file right here. So I need to grab and just extend these down. But this, if you wanted to, you could use bulk create to very easily make a bunch of different versions of this. So I'm gonna go to File. We are going to download this as a CSV.
So we're just setting this up for you guys so you can see how you would bulk create it in Express.
Yep, so now I can come back to Express and we are going to click on Next, and then we're going to upload our CSV file, which is this one here, I believe. Yes.
Did you save it?
Yes. Is this not the long one? This is the long one, okay. So then we're going to hit Open. It's going to put it here, and then we're gonna click on Create Pages. Let's see what happens.
What's happening? It's thinking.
It's thinking.
It's thinking.
In chat, I haven't used this before, so we're learning this together. I'm very familiar with this in InDesign, but it is. I'm also familiar with it in Illustrator, so I don't know why it would be any different here in.
You gotta love that.
Adobe Express. Let's see what happens.
You gotta love the Adobe Creative Suite.
It's true. Like the Adobe products, if you know one, usually it is going to like repeat itself over and over and over.
I was just saying this to someone about Express. Like it's a great entry point too if you're just getting started, because once you kind of like know the language that's happening, it's easier to learn the other products.
Yes.
So great place to start if you're just getting started.
Yes. Okay. I am very curious if it is creating
all of them again and again and again, or if it's just creating. It absolutely is. I'm watching it on here. Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cancel that because we made a mistake.
It's okay.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, I'll let you deal with that.
Okay.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a new document. So it seems like now.
This is a good idea.
The world is that we need to make a new document of this. So what I'm going to do is we are going to go to, I'm just going to copy, actually I'm going to duplicate this. Okay. So I'm going to go to File, and we are going to duplicate this file. And this is going to be the name cards.
You're so good at labeling everything.
Thanks.
Mine's always like unlimited.
I try.
Too.
So it's going to duplicate this, which I think it's also duplicating the like 90 pages. Okay.
Oh, I should have deleted that.
No, you're fine.
We're fine, guys. We're live.
All right, we're learning together. Okay, so we need to only have the one page. So I'm going to delete all of these. Can I multi-select? Can we just like?
I just tried that.
Okay.
Oh wait, do select all.
Oh, this is smart. This is smart. She's smart. Oh my goodness.
And then unselect the one you want.
She is a modern woman.
Totally.
Delete. Okay, so we want to make sure that we only have the one that we want to be using. Now we're going to go to add-ons, and we're going to go to bulk create.
Okay, we're going through the process again.
Yep.
Yep.
Then we are going to go to get started. Okay, now we're going to label our text. So this is going to be, I think we did title.
We did title, and then we did first name, last name.
Thank you. First name, and then last name.
Okay, it changed it on the thingy.
That means it's working.
It's working.
Yes.
Great.
Okay, perfect. And then something else that we can do, I don't want to do this yet. I'll show you how to do it in a minute.
Cool.
So we're going to go to next. We're going to upload our CSV file with all the names, hit OK, and let's create the pages and see what happens.
I mean, it was working, to be fair, on the other one. It just was not doing the right page. So very exciting here, guys.
It's already working.
Christina Hawkrattle.
Oh, Christina.
Alan Fiataroni.
Alan.
I can't wait for these people.
I know. So something that's happening here that I'm noticing that we could fix once these are done is that it is like the alignments are weird. And I'm guessing the alignments are weird because we didn't designate where these needed to be aligned to.
Got it.
So I'm going to cancel this real quick. And then we are going to do a select all and then delete these other ones.
Okay.
And so when you are working with this bulk create, all you need to do is make sure that like our alignment is to the left, right? Because that's where the name is going to be coming from. And so we'll do the alignment from the left and put it over here, and then the same thing here from the left, and we'll put this maybe right there. This one, same thing. Right now it's on the left. We want it actually to be on the right, so that it goes out that way.
Got it.
So it's all about...
Yep. No, that way.
That way. Okay.
That way.
Yep. Yes. So we're reversed. So we want to make sure that all our alignments are correct so that once we run this, it works. Now, something else that we can do on here that I think is going to be interesting is that we can, I believe, put in prompts for... Firefly, right? So as I was reading here, it looks like you can add a Firefly prompt.
In your CVS file, CSV.
Yes, background image prompt. So right here is what it has. And I'm very curious as to how we do this. So let's
try.
Let's give it a try. Yeah.
This is such a fun thing we're doing.
Right?
Everyone. We're learning together.
So I want to add like some texture or whatever. So I'm going to add in just an image. So we're going to go to media. Let's go to generate image, and we'll do, this is squarish? Yeah, squarish. And this, let's just do like subtle stucco texture. Is that how you spell stucco?
You're
No.
asking the wrong girl.
STUCCO?
Someone
Yes.
put it in chat. Someone put it in chat.
Okay, we want it to be maybe a, let's do photo.
Okay.
And then let's generate that. And then I am going to multiply it. So what's nice about using this bulk create is that you can multiply things, you can have things animate, you can do all that. Oh, can I animate? Hold on. Okay, chat, yes, we're gonna learn something and we're gonna try something, but also I need to know information. All right, so I'm going to multiply this here. So we're gonna go to multiply, and that's just gonna give us this nice little like subtle texture that we don't love, but that's fine. Take the opacity down just a little bit. Just a little bit of extra something.
Okay.
I know you hate it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Let's do this. Let's go to effects. Let's go to grayscale so that it just like has a little bit less multiply.
Let's make it cute. Let's make it like lemons, like.
Oh, you want like cute things?
Emma did.
Okay, so
She's
let's
cute.
okay. Let's do illustrated lemon pattern Italy. I don't know why I put Italy in there, but just because.
Why not? All right, what's it got for us?
Okay, I'm very curious to see how this works.
Okay, so basically we're in the process of.
Cute? Cute?
It's fine. Well, we're just showing the people the thing.
Okay.
So let's just show the people the thing.
Gosh.
Okay, so basically we're putting in like a prompt in the back so
Yes.
that in our CSV file, we will be able to put in different prompts. So every single one would have like a different background.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
And okay, so I'm very curious as to what this gets linked to. This is the bottommost image. So let's do this. Find in page. Okay. I'm very curious.
Okay, but okay.
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 So we're gonna download this. I'm going to open that and see what happens. We haven't done this before, and so I'm interested.
This is crazy.
Yes. Okay, let's see if it has a like column for that background image prompt. Pop-up blocked. No, don't do that. Yes, no, come back.
Who knew in the creative stream we would be in Google Docs so much?
Oh, I'm in Google Docs all the time.
Who knew?
I don't know about you designers. I work in Google Docs.
If you're a designer and you're often in Google Docs, please let us know.
Okay, background image prompt.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, do we want to do it?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe we do like lemon pattern.
Mhm.
What other things? Ice cream?
Ooh.
Or no, what other,
Yeah.
what are the
Like gelato.
pasta pattern?
Ooh.
And maybe let's do
Like Italian sunset.
Italy sunset. Okay, and then maybe we do
Pizza.
Pizza.
Pizza pattern. I'm so excited to see what it does for
All right, chat. I'm so interested to see if this even works. All right, let's grab all these.
It's gonna work.
This is really fun, and this is why I like working with like any of the bulk create tools. Is that sometimes you can just play around and hack them up.
Yeah.
To get some really interesting results.
I mean, this is such a like relatable use case when you're creating something like this, like where you need a lot of them.
Yes.
And it's crazy. This would take so long to like duplicate, undo, blah 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 blah.
Okay.
So
well,
let's see.
Let's see what happened.
Let's see.
Unlinked image columns. Begin to columns that are linked to your original design. Return to previous step to link your images. Okay. So the problem is that we're not going to get stuck in this too long, but I know.
But we have been talking about this for 20 minutes.
Okay. Okay. So I think
I think
I need to delete this.
yeah.
Okay. Let's try this, chat.
We are creating name cards, which is what this session was about.
It's true. Okay.
We're just taking a while to do this. Did it save?
Yes. I don't know which one of these is the one.
The one with less columns.
When was this created? Oh yeah.
It's 12:30.
Okay, there we go. Here we go.
Okay, cool. Let's see.
Oh no, is it still not? Oh no, I think it's still not.
Because it's a foreground picture. No, try the background picture.
All right, chat, we might give up on this.
Yeah, we might. But you get the point in the terms of you can upload the CSV file and bulk create stuff.
Okay.
But we're trying to do it so that there is a...
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on, it might have worked. Yes, it's working!
It
It's working! Wait, this is so cool.
Bravo,
okay, so you can
Andrew.
bulk create using the names, but then you also can bulk create with Firefly prompts in the background.
That is crazy.
And I wonder if they're all the same or they're all going to be different. Do you think they're all different?
I don't know, I can't tell. They all look the same.
I think they're all different.
That's the original. Oh, they are all different.
They're all different.
There's the pizza pattern. This is so great.
Oh my goodness. And so the reason that they're all turning out like this is because, okay, it is repeating, yeah. It's repeating, but
that's because we repeated the prompt.
Yes,
Yeah.
and we have the,
But if every single prompt was like different, so say for this, like everyone I know has a favorite food, and Andrew's favorite food is Chipotle, or it's not going to do Chipotle, but his is burritos. I'm going to put in burrito for the background, and then mine would be pizza, and they would be different.
yes, that's really cool. I'm so into this. This is really great.
Very excited.
Okay.
Bulk create is amazing.
Bulk create's amazing.
You should go do it yourself.
Yes.
Because it's awesome.
Okay.
Okay.
What I want to try, I'm going to delete all this again. What I want to try is I would like to try to animate and see what happens.
Ooh, bulk animate?
Well, I want to I'm going to select all, take this away, delete those. Okay. So I'm interested that if I add an animation to an element, if it's going to like continue that.
Yeah, if everyone that bulk creates will animate.
Yes.
Let's see.
Okay. So let's go ahead and do some animation. Actually, let's just do animate all. So we can go to animation right here, and this is a new tool. We can pop these in, and it's going to animate all of these individual elements by just one click.
Ooh.
Boom.
Love
Right?
it. Yeah, that was cute.
Kind of fun. Do you want it to bloom? What is this?
No, I liked the pop.
Okay. What about waterfall? No.
No, pop.
Glide?
Why are you against pop?
Okay, pop. Okay. All right, so we have this here. We have our names and stuff. Let's go ahead and upload those again.
Same thing we just did.
Yep, same thing we just
but
did.
We're seeing if the animation works.
And this time we were going to create those pages and see if it animates it for us. And it looks like it is.
This is crazy.
If it animates all these pages, like that's so crazy.
This is the future.
Okay, so here's our original page. Here's some that got created.
And they all animate.
Oh, and it all animates.
Oh my
gosh.
With different names, which crazy amount of time saved. Crazy.
That's so
to animate
much time
every
saved.
page is crazy.
And so something else that you can do that is demonstrated better here in this article is that you can change the foreground image and the background image, right? So let's say that you were creating a campaign, right? You can do all of your social content. You can say like, here's where the title is gonna be and here's where a caption is. Change out the title for the holidays that are coming up, change out the image for this image, and then change out the foreground image for this image, and you can designate all these different pieces, animate all,
Oh my gosh.
and then export them all at the same time.
This is crazy. We will drop this link in the chat.
This is so crazy. Yes.
So you guys can have it?
Yes, chat. I
Check
will
it
drop
out
this
yourself.
link for you in the chat right now.
Check it out for yourself. Okay, so maybe
Back to you.
back to me.
Yes.
While you do that. Okay, I think that we need to next get into, I'm gonna back, oh gosh, that just added all of the ones that we, anyways, we'll come to here and we need to make this better, Andrew.
Okay.
Can you make this better for me?
Yes, can you try harder? Back to you.
Back.
Oh, no, it's, sorry.
Inception. Can I try harder? What
All right,
does
chat,
that
just
mean?
put this in. Okay. What do we need to make better?
Okay, go to the other page. Well, we really focused on weight and looking at like weight
Okay.
here.
This
So
one.
I feel like we need to figure out weight and what's going on here and maybe a background and tell us more about like color, weight, hierarchy,
Okay.
the things.
So it's feeling very like pastel-y right now.
Okay.
And it's like a little bit washed out for me.
Okay.
So I think if we want to have a picture with everyone, right?
Yeah.
That's the goal. Okay.
I think it needs to be more elevated. Like it seems a little
does.
JV right now.
It does.
Yeah.
Okay.
I made it, guys. It's on me.
Let's try this. Okay, I'm gonna like just play around with some balance here.
Let's
So
play around with the
I want to have the name really like shine. I want to have part of an image still in there, and then I want to have like our little monogram still. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to elevate this.
Great.
And we are going to go and crop this, and I'm gonna crop this into a circle this time.
Okay.
And then I also am going to blow this up a little bit and then put it kind of down on the edge here.
Okay.
So we're gonna put it kind of going off of the edge so that we still have a little moment. I'm gonna shrink this down.
Do you know what I love right now?
What?
We're actually sharing my screen, but I can see everything that you're doing.
Oh,
Not that
yes.
it matters, not that it matters, but just to show you like how awesome the collaborative feature is.
It's pretty magical.
Now we're on Andrew's screen.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we also are gonna try to match this this font to the invite one, right?
Sure.
Okay. Why not? Where's
That's
the invite
what a
one?
designer would do, I think.
Mrs. Eves, what's this one that we used? This is Mrs. Eves, okay. Ta-da. Mrs. Eves, let's do bold. So we're just gonna give their name like a moment to shine.
Okay, fair, fair.
And here it does show us the fonts that are in use. So we can actually see everything that we're using within this document.
Within the whole document, right?
Which I know that this is what we've wanted for the other one.
I love how smart Express is and remembers everything.
Yes, I agree. And so let's go here, and then I'm actually gonna move the photo down so that it like incorporates a little bit over the name there.
Love.
And then we maybe wanna do we wanna have the title? We do, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make people feel special.
I'm gonna put the title down over here.
Okay.
And then we are just going to build this up. Cute, and we probably need something behind that a little bit just to give it some contrast.
What about this thing?
The
The boxy thing. Or at least get rid of it, right?
Yeah.
It shouldn't be there.
No. Yeah, I'm gonna delete it. But I am going to put a nice little box around this one.
Okay.
Do a little like shape. There we go, that's what we want. And we are going to change this color to this nice pink in the background.
Cute.
Right?
Why do you think that this works?
It's a little more balanced, and it has a flow. So I'm like looking at the name first, then the photo first. To me, I need something over here,
Okay, what would we put over there?
but I don't know what.
Okay,
is
well,
the
let's
thing.
figure it out together.
Let's figure it out together.
I loved that little stamp that Emma made in her stream. Did you see that?
I didn't.
Okay, it was a stamp.
Sorry, Emma.
And it was cute.
Okay.
So maybe we make a little stamp.
Do you want to do a little stamp?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do a little stamp. Do we want to do? Actually, I could probably make this a stamp.
Ooh, show us. This being the monogram that's
Yep.
behind you. Or
Okay, yes. And we only have a few minutes to do this, so I'm gonna do it super fast. So I want to do. I want to do this as a little stamp. So I'm gonna do like a
stamp you would see on an envelope, right?
Yep.
That's what we're talking about.
Yes, 100%. And then I'm going to do like I'm doing this out of my brain.
Great.
Of what
I
this
love your
would
brain.
look like. Thank you. Me too. I'm quite a big fan. Okay. I think that I want to do this, and then I'm going to use radial repeat here. I'm an Illustrator, so I'm going to go to Object, Repeat, and Radial. And then I'm going to make it the same size as this. And I want these to just barely touch at the end.
Oh my gosh, do you know what you should be using?
What?
Object on path.
I could be using Object on Path. That is an option.
Okay. I just wanted you to know that I knew that.
Yes. Is it because this popped up and you were like, hey, look, you should do that?
Oh no, I didn't see that. But
Okay, yeah.
Cool. Illustrator's smarter than me.
That's fine. Okay, so I'm going to do this, and I want to create like, oh, you know what? What am I doing? Okay, so chat, we could do it this way. Or if we wanted to create a stamp like that, all you need to do is create a star, and the star is going to have 50 points. and then it's going to go in and out just by 10 pixels. So radius 1 is 40, that's the inside, and 2 is 50 is the outside.
Okay.
We hit OK, and boom, we have a stamp. That's what we want. So I'm going to do that one more time and just change the settings a little bit. So we're at the star tool, we click, and then we're just going to go like 45 to 50. We want less, probably want maybe 30. There we go. And that's what I want.
Yep, good job.
Right, so I want to create this little stamp, but I want to do it as a stroke here. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, hold please. We're doing it. Okay, that's kind of cute.
It's very cute.
Okay, and now I'm going to do...
Except...
Yeah, hit me.
Well, one side of the monogram touches the sides and the other doesn't. I feel like either they have to both touch or they don't.
Okay.
Right? That's a
Yes.
good thing that I knew.
Yes.
That was cute. I liked how it touched there for a second.
So we're going to have this like touch there, I think. And then I'm just going to erase this little piece. Yeah. Okay, that's kind of cute. Not mad about it. I also am going to do just really thin one of these that then kind of just like cuts.
Cuts out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see.
Okay. So I just use the pen tool there to add some anchor points, and then I'm going to delete the anchor points.
Cute.
Cute.
Love.
Okay.
Maybe delete that a little bit.
Into it. Yeah, I got a little bit too much.
Yeah. Getting real picky over here.
Uh-huh. Okay, cool. This is kind of fun. Not mad about it. I like it. So then we can use this, and I am going to use like a little roughen. Oh, like a stamp. I know what you're talking about now.
What? Where did you see that?
What?
What do you mean?
Like
This is fine.
I was thinking back to what she created.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, like a stamp.
Yeah, but this is cute.
Okay, cool. So, okay, that looks good. Ugh.
No, I don't like the ruffian.
I don't know why I got rough. Well, I don't know why I got
You
that
use
rough.
the ruffian tool.
The roughen.
Roughen tool.
Okay, so we have this. Great.
Wait, can you add it to the brand? Add it to your library, just to show us.
Yes. So I can just drag this into my library here.
So he did copy paste it into Express, but you could also drag it into the library, so then you can access it in your libraries.
Yep. So I am not mad about this. I think it's super cute.
So cute.
But what I am going to do is I'm going to make this that green color.
We love that green color.
And that should be saved in here for us.
There we go.
Oh, is it not?
Yeah, go click that. That's so crazy because it's...
Oh, I'm in the wrong brand. I'm going to change to, what do we call it?
Meg Wedding. You have a lot of brands.
I have so many brands. Oh, can I not search these?
Maybe... see, this is when my little trick
This is when your little trick works really well. Okay, we're just going to guess it. Actually, here, I'll just pull it from here.
Yeah. No, it's
No,
not that one.
stop.
Ah!
Come in. Sorry, someone's knocking. All right. Custom, grab the color. Oh, chat, we have like 3 minutes. Okay, wait,
You're
there
doing
was.
so good.
I'm trying. I'm trying so hard.
And we're just doing that dual tone thing again.
Yes.
Where you make them the same.
Yes, also duo tone.
I say the things I say.
I say the words I say. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to multiply this here, and that should give us just a little bit of interaction on that line. See how it's just like a little bit of interaction? Because it's dark. So let me do a little bit of a lighter green.
Okay.
And that actually might work better for us. There we go.
Oh, I see.
Right? So we can see a little bit of that.
So it makes it like darker.
Yeah.
Where the photo is.
Yep.
Cutie.
Okay, this is really cute. I'm not mad about it. And I want to put something down here, but in theory we can just make this larger. So I'm just going to make the photo larger, pull it here. Okay, I'm not mad about this.
Cute, Andrew. Good job.
Yay!
Good job.
We did it.
We did it. I feel like just a whole world of weight has been lifted off my shoulders
There you
today.
go. You're ready to get married.
I'm ready to get married.
Okay,
That's
so
it.
what we can do now is, right, we have all this, is we can use this as our template to then bulk create, which is really cool.
One other thing I want to show too really fast before we end is just like what it would look like in print. So again, we talked about this earlier, but this is great for if you're doing something that's like a wedding, birthday parties, anything, you can actually see exactly what it would look like. Let's do like a little folding card. Go up.
I want to do a square one.
Yeah.
Is there a square one?
We'll just try it.
Okay.
It'll autofill. No, not that one. The other one.
Oh, which one?
The one on the left.
This one?
That one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna duplicate and resize and see what happens.
And it's gonna resize it into exactly what we need to look good on this, if it will load. But this is a partnership with Zazzle, so once we see this, oh, it did the whole thing.
That's fine. Honestly, not bad though.
It's just that card number 4.
Yes. Delete. Okay. Wait, hold on. It like kind of worked.
It did.
It like totally worked.
It does good. It does so well. The resize is like so amazing. And you just have to make like teeny minor tweaks here.
Yeah.
And then we'll be able to see exactly what it's gonna look like on the card when I print it out. And I'm literally just gonna order it directly from here.
I just wanted to see if you'd keep stalling as I change more things.
I'm trying to stall, but just show the people what they want to see.
I appreciate it. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna show the people what they want to see. You can go here and click on a little preview. Oh, wait, why not? No. Oh, the front. Okay, the front I want to be one page. Yes, right here. And let's look at the preview now.
I think you have to do a back page, but you delete it all. Just duplicate this page.
Okay.
And do it.
This is going on every page.
Okay, cool.
Okay, great.
No! So unsatisfying.
Why? It worked on yours.
It just worked. It was my magic touch. Maybe that's why. Let's see
Oh
if it works.
no.
Let's see.
Chat. Okay, let's hop over to.
No, I don't have this one.
Oh, you don't have this one.
We're flailing.
Oh no.
It's okay.
Okay.
You can understand that this is exactly what it would do. It would show you what it's going to look like on here so that you can just print it off exactly how it's going to look here. Say continue. Say continue.
No.
Yes. No, that's going to make us buy it. But you can see how easy it is to just buy it right there. Anyways, in theory, when you play around with this on your own, it will show it up here. And that is how you create name cards and invitations and all of the wedding things in Adobe Express, along with some other fun things like Illustrator. We learned so many tips today, Andrew.
So much knowledge.
So many good things.
Thanks, everybody. We will see you again. Stick around. We have another show, Ask a Designer, coming up with Phil and Izzy right after this. Learn a little bit more about Adobe Express, and then we'll see you next week for more here on Adobe Live. Bye, everybody.
See ya.